Chapter 2067. Zhang Ruoxi's experience really made Yang Kai angry out of shame. After all, he was now a Dao's Source Realm master. But because of a moment of carelessness, he failed to take care of a little girl and was caught here to mine. He went to the Zhang family to inquire about the situation, but the Zhang family's higher-ups lied to him. Not only that, the Zhang family even wanted to kill him to silence him. How could Yang Kai tolerate this? He'd already secretly decided that once he left this place, he would go to the Zhang clan and turn the Zhang clan upside down, causing chaos. What about the Zhang family members guarding the entrance? A cold light flashed in Yang Kai's eyes as he asked in a deep voice. "They're still over there," Emo Shaoqi replied, "and it's not just the two Zhang family members here. I met some on the way here and knocked them out. As for those who were caught here, they have already been sent out through the space array." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "After they leave, I think the Zhang family's matter can no longer be hidden. It's also convenient for me to go to the Zhang family and make a scene. This way, the city lord's mansion won't be able to intervene." "Then, are we going back now?" Emo Shaoqi asked. Yang Kai nodded. After the two finished their discussion, they prepared to return to Maplewood City. But at that moment, a sudden change occurred. An earth-shaking movement came from under their feet, causing Emo Shaoqi and Yang Kai's expressions to change. At the same time, a cracking sound came from not far away. Yang Kai frowned. He stared in the direction of the sound. He found that the cliff in front of him was filled with blood-red lines. These lines looked very complicated and mysterious, as if they were some kind of seal. The lines kept wriggling, and as they wriggled, more and more blood was sucked away. Only then did Yang Kai discover that the blood red was actually the color of blood, and the source was the corpse of the Zhang family's white-robed cultivator that had fallen on the ground before. The seal patterns on the precipice were actually crazily devouring the blood flowing out of the white-robed cultivator. As the blood flowed in, the blood-red seal patterns wriggled faster and faster. "What is this?" Yang Kai's face changed dramatically as he stared in front of him in surprise. Emo Shaoqi's expression also suddenly became dignified as she stared fixedly at the seal, her brow furrowed, seemingly unable to recognize what kind of seal it was. At this moment, the seal seemed to have devoured enough blood. The veined patterns converged at the center of the cliff in a flash, forming a hideous human face. The face opened its mouth wide, and a pitch-black aura suddenly gushed out from the inside of the cliff. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and instinctively felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly pulled Emo Shaoqi. He retreated backward. The pitch-black aura continued to surge out of the seal and quickly filled the mine tunnel. Yang Kai could clearly feel the violent and bloody aura from the black aura. There was also another smell that he was familiar with. The black chi quickly split up and slithered around like pitch-black spiritual snakes. One of the black aura drilled into the mouth and nose of the dead white-robed man on the ground and quickly disappeared. But in the next moment, something happened that left Kai Yang dumbfounded. The white-robed man, whose upper body was riddled with holes, suddenly opened his eyes. But at this moment, his eyeballs were not black and white, but a strange pitch-black color. It looked extremely terrifying. At the same time, pitch-black patterns suddenly appeared on the white-robed man's face, arms, and exposed skin. "Demon crests?" Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. He was all too familiar with these patterns. Back in Tongxian realm, the clansmen of the ancient demon clan he saved had all cultivated this secret technique, which allowed them to brand their bodies with different demon crests. When he himself used the secret technique to become the demon race, the changes on his body were very similar to this scene. "Demonic chi?" Emo Shaoqi seemed to have noticed something at the same time as Yang Kai exclaimed. As soon as the two's voices fell, the white-robed man stood up and fixed his dark eyes on Yang Kai. Immediately after, he let out a fierce roar and pounced towards Yang Kai with a ferocious expression, as if he was not afraid of death. Yang Kai coldly snorted, holding Zhang Ruoxi in one hand and flicking his fingers with the other, shooting out a series of golden blood threads. With a sizzling sound, the sharp golden blood threads pierced through the white-robed man and were directly cut into several pieces by Yang Kai. The pieces scattered on the ground, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. However, Yang Kai did not have the slightest joy after succeeding. Instead, he frowned. This was because he could feel that after the white-robed man had been demonized, his strength had increased by quite a bit. Although he was still able to deal with him in a single move, the white-robed man was undoubtedly much stronger than when he was alive. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk at this moment, the pitch-black aura that filled the mine turned into pitch-black spirit snakes and shot madly towards Yang Kai and Imo Xiaoqi, like cats that had smelled fish. Not good, Run. Yang Kai's face changed drastically. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and shouted in a low voice, "Exile!" Under the power of space principles, a black hole about the size of a round table took shape leisurely. Inside the black hole was nothingness, only chaos. The pitch-black spirit snakes all rushed in and disappeared without a trace. But there were still more pitch-black spirit snakes that pounced over one after another. And from the mouth of the face on the cliff, even more pitch-black aura gushed out. The space secret technique only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it shattered, allowing the black snake-like existences to break through Yang Kai's blockade and follow him at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai did not need to look back to know that the situation behind them was not good. He had no time to deal with those strange things. Pushing his source chi, he wrapped Imo Xiaoqi up and rushed towards the entrance as if his life depended on it. After going around in circles, the two soon arrived at the location where they were previously teleported. There, the 2 Jiang family origin king realm cultivator were still lying on the ground with pale faces, watching Yang Kai and Imo Xiaoqi step into the space array. One of them opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but no words came out. They did not know what method Imo Xiaoqi used to imprison them in place. "Big brother Yang, they're coming." Imo Xiaoqi looked back and saw that the countless pitch-black spirit snakes were less than 300 meters away from them. Her pretty face turned pale in an instant. Yang Kai's face darkened as he hurriedly poured his space force into the array. In the next moment, the array hummed and released a burst of light. When the light dissipated, the two had disappeared. The pitch-black spirit snakes rushed to the array and pounced on empty air. However, these strange things wrapped around the 2 Jiang family origin king realm cultivator in a single sweep. Screams immediately rang out from the black chi. It sounded extremely tragic, as if they had suffered some unimaginable torture. A moment later, the screams came to an abrupt end as the two stood up from the ground. Although their appearances hadn't changed, their auras were very different from before. Their entire bodies were emitting an incomparably ruthless and dark aura. They were wrapped in black energy, and demonic patterns appeared on their cheeks and arms. Even their eyes had turned pure black. The two of them looked at each other and grinned hideously. One of them even howled wildly at the sky. His howl was filled with endless joy and excitement. It was as if he had been imprisoned for thousands of years and was finally able to break free. The two of them were not the only cultivator who had encountered this. In the mine, many of the Jiang family cultivator who had been knocked unconscious by Imo Xiaoqi had also encountered the same thing. There were also some slave miners who did not manage to escape the mine in time. Once they were entangled by the pitch-black aura, their auras changed drastically in a short time. They seemed to have lost their original sentience. Soon, the entire mine was filled with the pitch-black aura. In the cave of the barren mountain, a light flashed and Yang Kai and Imo Xiaoqi appeared on the space array with lingering fear. Next to the array, the Jiang family cultivator who had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai had strangely disappeared. Seeing this, Yang Kai could not help but frown. He swept out with his divine sense and immediately showed a look of surprise. "Big brother Yang, what's wrong?" Imo Xiaoqi looked at him in surprise. "There are many people outside welcoming us." Yang Kai sneered. Imo Xiaoqi frowned slightly. She released her divine sense and immediately noticed something. "Let's go out and take a look." Yang Kai called out to her and took the lead to fly out of the cave without fear. He stood in midair. He glanced around and saw that he was surrounded by cultivators. Moreover, all of their faces were extremely familiar. They were all members of the Jiang family that he had just met. He did not know when the news had been leaked. The Jiang family had actually sent all their experts to this place. Not far away, the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Lin, and many higher-ups were looking at Yang Kai coldly. They seemed very unhappy. In front of Zhang Lin, there was an old man in a black robe. He stood there with his hands behind his back. He did not reveal any aura from his body. He looked just like an ordinary person, but there was an indescribable majesty lingering around him. When some of the Jiang family cultivators looked at this old man, their eyes were full of awe. Even Zhang Lin was standing behind this old man with an extremely respectful look. Yang Kai's expression changed. He glanced at the old man and immediately knew that this person should be the Jiang family's Dao Source Realm Master, the Jiang family's old ancestor, Jiang Taisheng. After all, there were not many Dao Source Realm Masters in Maplewood City. However, every Dao Source Realm Master was widely known by the cultivator in Maplewood City. At this moment, Jiang Taisheng was looking at Yang Kai indifferently. His gaze only swept over Zhang Ruo, she in his arms for a moment before he looked away. It was as if no one was worthy of his attention. Yang Kai chuckled lightly, a playful smile appearing on his face. Chapter 2068. Alchemist Yang. Zhang Lin suddenly stood up and stared coldly at Yang Kai, his tone extremely unfriendly. I didn't expect you to have some skill, actually being able to find this place. This Jiang has underestimated you. Yang Kai coldly snorted, if you don't want others to know, don't do it in the first place. A cold light flashed in Zhang Lin's eyes as his expression turned furious. He turned his head and glanced at Jiang Taisheng, but seeing the latter's calm expression, he immediately took a deep breath and shouted, Alchemist Yang. This Jiang sees that you are also a talent and does not want to kill you. If you can sign this soul contract in front of my Jiang family, we may spare your life. As he spoke, he suddenly took out a simple and unadorned animal skin parchment. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and found that it was very similar to the one Kong Siran took out. Not only was it similar in shape and size, but even the aura it exuded was almost identical. Yang Kai immediately understood that this was a real soul contract, something from the Serene Soul Palace. Soul contracts were developed by one of the 10 Great Emperors, the Serene Soul Great Emperors, and only the people of the Serene Soul Palace knew how to make them. Once a cultivator branded their own soul brand or life mark on a soul contract, this soul contract would exert a magical effect, binding the cultivator to fulfill the terms of the contract. If the cultivator violated the contract, they would suffer the pain of having their soul devoured and their soul destroyed. In order to prevent Yang Kai from leaking the source condensing pill recipe, Kong Si Ran had no choice but to use a soul contract, which made his heart ache for many days. After all, this thing was extremely precious, and each one was worth a lot of money. He didn't know where the Jiang family obtained one, but they actually took it out at this moment. A soul contract? Yang Kai showed a faint smile. Patriarch Jiang is so generous. This thing is very precious. Don't you think it is a waste to use it on this Yang? Zhang Lin said expressionlessly, for Alchemist Yang, what is a soul contract? Yang Kai looked at him calmly and said, but I want to know what is written on this soul contract. Does Alchemist Yang not know what is written? Zhang Lin smiled slightly. It is nothing more than hoping that Alchemist Yang will become a member of my Jiang family in the future and refine spirit pills for my Jiang family. I'm afraid I can't agree to this. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Zhang Lin's face. Yang Kai, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Today, you have to sign this soul contract whether you want to or not. It's not up to you. Zhang Lin's 2. And Zhang Lin, Yang, Jiang and the others, Jiang. Why what's it Jiang? And Jiang and Jiang. A. To do. 2. Jiang. T's. T of T's as long as Yang Kai gave in. The Jiang family would not only gain an Origin King Great Alchemist, but they also wouldn't have to worry about him leaking the secret of the mine. Hearing Zhang Lin's shameless boasting, Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. What a joke. My hands and feet grow on my body. I can do whatever I want. What can your Jiang family do to me? Zhang Lin was furious. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Taisheng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at Yang Kai indifferently and raised his hand to stop Zhang Lin from speaking. He said indifferently, young man, You think you have some ability and don't know how high the heavens are and how deep the earth is. Today, this old master came here personally to give you a lot of face. I heard from them that you are an Origin King Great Alchemist, and the quality of the source condensing pills you refine is also extraordinary. This old master cherishes talents. I don't want to do anything to you. If you obediently brand your S on this soul contract, this old master will pretend that nothing happened today. As for the little girl in your arms and the companion beside you, this old master can spare their lives, but the premise is that they must marry into my Jiang family as concubines. What? You want me to marry into your Jiang family as a concubine? Before Yang Kai could say anything, Emo Xiaoqi, who had been standing to the side with an indifferent expression as if she was watching a good show, jumped up and glared at Jiang Taisheng with a face full of shame and anger. She shouted, "You old thing! You don't have any self-respect at all. How could you say such shameless words? Presumptuous! How dare you?" A group of Jiang family cultivators shouted at Emo Xiaoqi with angry expressions, as if Emo Xiaoqi had said something she shouldn't have. Yang Kai chuckled. He held Zhang Ruoxi in his arms with one hand and pretended to pick his ear with the other. He tilted his head and asked Emo Xiaoqi, "Xiaoqi, why do I hear a mad dog barking?" "Oh." Emo Xiaoqi glanced at him and nodded seriously. "Yeah, and its barking is very unpleasant to hear." Hearing this, Jiang Taisheng narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in them. He said in a deep voice, "Very good. These two juniors are really bold. This old master hasn't heard anyone speak to me like this for many years. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. Why are you putting on an act over there? What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and interrupted him impatiently. "Do you think you're so great just because you're a Dao Source Realm cultivator?" As soon as he said this, Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred. Before the Jiang family members could react, Yang Kai had strangely appeared not far in front of Jiang Lin. Huh. Jiang Lin was shocked and his body fell back involuntarily. Before he could do anything else, Yang Kai had already stretched out his hand towards him. Jiang Lin was shocked. Without thinking, he pushed the source qi in his body, clenched his fists, and punched forward fiercely. Energy gathered in the void as a tiger's roar resounded. A gigantic phantom of a tiger appeared in a flash and opened its bloody mouth to bite forward. However, this attack hit nothing but air. Kai Yang, who was in front of him, had disappeared at some unknown time. When Jiang Lin looked around in surprise, he found that Yang Kai had returned to his original place, as if he had never moved. In an instant, cold sweat poured down Jiang Lin's forehead. The Jiang family members also turned pale. "Xiaoqi, see if this is real." Yang Kai handed something to Emo Xiaoqi. Emo Xiaoqi took it and looked at it carefully. "Huh? My soul contract." Only then did Jiang Lin realize that the soul contract he had been holding in his hand had been snatched away by Yang Kai at some point. He stared at his empty hands in amazement, then raised his head and looked not far ahead. His heart sank to the bottom. Dao Source Realm. Jiang Taisheng narrowed his eyes and shouted. Before, Yang Kai did not use any power, so he did not carefully investigate Yang Kai's strength. He only thought that Yang Kai's cultivation was at the Origin King realm. But now, as soon as Yang Kai made a move, Jiang Taisheng saw the clues. After discovering this, Jiang Taisheng's face could not help but turn ugly. After all, he was just a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source Realm. If Yang Kai's cultivation was the same as his, he would not have any advantage at all. This was completely different from what he had imagined before. He thought that if he personally went out to deal with these two juniors, it would be a piece of cake. And from beginning to end, he did not even look at Yang Kai and Emo Xiaoqi. But only now did he know that he was wrong, very wrong. As a cultivator from the First Order Dao Source Realm, Yang Kai already had the qualifications to talk to him as an equal. And judging from the speed at which he attacked just now, if he wanted to kill the other members of the Jiang family, he would have already succeeded. Yes, Big Brother Yang. This is indeed a soul contract from the Serene Soul Palace. This is a good thing. Keep it well, it may be useful in the future. After checking it, Emo Xiaoqi returned the soul contract to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it back and stuffed it into his space ring indifferently. This old master was rude. It turns out that your excellency is also a Tao source realm cultivator. No wonder you are so confident. Jiang Taisheng's expression was no longer as relaxed as before. Instead, there was a dignified look on his face as the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yang Kai sneered and said, "You change your face quite quickly. How shameless." Emo Xiaoqi also spat from the side. Jiang Taisheng's behavior was like a completely different person, which really made Emo Xiaoqi look down on him. Jiang Taisheng coldly snorted and said, "But even if your excellency is a Tao source realm cultivator, you must give this old master an explanation for what happened today. Otherwise, your excellency can forget about leaving so easily." Explanation? Yang Kai's face turned cold as he said in a cold voice, "Is this what your Jiang family should give me, or should I give it to your Jiang family? This Yang's friend was captured by you for no reason and was tortured here." When Yang Kai went to the Jiang family to inquire about information, not only did you hide it, you even wanted to silence him. If I had not come in time, how could my friend still be alive? You still want an explanation? This. Jiang Taisheng was at a loss for words. He did not expect Yang Kai's words to be so sharp. For a moment, he did not know how to answer. Alchemist Yang. As the patriarch of the Jiang family, Jiang Lin had no choice but to stand up at this moment. He cupped his fists and said, "Alchemist Yang, please calm down. This is a complete misunderstanding." He had just been bullied by Yang Kai and had walked through the gates of hell. Now, he no longer dared to look down on Yang Kai. His tone was also not as arrogant as before. Instead, he smiled and said bitterly, "This is really a misunderstanding." A misunderstanding? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Although he was smiling, there was not the slightest trace of a smile on his face. Instead, it looked even more bone-chilling. "You captured my woman, and now you say it's a misunderstanding? Patriarch Jiang, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? Or are you a 3-year-old child?" Jiang Lin wore a worried expression as he said, "Alchemist Yang, we didn't know this little girl was one of your people. If we had known earlier, we would have treated her as a guest of honor. Why would we have brought her to the mine? Now that she is safe and sound, why don't we end today's matter here? The sole contract will be my Jiang family's apology. In addition, in a few days, my Jiang family will send another gift to Alchemist Yang's residence." Chapter 2069. Heh, now you want to bribe me? Yang Kai sneered. "Can you be any more shameless?" Jiang Lin's face stiffened. He was extremely annoyed, but due to the gap in cultivation, he didn't dare to get angry. However, Jiang Taisheng was burning with rage. He shouted, "Junior, my Jiang family has already given you enough face. Don't go too far." "I'm going too far. Are you going to bite me?" Yang Kai looked at him with disdain. "You're pissing this old master off." Jiang Taisheng only felt the blood and qi in his chest churning. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Furious, he glared at Yang Kai and shouted, "Boy, even if you are from the First Order Tao Source Realm, this old master will have to experience your means today. What's the point of talking so much? Let's fight." Yang Kai shouted angrily as the source qi in his body surged wildly. This old master has been in the Tao Source Realm for more than 100 years. How can a little brat like you compare to me? Jiang Taisheng shouted coldly with a complacent look. "You haven't broken through to the next level after 100 years. Isn't your aptitude too bad, old thing?" Yang Kai said disdainfully. Jiang Taisheng was furious. The source qi in his body also surged. He didn't want to say anything more to Yang Kai, so he wouldn't be angered to death. With a tap of his foot, he suddenly disappeared from where he was standing. A soft thud could be heard coming from where he was just standing. Obviously, it was because he was too fast, causing the air to explode. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Yang Kai like a ghost and shouted with a gloomy face, "This old master will let you experience the strength of a century-old Tao Source Realm master." While speaking, he floated lightly. He seemed to be very relaxed as he pushed his palm towards Yang Kai. Principal strength lingered in that palm. Before it was pushed out, Yang Kai was already surrounded by strong winds, whistling sounds. Emo Xiaoqi, who was standing not far from Yang Kai, turned slightly pale. Her chest rose and fell violently, as if she couldn't breathe. Emo Shaoqi's origins were mysterious. His background was extraordinary, and his strength was also extraordinary. However, he had yet to reach the level of the Dao Source Realm, so when faced with the pressure of Jiang Taisheng's principal strength, he immediately had a difficult expression on his face. However, she was also a person who had seen the world, so she wouldn't be restrained by some principal strength. She let out a shout and urged the power in her body to forcibly break free from the oppression of the principal strength. With a flash, he was already far away. But at this moment, in front of Jiang Taisheng's palm, a clear and misty energy palm leisurely took shape and pushed towards Yang Kai with a momentum that could topple mountains and overturn seas. A gust of wind blew past. Yang Kai's robe fluttered in the wind. Zhang Ruoxi's hair fluttered in his arms. "How dare you show off your petty tricks?" Yang Kai snorted coldly. Without waiting for the other party's power of law to press down on him, he also mobilized the law of space to form a tight invisible barrier around himself, blocking the suppression of the other party's law. In the next moment, he raised his hand. Similarly, a huge energy palm formed in front of him and slapped towards Jiang Taisheng. The two energy palms were like giant objects that could hold up the sky, and in a breath's time, they collided. Accompanied by a loud bang, the world energy suddenly became chaotic, and shattered principal strength sputtered in the void. It burst out in all directions. A faint sneer hung on Yang Kai's face, but Jiang Taisheng's pupils shrank, and a trace of horror appeared on his old face as he exclaimed in a low voice, "How can this be?" As soon as he said this, his misty giant palm suddenly collapsed, while Yang Kai's palm continued to press down on him. Jiang Taisheng's face changed drastically. He knew that the biggest reason for this situation was that the source qi in the other party's body was more vigorous and pure than his own. After all, this kind of killing move was formed by directly urging the source qi in the body. It was a competition of the quality and quantity of source qi. When he saw that Yang Kai was so young, he thought that he had just broken through to the Dao source realm, and that his cultivation might not have stabilized yet. He thought that Yang Kai would definitely not be able to compare with him, a veteran master who had been immersed in the Dao source realm for hundreds of years. However, after this exchange, he discovered that he was wrong. Seeing that giant palm slapping down, how could Jiang Taisheng dare to continue standing in his original place? He hurriedly twisted his body to avoid it, and directly fled into the void a few dozen meters away, while looking at Yang Kai with an ugly expression. However, Yang Kai did not take advantage of this opportunity to pursue him. Instead, he still stood there, looking at Jiang Taisheng with a mocking expression. That mocking smile was like a sharp thorn that pierced into his heart, causing him to feel uncomfortable all over. "Damn it!" Jiang Taisheng muttered in a low voice. Under the gazes of so many people from the Jiang family, he could no longer maintain his old face. Gritting his teeth, he stretched out his hand and grasped the void, causing a tiger-headed broadsword to suddenly appear in his hand. That broadsword was impressively a Dao source-grade artifact. Its body was thick and heavy, and was engraved with many mysterious patterns. At its hilt was a lifelike tiger head, giving it an extraordinary appearance. Obviously, because his source qi was inferior to Yang Kai's, he wanted to rely on the might of this artifact. Furthermore, this artifact was the Jiang family's most treasured artifact. As a Dao source-grade artifact, only he could activate it, so it had always been in his possession. Madly pouring his source qi into the broadsword, Jiang Taisheng stared at Yang Kai with a ferocious expression, as if he wanted to kill him. Accompanied by an earth-shaking tiger roar, the phantom of a tiger suddenly rushed out from the broadsword. As Jiang Taisheng poured his source qi into the broadsword, the phantom of the tiger actually became more and more solid. After a while, it had turned into a real monster beast. Its body was emitting the aura of an 11th order monster beast. The giant tiger was 50 to 60 feet long, and it roared towards the sky with an extraordinary aura. Jiang Taisheng raised the artifact in his hand high and slashed down fiercely, shouting, "Go!" The giant tiger immediately took a step forward, its scarlet eyes staring at Yang Kai as it rushed towards him like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, Yang Kai coldly snorted and did not dodge. He did not even have the thought of summoning his artifact and just rushed towards the giant tiger. Arrogant. Seeing this, Jiang Taisheng shouted and followed closely behind the giant tiger. Holding the broadsword, he shot forward, his body wrapped in a dazzling stream of light. After a short while, the giant tiger arrived in front of Yang Kai and bit towards him, its fangs clearly visible. Yang Kai hugged Zhang Ruoxi tightly with one hand and clenched his other hand into a fist. In a blur, countless fist shadows appeared and bombarded the giant tiger like a storm. Asterisk pong pong pong. Asterisk strong and rhythmic sounds rang out as the giant tiger whimpered like a living creature. Its body twisted and deformed, and in less than 3 breaths, it suddenly collapsed. Seeing this, the faces of the Jiang family members who were nervously watching the battle between the Dao Source Realm Masters suddenly turned gloomy. But in the next moment, Jiang Taisheng, who was wrapped in a saber light, rushed in front of Yang Kai. The saber light suddenly grew bigger, turning into a giant blade more than 100 feet long, and slashed towards Yang Kai. With a twist of his body, Kai Yang avoided this terrifying attack. The saber light slashed the ground, immediately creating a gully more than 5 feet deep. Dirt and sand flew everywhere for a while. Before Jiang Taisheng could do anything else, Yang Kai fiercely punched the saber light. A crisp sound rang out, accompanied by a muffled groan. Jiang Taisheng's figure suddenly appeared more than 100 feet away, but at this moment, his face was extremely ugly as he held the saber in front of him with both hands. A vague dent appeared on the saber. Looking at the shape, it seemed to have been made by a fist. The strength of your body? Jiang Taisheng looked at Yang Kai in disbelief, his eyes trembling violently. The other party had just beaten his Dao Source Grade artifact to this extent with just a single punch. Even its spirituality seemed to have been damaged. How terrifying was the body of such a person? Was he still human? Just as he was in a daze, Yang Kai had already flicked his 5 fingers with a fierce look on his face. A series of black moon blades shot out like a shower. Jiang Taisheng's face changed drastically as he said in horror, "Space Force?" After realizing that the pitch-black crescent blades were all condensed from space energy, how could he dare to stay where he was? He quickly used his means to avoid them. However, the crescent blade was like a maggot that followed closely behind him. Moreover, its speed was extremely fast, causing him to be somewhat exhausted from running. Ha 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 ha, Jiang family old dog, why are you running? Do you think you can escape? If I don't turn your Jiang family upside down today, this matter won't be over. Yang Kai laughed and shouted, looking extremely relaxed. On the other side, the faces of the Jiang family's cultivator changed drastically when they saw this. The old ancestor that they relied on was running around like a stray dog after exchanging 2 moves with Yang Kai. Not only did he not have a chance to attack, he could not even talk back. This made them immediately realize that they were in big trouble this time. Patriarch. A Jiang family elder said in a deep voice, "Let's attack together and help the old ancestor." Yeah, the others also echoed. The old ancestor seems to be no match for this person. Jiang Lin's face turned solemn as he looked at the battlefield not far away. Then, he looked to the other side and said coldly, "Instead of taking the risk to help the old ancestor, it's better to deal with her." Everyone was stunned. Following Jiang Lin's gaze, they saw the Mo Shaoqi standing in place with an idle look on her face. She was leisurely paying attention to the battlefield, as if she was not worried about Yang Kai's safety at all. That's right. That Yang Kai appeared together with this woman, so their relationship is definitely not shallow. As long as we can capture her, do you think Yang Kai won't submit? Jiang Chuhi's eyes lit up as his gaze swept over Mo Shaoqi's beautiful figure. However, when he saw the crescent-shaped birthmark on Shaoqi's face, he could not help but sigh, as if he was lamenting about something. The Jiang family group exchanged glances for a moment before all of them suddenly swarmed towards Mo Shaoqi. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Origin King Realm Masters surrounded Mo Shaoqi, leaving no gaps. What are you doing? Mo Shaoqi furrowed her brow and looked around in displeasure. Hehehe. Jiang Chuhi chuckled in a low voice. Girl, don't you know what we're doing? If you know what's good for you, You'd better cooperate obediently, lest we accidentally hurt you. That wouldn't be good. Chapter 2070. Upon hearing this, Imo Shaoqi immediately understood. Looking at the Jiang family group in disdain, she asked, "You want to bully me with numbers?" Jiang Lin's old face turned embarrassed as he coughed lightly. "We had no choice. Please don't blame us, miss." "Patriarch, why are you wasting words with her? Just attack her together. If she dares to resist, don't blame us for being ruthless," a Jiang family elder shouted. "You're too shameless." "I'm just a little girl," Imo Shaoqi shouted angrily. "On the battlefield, there's no need to differentiate between little girls and big girls. If you want to blame someone, blame that Yang Kai." Jiang Chu, he seemed to have a grudge against Yang Kai and transferred his twisted thoughts to Imo Shaoqi, causing him to be impolite to her. "Do you really want to attack me?" Imo Shaoqi looked angry as she gnashed her teeth at Jiang Chu he. "Ha, do you think this young master is joking with you?" Jiang Chu he sneered. Saying so, with a flip of his wrist, an Origin King-grade artifact sword suddenly appeared in his hand. With a shake of the sword, he stabbed it towards Imo Shaoqi. In an instant, the sword hummed as source chi appeared. Wherever the sword pointed, sword flowers bloomed, seemingly wanting to envelop Imo Shaoqi. A playful expression appeared on Imo Shaoqi's pretty face as she stood in place with no intention of dodging. Instead, she shot a glare at Jiang Chu he before calmly summoning an item and pouring her source chi into it. With a puff, the artifact summoned by Imo Shaoqi suddenly grew larger and directly enveloped her, leaving no gap between her and Yang Kai. This artifact was in the shape of a sphere and was light blue in color. Its surface was sparkling. It was like a water curtain, clear and as thin as a cicada's wing. From the outside, Imo Shaoqi looked like she was wrapped in a water ball at this moment. This artifact was none other than the weak water bead that Imo Shaoqi had used in Clear Jade Mountain. The weak water bead could even imprison a young Luan Feng, which showed how powerful it was. Imo Shaoqi was currently using the weak water bead, which was originally used for imprisonment. Obviously, she was using it as a defensive artifact. The effect was obviously not bad. The moment this artifact appeared, Jiang Lin's eyes narrowed as he shouted in a low voice, "A Dao Source-grade artifact." As soon as he said that, the gazes of many elders and deacons of the Jiang family became heated. Clang! Jiang Chu he's longsword made contact with the water screen. However, unexpectedly, his attack did not have the slightest bit of effect. The only thing it managed to do was cause the water screen, which looked like it could be easily broken, to cave in a tiny bit before fiercely rebounding back. Not only that, even the power behind the attack seemed to have been completely reflected back onto Jiang Chu he. This outstanding talent of the Jiang family's new generation was caught off guard. Unexpectedly, he couldn't completely dissolve it. He couldn't help but let out a strange cry and staggered back a few steps. His face slightly paled, and his expression became aghast. Fortunately, he did not use his full strength just now. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. "I'm afraid this little girl has an extraordinary background. Everyone, there is no need to worry. Let's end this quickly." Jiang Lin's eyes drooped as he shouted in a low voice. If she was an ordinary Origin King, how could she bring out a Dao Source-grade artifact right off the bat? Furthermore, it was a defensive artifact. One had to know that there were so many Origin Kings in the Jiang family, yet none of them had a Dao Source-grade artifact of their own. Only those with extraordinary backgrounds and great backgrounds would be able to obtain 1 or 2 Dao Source-grade artifacts as a reward from their elders. Previously, when Jiang Chu he took action, Jiang Lin was still somewhat conceited. He wasn't willing to take action together, as he didn't want others to say that he was bullying the weak. However, now that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, how could he hesitate? As soon as he said that, he formed a seal with his hand and pointed forward. With a soft poochie sound, a stream of light shot out from his fingertip, instantly smashing against the water screen of the weak water bead. At the same time, the other Jiang family elders and deacons also took action. In an instant, the brilliance of various martial skills and artifacts blossomed, all of them shooting towards Imo Shaoqi. However, all the attacks were in vain. The weak water bead wrapped around Imo Xiaoqi was constantly changing its shape, dissolving all the attacks one by one, and miraculously bouncing them back. Seeing this scene, the group of Jiang family origin King Realm cultivators' complexion changed drastically, and they hurriedly dodged. Imo Xiaoqi hid behind the water screen of the weak water bead. Her pretty face pulled a long face, as if a layer of frost could be scraped off from it. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "You guys are really bullying me with your numbers. Shameless. I'll fight it out with you." Like a child who had been bullied, Xiaoqi flipped out. As soon as she finished speaking, she stretched out her hand and patted the small cloth bags hanging from her waist. These small cloth bags were bulging, and no one knew what was inside. Even if the Jiang family people had discovered it before, they wouldn't have cared. However, at this moment, a scene that made their eyes pop out appeared. Following Imo Xiaoqi's actions, one after another, monster beasts of different shapes and sizes suddenly rushed out of those cloth bags like gods descending to the mortal world. The first to appear was the majestic silver lion tiger beast with a body length of more than 60 to 70 feet. As soon as this beast appeared, it roared towards the sky and opened its bloody mouth, revealing its fangs, which frightened the Jiang family people and made them retreat again and again. The aura of a peak 10th order monster beast was in full display. Then, the heaven-escaping bat appeared, followed by the scarlet fire Qilin. Soon, a pitch-black flood dragon with a body length of more than 100 feet and 2 horns on its forehead, which seemed to have a trace of a true dragon's shape, appeared. The giant flood dragon surrounded Imo Xiaoqi, raised its head and puffed out its chest, its scarlet tongue flicking in and out of its mouth, looking like it was not to be trifled with. However, this black flood dragon's eyes were light blue, which was extremely strange. Blue eyes, black scale flood dragon? Immediately, a knowledgeable Jiang family elder cried out in surprise. Asterisk dang dang dang. Asterisk the group of Jiang family cultivator retreated a few steps, each of them looking at each other in shock, their faces filled with disbelief as they stared at the extremely rare and powerful monster beast. Not to mention the small heaven-escaping bat, the silver lion tiger beast, the scarlet fire Qilin, and the blue eyes black scale flood dragon that appeared in front of everyone. Which one of them wasn't a monster beast that was almost extinct? It was impossible to see an ordinary cultivator in the outside world. The reason why these monster beasts were almost extinct, it was because they all carried the bloodline of some ancient strange beasts. This kind of bloodline was extremely difficult to pass down. With the passing of the flowing time great emperor and the passage of time, these monster beasts with the bloodline of ancient strange beasts became rarer and rarer with each generation, and in the end, they were almost extinct. The reason why the Jiang family elder recognized the blue eyes black scale flood dragon was because he had to cultivate a secret technique that required the blood essence of this black scale flood dragon. That was why he had made many inquiries. Unfortunately, he had spent more than 10 years, but he still couldn't find any trace of this black scale flood dragon. In the end, he had no choice but to give up on cultivating that secret technique. He never expected that after so many years, another blue eyes black scale flood dragon would suddenly appear in front of him. Because these monster beasts carried the bloodline power of ancient strange beasts, every one of them was extremely difficult to deal with. They were usually able to display strength that surpassed their own level. If they used the innate divine technique that was passed down from ancient times, it wouldn't be a problem for them to fight someone one level higher. In other words, the true strength of these monster beasts in front of them had to be increased by one level before they could accurately assess it. And right now, peak 10th level? They are actually all peak 10th level? What kind of monster beast are these? Where did they pop out from? Where did this little girl come from? A group of Jiang family cultivators exclaimed, the soles of their feet almost cramping. They originally thought that Imo Xiaoqi, who was alone and only had the cultivation of the origin king realm, was obviously a very good breakthrough point. They were prepared to capture her to restrain Yang Kai. Who knew that they would suddenly poke a hornet's nest? Zhang Lin's face was even paler. As the patriarch of this generation of the Jiang family, how could he not guess that his patriarch had provoked someone he couldn't afford to provoke this time? He originally thought that Imo Xiaoqi only had some background, But when he saw the other party summon 4 peak 10th level monster beasts to help out with a wave of her hand, he immediately understood that Imo Xiaoqi didn't have some background at all. She clearly had a great background. She wasn't someone that a small family like his Jiang family could provoke. As the patriarch, he was naturally more worried than others. Moreover, when he looked at the small cloth bags on Imo Xiaoqi's waist, he vaguely seemed to think of something, but he couldn't figure it out. Just as the group of Jiang family cultivators were in a daze, Imo Xiaoqi had already gritted her little silver teeth and said angrily, "Little silver, little red, little black, teach this group of shameless guys a good lesson. How dare they bully me together? Little silver, little red, little black." When the Jiang family members heard this, they were shocked and cold sweat flowed down their foreheads. 3 peak 10th level monster beast with the bloodline of ancient mutant beasts were actually given such simple and laughable names. If it were any other time, the Jiang family members would really laugh, but at this moment, they all wanted to cry. Asterisk roar. Hoo hoo, hiss hiss. Asterisk the 3 monster beasts seemed to understand Imo Xiaoqi's order and responded with strange sounds. The silver liger roared and its huge body, which was several meters long, showed extraordinary agility at this moment. With a leap, it rushed into the group of Jiang family cultivators and raised its powerful front claws to sweep forward. With a sweep, a gust of wind rose and the sky almost changed color. How could the Jiang family members dare to face it? They all screamed and dodged. At this moment, the red fire Qilin opened its big mouth and shot scorching red fireballs forward like a storm. Those fireballs were at least the size of a millstone and contained extremely terrifying flame power. The fireballs bombarded the ground and melted the earth. The Jiang family members were frightened and frightened. They all retreated far away for fear of being contaminated. The Blue Eyes Black Scale Flood Dragon also took action. A layer of dark aura suddenly spread out from its body and turned into a black cloud. It rushed into the battlefield like the wind and enveloped the 3 Jiang family origin king realm cultivators. After a short while, the sound of fighting and strange hissing came from the black cloud. Imo Xiaoqi stood steadily in the water curtain of the weak water bead, holding the heaven escaping bat in her arms and slowly combing its hair. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, she murmured faintly, "It seems that we can't get the upper hand. Should I call Xiaobai, Xiaohuang, Xiaoqing, Xiaolu, and the others?" Jiang family members. Chapter 2071. Even though the 3 peak 10th order monster beasts were extraordinary, the Jiang family had a lot of origin king realm masters, and there was no lack of 3rd order origin king realm masters among them. Therefore, the two sides were evenly matched in this battle. However, after hearing Imo Xiaoqi's words, everyone from the Jiang family felt their hearts skip a beat. They couldn't help but look at each other from a distance, speechless and choking on their tears. Just the 3 monster beasts were enough to tie them down. If Xiaobai, Xiaohuang, Xiaoqing, Xiaolu, and the others appeared, how could the Jiang family fight back? At this moment, Zhang Lin suddenly thought of something. While avoiding the fierce attacks of the scarlet flame Qilin, he looked at the small cloth bag on Imo Xiaoqi's waist in horror and exclaimed, "Spirit Beast Bag. Miss, are you from Spirit Beast Island?" Until now, he finally remembered the origin of those small cloth bags. Don't underestimate these small cloth bags because they were unique products of Spirit Beast Island. Only the masters of Spirit Beast Island could make such an artifact that could contain monster beasts through a secret method. Moreover, Spirit Beast bags were never sold, so it was impossible for others to get one. On the other hand, Imo Xiaoqi had a lot of them hanging around her waist. If she had no relationship with Spirit Beast Island, how could she have gotten so many Spirit Beast bags? Spirit Beast Island was a famous existence in the entire star boundary. Although it wasn't as big as Star Soul Palace or Serene Soul Palace and had many disciples, it was still a transcendent force. The owner of Spirit Beast Island, or rather, the Island Master, was one of the 10 great emperors, the Martial Beast. It was rumored that there were many monster beasts that were rarely seen in the outside world on Spirit Beast Island. Even ancient divine spirits had settled there. They also settled down there. There were countless birds and beasts on the island. Therefore, Even though Spirit Beast Island was just an island and the martial beast didn't open its doors to recruit disciples, the deterrence of Spirit Beast Island in the Star Boundary was not inferior to Serene Soul Palace and Star Soul Palace, which also had the 10 Great Emperors. However, Spirit Beast Island was located in the boundless sea of the Eastern Territory, hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the Southern Territory. Zhang Lin did not connect Imo Shaoqi's identity to Spirit Beast Island at first. But as the patriarch of the family, after seeing the many magical methods Imo Shaoqi had displayed at this moment, how could he not have guessed? Young lady, what relationship do you have with Martial Beast? Zhang Lin saw that Imo Shaoqi did not answer, so he took the opportunity to ask. After all, as far as he knew, the Spirit Beast Island did not recruit disciples on a large scale to live on the island. All of them were related to Martial Beast. If Imo Shaoqi was really from Spirit Beast Island, then she must be a relative or one of Martial Beast's few disciples. How could the Jiang family afford to offend such an existence? It would be more appropriate to treat her like a grandaunt. Imo Shaoqi just stood in the water curtain of the weak water bead, holding Little Bat in one hand and stroking it with the other. Hearing this, he looked up at the sky. He had an indifferent look on his face. After hearing Zhang Lin's words, the expressions of the other Jiang family members changed drastically. They all felt a chill run down their spines. How could they still have the mood to deal with the monster beast's attacks? With this, the balance was immediately broken. First, an elder of the Jiang family was caught off guard and was hit by the red fire Qilin's fireball. He screamed and melted on the spot. Then, another deacon of the Jiang family was slapped into a meat patty by the silver liger beast. Blood splattered all over the ground. His death was too horrible to look at. From the black cloud transformed by the blue eyes black scale flood dragon, a figure flew out. Before landing, this figure's aura was cut off. After falling to the ground, his head tilted and he lay there forever. In an instant, 3 Jiang family origin king realm cultivators died a violent death. Seeing this, Zhang Lin's eyes turned red. He swept away the fear and worry in his heart and shouted, "Young lady, no matter what relationship you have with Martial Beast, since we have shed all pretense of cordiality today, either you die or we die." As soon as these words came out, the other Jiang family members were shocked. Everyone knew that there was no other way but to go all out. Not to mention that this blood feud had already been formed. Imo Shaoqi's background was not something they could provoke. If they couldn't kill Imo Shaoqi here today, there would be no place for the Jiang family in the entire Star Boundary in the future. Imo Shaoqi didn't even need to do it herself. She only needed to spread the word and countless masters would rush to bring the heads of these Jiang family members for her. There weren't many opportunities to gain favor with Spirit Beast Island. After calming down, the group of Jiang family members regrouped and turned the tables around. But at this moment, the result of the Dao Source Realm battle seemed to have come out. Accompanied by a scream, the figures of Jiang Taisheng and Yang Kai, who were entangled in midair, separated upon contact. Yang Kai had a leisurely look on his face. On the contrary, Jiang Taisheng, who was standing not far in front of him, was pale and bloodless. A trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. This century-old veteran Dao Source Realm Master had fallen into a disadvantageous position after fighting with Yang Kai for less than half a cup of tea's worth of time. He looked at Yang Kai with extreme resentment and disbelief. He couldn't believe that he wasn't this young man's opponent. Turning his head to look below, Jiang Taisheng's face suddenly sank. With his eyesight, how could he not see that these descendants of his family were also in trouble? He couldn't count on them at all. Perhaps the Jiang family's several hundred years of foundation would be buried here today. Thinking of this, Jiang Taisheng's face darkened. He glared at Yang Kai angrily and shouted, "Junior, even if this old master dies today, I'll drag you down with me." Saying this, he pushed the power in his body. His pale old face turned a lot redder. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. Yang Kai's face sank. He realized that the other party was really going to go all out against him. Although he was confident that he could kill Jiang Taisheng, the other party was still a Dao Source Realm Master. If he really went all out, he couldn't be underestimated. What's more, he was holding Zhang Ruoxi in his arms, so his movements were restricted. Therefore, Yang Kai cautiously assumed a defensive posture, lest this old man really use some kind of method to take him down with him. In the next moment, a cloud of blood mist wrapped around Jiang Taisheng. His figure couldn't be seen at all. Then, the blood mist flickered and directly disappeared. It turned into a rainbow light and quickly fled in the opposite direction of Yang Kai. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. For a moment, he was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect that Jiang Taisheng's slogan would be so loud and sonorous. It seemed that even if he died, he wouldn't let Yang Kai have an easy time. In the end, it was just a cover for his escape. Cunning old fox. Yang Kai cursed angrily. His eyes were full of contempt. At the same time, he hurriedly urged his space force and mobilized the space principles. He pointed at the bloody light that Jiang Taisheng had turned into and shouted, "Bind?" The bloody light paused for a moment, but it was only for a moment. Soon, it broke through the blockade of the principal strength and fled forward at an even faster speed. After all, Jiang Taisheng was a Dao Source Realm master. Yang Kai was mobilizing the principal strength from such a long distance, so how could he be trapped? After escaping the shackles of the space principles, he turned around and directly plunged into the cave in the barren mountain. Soon, he disappeared. This old thing. Yang Kai immediately understood Jiang Taisheng's intentions. Obviously, he was not a match for him and had suffered some injuries, so he didn't want to rely on speed to escape. If he really did so, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape Yang Kai's pursuit. Yang Kai, who understood the Tao of space, had an absolute advantage when it came to tracking and escaping. Therefore, Jiang Taisheng set his eyes on the space array in the cave. As long as he teleported away through the space array, Yang Kai wouldn't be able to catch up to him, no matter how powerful he was. Jiang Taisheng's plan was indeed good, and he succeeded as he wished. 2 breaths after he entered the cave, his aura suddenly disappeared and was replaced by a weak fluctuation of space force. This fluctuation of space force was naturally caused by Jiang Taisheng using the space array. On the other side, the hearts of the Jiang family members turned cold when they saw this. They had fought with their lives on the line and even lost 3 of their people, all because they wanted to help their own ancestor. But they didn't expect that at this critical moment, their old ancestor would abandon them without hesitation and escape alone without even saying goodbye. They didn't have much confidence in defeating Imo Shaoqi, and now that Yang Kai, a Dao Source Realm master, was free, the Jiang family members would undoubtedly be courting death if they stayed. So, Jiang Lin made a prompt decision and shouted, "Let's go." Everyone hurriedly withdrew from the battle and madly ran towards the cave in the barren mountain. Their thoughts were the same as Jiang Taisheng's. Since they couldn't escape from Yang Kai, they could only rely on the power of the space array. As long as they could teleport away, they could escape this calamity. To their surprise, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest intention of stopping them. Instead, he stood in the air with an indifferent expression and watched them escape. However, the playful smile at the corner of his mouth made Jiang Lin vigilant. On the other hand, the other members of the Jiang family were overjoyed. They scrambled into the cave, filling up the small cave in no time. Pieces of source crystals were quickly thrown into the grooves around the array by an elder of the Jiang family. When everything was in place, he immediately urged his power to activate the array. However, nothing happened. As the members of the Jiang clan waited anxiously, the spatial magic array that should have been activated immediately was like an inanimate object. It didn't make a single sound, let alone teleport everyone away. "What's going on?" Zhang Chuhi asked in shock. "The space array is not responding?" The elder replied with a pale face. "Why is there no response? Let me try." As Jiang Chuhi spoke, he urged his power and poured it into the space array just like the elder. But the result was the same. The space array seemed to have lost its function and didn't activate at all. A figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave, letting out a strange laugh as he walked in step by step. Chapter 2072. The faces of the Jiang family members instantly turned ashen. They turned their heads to look at Yang Kai, who was gradually approaching them like the god of death. Their entire body was shrouded in a chill. Everyone suddenly realized that their wrong choice had caused them to be caught like a turtle in a jar by Yang Kai. Very good, very good. Since you're all here, I won't have to chase after you one by one. Yang Kai stood not far in front of the Jiang family members and looked at them calmly. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "Your ancestor doesn't seem to be a very kind person." As soon as these words came out, Jiang Lin seemed to have been hit in the chest by an invisible sledgehammer. His face suddenly turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, he looked up to the sky and lamented, "I hate it." The other Jiang family members also looked ashen. Their expressions were complicated and embarrassed. At this point, how could they not understand that the reason why the space array under their feet could not be operated was greatly related to the ancestor destroying another space array on the other side? The array in the cave and the one in the mine were connected to each other. Only when both were intact could they be transmitted to each other. However, as soon as Jiang Taisheng was transmitted away, the array here had a problem. Obviously, it was because he had done something on the other side. It was not difficult to understand why he would do this. He just wanted to obstruct Yang Kai's pursuit. However, because of this, he had ruined the escape route of the other Jiang family members. As the ancestor of a family, he only cared about himself at the critical moment and ignored the lives of his family members. How could they not be bitterly disappointed? In despair, Jiang Lin looked at Yang Kai with waning interest and said, "Alchemist Yang, since things have come to this, kill me or torture me as you wish." He still had some backbone. In the face of a desperate situation, he didn't have the intention to beg for mercy. Instead, he just wanted to die. He was probably hurt by his own ancestors' actions, so he didn't have the intention to continue living. However, although he thought so, the other Jiang family members did not think so. Jiang Lin said. The expressions of the Jiang family elders couldn't help but flicker, while the outstanding talent of the new generation, Jiang Chu-he, turned pale with fright. He hurriedly took a step forward, looked at Yang Kai with a fawning expression, and implored, "Alchemist Yang." This Jiang had eyes but failed to see before and offended Alchemist Yang. "I hope that Alchemist Yang will be magnanimous and not bother with me. Now, this Jiang has completely repented. In the future, I will definitely turn over a new leaf and follow by Alchemist Yang's side." "Oh?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, revealing a look of interest. "Bastard, you?" Jiang Lin was already suffering from a heart attack due to his blood and qi, causing him to become dispirited and listless. The situation was getting worse. He nearly fainted on the spot. Forcing himself to stay alert, he pointed a trembling finger at Jiang Chu-he's spine and said in grief and indignation, "You cowardly coward! How dare you call yourself a member of my Jiang family?" Jiang Chu-he abruptly turned his head and snapped, "Old man, don't be so long-winded. Even the old ancestor has abandoned us, so why should I seek my own death? I, Jiang Chu-he, am still young and have a bright future ahead of me. I don't want to die here for no reason. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and submit to Alchemist Yang. Alchemist Yang is kind and benevolent, so he may spare your lives." "Well said." Yang Kai smiled faintly, looked at Jiang Chu-he approvingly and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad, not bad." Jiang Chu-he hurriedly turned his head and put on a fawning expression, bowing slightly, and said with a flattering smile, "Alchemist Yang is too kind. However, I hate cowardly people." Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. Jiang Chu-he's smile stiffened on his face. "All right, let's cut the crap. Originally, I didn't intend to exterminate the Jiang family. I only intended to punish the culprit. However, since this blood feud has already been formed, then, everyone, rest in peace." As he spoke, Yang Kai's expression gradually turned cold. Murderous intent surged like a tide as he slowly extended his hand and pushed it towards the Jiang family. The faces of the group of Jiang family origin kings changed drastically. They instinctively wanted to resist, but they were shocked to find that the surrounding space had already solidified. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move an inch. Not only that, even the strength in their bodies had stagnated in their meridians, unable to be activated. principal strength. The faces of the Jiang family members instantly turned ashen as they watched Yang Kai's hand push forward, causing the aura of death to rush towards them. But right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, the earth started to hum and tremble violently. In just a breath of time, a series of cracking sounds rang out from all directions. The sound was deafening, as if doomsday was coming. Yang Kai's face changed. He released his divine sense, and after clearly detecting the changes in his surroundings, he didn't even have time to deal with the Jiang family members. His figure flickered and disappeared from the cave, appearing next to Imo Shaoqi in the next moment. Shaoqi had already put away her monster beast and was floating in the air with a solemn look on her face. After seeing Yang Kai appear, she hurriedly said, "Big brother Yang, it seems to be that. I know, let's go." Yang Kai interrupted her. Pushing his source chi, he wrapped her up and quickly fled into the distance. At the same time, in the cave, the Jiang family members had just escaped death, and all of them were somewhat bewildered. No one knew who shouted that something bad was going to happen, but everyone rushed out of the cave one after another. When they got outside and looked around, the Jiang family members were dumbfounded. They saw that the earth within a radius of 1,000 miles was violently undulating like waves, as if something was causing trouble underground. Along with this violent undulation, crisscrossing ravines suddenly appeared in their field of vision. There were so many of them that no one knew how far they stretched. And from those ravines, a pitch-black aura spread out. This aura quickly divided into something like a pitch-black spirit snake and slithered around. The world was soon filled with this kind of thing. The Jiang family members were only distracted for a moment before they were completely surrounded by this black aura. "What is this?" An elder of the Jiang family cried out in horror. He could sense a sense of unease from the black aura. That feeling seemed to be able to trigger all kinds of negative emotions in the deepest part of his heart. In an instant, his eyes turned crimson red, and his breathing suddenly quickened. Demonic chi. "Oh no! Run!" The Jiang family members shouted and activated their powers, wanting to use their techniques to escape this place, but how could they make it in time? The pitch-black spirit snake-like existences were like living creatures, surging over from all directions and tightly surrounding the Jiang family members in an instant. The protective source power of the Jiang family cultivator could not stop the corrosion of this black aura at all. In a short while, holes were corroded, and the black aura took the opportunity to enter, drilling into their bodies through their mouths, noses, eyes, and ears. After a short while, screams sounded one after another. The Jiang family members seemed to be enduring unimaginable torture and pain. But after a while, these screams came to an abrupt stop. In the world shrouded by the black aura, the Jiang family cultivators straightened their backs and stood up again. But at this moment, their auras were very different from before. No matter who it was, they were all shrouded in a black aura, and each of them had an indescribable evil smile on their faces. Their eyes had also turned dark red, and they looked extremely terrifying. Boom, 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 boom. Somewhere, a huge hole was suddenly blasted open by a violent force. Soil flew everywhere, and from that hole, a vigorous figure rushed out. This figure landed on the ground and moved his arms and legs slightly, and a series of crisp, crackling sounds came from his body. He twisted his neck again and suddenly laughed in a low voice. If Yang Kai was still here, he would definitely realize that this figure was not just anyone, but the Jiang family ancestor who was beaten by him like a stray dog, Jiang Taisheng. In just a short while, the injuries on Jiang Taisheng's body seemed to have healed. Not only that, his aura was more than a level stronger than before, as if he had received a huge upgrade. Not only him, but the rest of the Jiang family members were also the same. Everyone who was corroded and transformed by the black aura seemed to have a huge improvement in their aura and strength. Jiang Taisheng stood there for a while, and suddenly a series of whooshing sounds came from behind him. One figure after another rushed out of the hole behind him and stood behind him in an orderly manner, not saying a word. It was very strange. These figures were all the Jiang family cultivator and slave miners who had been demonized in the mine before. Jiang Taisheng looked around, and a very satisfied expression appeared on his face. Immediately, he raised his head and let out a long howl. The howl went straight to the sky, and the pitch-black demonic chi seemed to have been summoned by something. It spun and converged into a pitch-black tornado that rushed into the sky, as if it wanted to poke a hole in the sky. In the distance, Yang Kai and Emo Xiaoqi, who were running with all their might, heard the howl and looked back. Their faces couldn't help but change drastically. "This is bad," Yang Kai exclaimed. "I don't know what the Jiang family released this time, but I'm afraid that Maplewood City is in danger. If I'm not wrong, it should be the demonic chi of the ancient great demon." Emo Xiaoqi continued. "Ancient great demon?" Yang Kai frowned. "And in ancient times, the human race, demon race, and various other races had their heyday and once ruled the star boundary. However, with the change of the flowing time great emperor, the races changed and replaced one race after another. Our human race has been able to rule the star boundary until now because of our large numbers and numerous powerhouses, suppressing the living space of the other races. However, this doesn't mean that the other races have been destroyed. In some secret places in the star boundary, various races have their own places of reproduction and living, but they rarely show themselves. The current demon race is one of them. However, the current demon race is completely different from the ancient great demon. Only the pure demonic chi of the ancient great demon can demonize other creatures and transform them into members of the demon race. Chapter 2073. There's such a thing? Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. Either the ancient great demon's demonic chi was sealed in that mine, or the ancient great demon's body was sealed. Damn it! How did the Jiang family find this place and even destroy the seal? Emo Xiaoqi's pretty face was filled with anger. It seems that the reason why there are so many pure heart jades in that mine isn't naturally formed, but because of the seal? Yang Kai mused. The greatest effect of the pure heart jade was to purify the heart and mind, and it was the nemesis of the evil demonic chi. Perhaps, a long time ago, an ancient master used a large number of pure heart jades to set up a seal underground, but as the Jiang family continued to send people to excavate over the years, the seal must have been destroyed, resulting in the leaking of the demonic chi. I hope it's the former, if it's the latter. Emo Xiaoqi hesitated. What will happen? Yang Kai asked. Emo Xiaoqi glanced at him faintly and continued. This means that the ancient great demon has a chance to be resurrected. If that's the case, I'm afraid that only the 10 great emperors can destroy it personally. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face suddenly became gloomy. The demonic chi is dispersing. Emo Xiaoqi seemed to have made a new discovery at this moment and hurriedly shouted. Yang Kai took a moment to look back and found that it was just as Emo Xiaoqi said. The huge demonic chi that covered a radius of 1,000 kilometers seemed to have been mobilized by something and was dispersing in all directions. The rolling demonic chi was like an invincible torrent, leaving behind a mess wherever it went. At the foot of the barren mountain near the mine, there was originally a village here. But at this moment, when the demonic chi rolled past, miserable screams immediately rang out from the village. After the demonic chi disappeared, one figure after another wrapped in the dark aura stood up from every corner of the village. Immediately after, they set their eyes on Yang Kai and Emo Xiaoqi, who were fleeing in the distance, and chased after them. These ordinary people, who had never cultivated before, were now displaying physical strength that was not inferior to that of wild beasts. Their bodies were strong and vigorous. He was like a cheetah. Although he couldn't catch up with Yang Kai, he still had no intention of giving up. "Sir." At this moment, Zhang Ruoxi's weak cry came from Yang Kai's arms. "You're awake?" Yang Kai looked down and saw Zhang Ruoxi looking at him with her eyes wide open. Her originally pale face seemed to have regained some color after this period of rest. Yang Kai hurriedly circulated his source chi and circulated it through her body. After making sure that she was fine, he finally relaxed. "Sir, please save the orphan and widow of the Zhang family." Zhang Ruoxi pleaded. "They don't know anything about the situation here. If we leave them alone..." Hearing this, Yang Kai frowned, but very soon, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll rush to the Zhang family." "Thank you, sir." Zhang Ruoxi replied gratefully. "Big brother Yang, why don't we split up? Emo Xiaoqi suddenly said, you go to the Zhang family, and I'll go to Maplewood City to inform the City Lord Master to take precautions. Otherwise, when the demonic Qi invades Maplewood City, I'm afraid it will be too late. All right. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. He also had this plan. Now that Emo Xiaoqi took the initiative to suggest it, it was naturally for the best. Be careful. I'll rush to Maplewood City to meet you as soon as possible. Then, we'll leave this place. Emo Xiaoqi nodded heavily. Then, she urged her strength and turned into a stream of light, shooting straight toward Maplewood City. After she left, Yang Kai suddenly accelerated. After half an incense stick of time, Yang Kai had arrived at the Zhang family's manor. At this moment, the sky had just brightened, but the group of orphans and widows of the Zhang family had woken up very early. There were already traces of people moving in the manor. When Yang Kai arrived, the two remaining men of the Zhang family, the fat and thin cultivator, were competing in an open space somewhere. The two of them had similar strength and cultivation, so they were locked in a fierce battle. Just as they were locked in a fierce battle, their vision blurred and a person suddenly appeared. The fat and thin cultivator were shocked and took a step back at the same time, shouting, "Who is it?" But in the next moment, the fat cultivator's face showed a happy expression and said in surprise, "Oh, it's our benefactor." And Ruoshi? The thin cultivator also saw Zhang Ruoshi, who was gently put down by Yang Kai, and greeted him enthusiastically. Since Yang Kai solved the Zhang family's extinction crisis last time, everyone in the Zhang family was grateful to Yang Kai. Seeing him now, they were naturally full of joy. Second brother, third brother, Zhang Ruoshi's pretty face blushed, as if she was a little embarrassed, and she quickly called out softly, "You guys chat, I'll go find the old madam." After saying this, Yang Kai's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared. Benefactor, what are you doing in such a hurry? The fat cultivator instinctively sensed that something was wrong and looked at Zhang Ruoshi worriedly. Did something happen? It's like this. Zhang Ruoshi also knew that this was not the time to reminisce, so she quickly told them what happened in the mine. After hearing this, the fat and thin cultivators' faces turned pale. At this moment, the Zhang family's matriarch's voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Their expressions turned cold, and after calling Zhang Ruoshi, they hurriedly rushed to the manor. After half a cup of tea's time, an exquisite ship suddenly rose from the Zhang family's manor and quickly turned into a stream of light, shooting in the direction of Maplewood City. There weren't many people in the Zhang family now, only about a dozen. Except for the fat and thin cultivator, who were both men, the rest were all women. Moreover, their cultivations varied. In order to save time, Yang Kai could only summon the ship artifact and take them to Maplewood City. Fortunately, they didn't have many people, otherwise, they wouldn't have acted so quickly. The Zhang family's old madam didn't doubt Yang Kai's words. After learning the seriousness of the matter, she made a prompt decision to leave with Yang Kai, not caring about the hundreds of years of the Zhang family's foundation. The old madam was already half buried, so she naturally knew that as long as there were still people in the family, there would always be a chance to make a comeback. But if there were no people, then the family would really be finished. Compared to the safety of a family's members, what was a few hundred years of foundation? The distance of 300 kilometers was covered in a moment. At the city gate, the cultivator guarding the city saw the ship rushing over, and his face changed drastically. One of the First Order Origin King cultivators raised his voice and shouted, "Who are you? No flight-type artifacts are allowed in Maplewood City. Please disembark immediately." There was no response from the ship. Seeing the ship getting closer and closer, the guards all had grave and stern expressions. Just as they were about to launch an attack on the ship to defend the dignity of Maplewood City, an unbearable pressure suddenly came from the ship. Dao Source Realm. The First Order Origin King cultivator almost knelt on the ground. As for the others, their cultivations were lower than his, so their situation was even worse. In this moment of distraction, the ship rushed into Maplewood City at an extremely fast speed. Who was so bold as to use a flight-type artifact in the city? This person is tired of living. Where are the people from the City Lord's mansion? Why didn't they teach him a lesson? Are you kidding me? The one on that ship is a Dao Source Realm Master. Besides the two Vice City Lords and the City Lord's Master, who can stop him? For a moment, the cultivator in Maplewood City looked up at the sky and whispered. Normally, Yang Kai would never be so ostentatious, but now, time was tight, and he had to bring a group of orphans and widows from the Zhang family with him, so he really had no choice. Good news did not go out, but bad news traveled 1,000 miles. Soon, the news that someone had ignored the rules of Maplewood City and used a flight-type artifact to break into the city spread to the ears of the great families in the city, making them very surprised. At this moment, Yang Kai had already arrived at Spirit Pill Plaza on his ship. Naturally, Yang Kai had come here to inform Kong Si Ran. In the entire Maplewood City, he had a close relationship with Kong Si Ran and Emo Xiaoqi. Now that Maplewood City was facing a disaster, he naturally had to inform the other party. Stay here and don't move. I have already activated the defensive barrier of the ship. I will be back soon, Yang Kai said to the group of people from the Zhang family before hurriedly leaving the ship. At the same time, Kong Si Ran heard the noise and walked out of Spirit Pill Plaza. When he saw Yang Kai, Kong Si Ran's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He pointed at him and said in shock, Brother Yang, you. He thought he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. After all, when the Yuan Furnace Mountain collapsed, Yang Kai disappeared without a trace. Later, he inquired about Yang Kai's whereabouts and knew that the people of Raging Fire Temple had searched the collapsed Yuan Furnace Mountain for 2 months, but still found nothing. More than half a year had passed, but there was still no news of Yang Kai. Kong Si Ran took it for granted that Yang Kai had died in the Yuan Furnace Mountain. But now, Yang Kai had magically appeared in front of him. How could Kong Si Ran not be surprised? But soon, Kong Si Ran put on a relieved expression, as if he had put down a burden in his heart. He quickly walked forward, grabbed Yang Kai's arm with one hand, and patted him on the shoulder with the other. He looked him up and down and said, Good, Brother Yang. You are indeed a worthy person. This brother can finally rest assured. Kong Si Ran had been feeling quite guilty these days because he had brought Yang Kai to the Yuan Furnace Mountain. But when the Yuan Furnace Mountain collapsed, he ran back safely while Yang Kai died there. Over the past half a year, Kong Si Ran felt guilty every time he thought of this. He felt that he had harmed Yang Kai and often couldn't sleep at night, nor could he cultivate in peace. But now, the source of his uneasiness had returned safe and sound, so he naturally felt a lot more relaxed. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He immediately understood Kong Si Ran's psychological changes, but he couldn't explain anything. Brother Yang, what are you? Kong Si Ran cast his gaze at the exquisite ship floating above Spirit Pill Plaza, a trace of suspicion flashing across his face. He didn't know what Yang Kai was up to. Chapter 2074. Brother Kong, something bad has happened. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice with a grave expression. What happened? Kong Si Ran's expression changed as he saw some clues from Yang Kai's expression, so he asked anxiously, What happened? It's like this. Yang Kai quickly explained what happened in the mine, then continued, Brother Kong, please pack up your things quickly and leave Maplewood City with me. How could this be? How could there be the ancient great demon's pure demonic chi near Maplewood City? Kong Si Ran was stunned and couldn't believe his ears. If Yang Kai hadn't told him this, he would have just laughed it off and wouldn't have taken it seriously, but this was the news brought by Yang Kai, so he couldn't help but think about it. There's no time to think about it. Yang Kai looked back worriedly at the sky outside the city, and as if he had noticed something, his expression changed slightly and he shouted in a low voice, Brother Kong, I'm going to the City Lord's mansion, and I'll be back soon. After I come back, I'll leave this place immediately. After saying this, he activated his space force and started to flicker in the city. Kong Si Ran shivered and didn't have time to think about it, so he turned around and rushed into the Spirit Pill Plaza. In the next moment, the whole Spirit Pill Plaza was in chaos. The City Lord's mansion was located in the center of Maplewood City, and Yang Kai had been there when he participated in the auction with Kong Si Ran, so he was naturally familiar with the place. He wasn't going to the City Lord's mansion to inform anyone, but to find Emo Xiaoqi. Calculating the time, Emo Xiaoqi should have explained the situation in the mine to the city lord's mansion by now, but she was still nowhere to be seen. Yang Kai could only go there in person. He had to bring Emo Xiaoqi back first. Halfway there, he took out the sound bead given to him by Emo Xiaoqi and poured his divine sense into it to send a message. Unfortunately, Emo Xiaoqi didn't respond. Yang Kai furrowed his brow, and after taking back the sound bead, he sped up a lot. After a short while, he arrived at the city lord's mansion and swept it with his powerful divine sense. He immediately found Emo Xiaoqi's trail. Emo Xiaoqi was in a side hall of the city lord's mansion at this moment, and there seemed to be a first-order Dao Source Realm cultivator with her. However, this cultivator's aura was very unfamiliar, so no one knew who he was. Space force fluctuated, and Yang Kai appeared in the side hall. Glancing around, Yang Kai immediately found that Emo Xiaoqi was standing in front of a gray-skinned old man at the moment, an excited look on her face as she said something. The old man, on the other hand, was standing in place with his hands behind his back. He had an indifferent look on his face. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, the old man sensed it and suddenly turned his head. Two rays of light suddenly shot out from his calm eyes and landed on Yang Kai. Immediately, a surprised expression appeared on his face. This was because the old man had discovered something. Yang Kai was actually an extremely unfamiliar Dao Source Realm cultivator. This was a rare sight in Maplewood City. Big Brother Yang. Emo Xiaoqi, on the other hand, acted as if she had seen her savior and greeted him happily. Have you dealt with it? Yang Kai asked hurriedly. Emo Xiaoqi heard this and looked annoyed. Pointing at the gray-skinned old man, she stomped her foot and said, "This Vice City Lord Zhuang doesn't believe what I said at all. I'm arguing with him." He doesn't believe you? Yang Kai frowned. But after hearing what Emo Xiaoqi said, Yang Kai also knew who this gray-skinned old man was. Maplewood City's Vice City Lord, Zhuang Pan. He was also a First-Order Dao Source Realm cultivator. There was only one City Lord in the entire Maplewood City. Of the two Vice City Lords, the City Lord was naturally Duan Yuan Shan, a Second-Order Dao Source Realm cultivator. Of the two Vice City Lords, one was Drunkard, who had once presided over the auction. He was eccentric, and the other was Zhuang Pan. Although he and Drunkard were only First-Order Dao Source Realm cultivators, they had been immersed in this realm for many years, so it was very possible for them to make a breakthrough at any time. Today, perhaps because he was on duty in the City Lord's mansion, it didn't take much effort for Emo Xiaoqi to see him after arriving here. Unfortunately, this Zhuang Pan didn't believe Emo Xiaoqi's words. No matter how serious the situation was described by Emo Xiaoqi, he still looked indifferent. Instead, he looked at Emo Xiaoqi with a suspicious look, wondering if he was suspecting that she was plotting something. This really made Emo Xiaoqi anxious. The reason she had taken the initiative to come to the City Lord's mansion to inform him of the demon qi leaking out was because she was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see so many cultivators in Maplewood City suffer from the demon qi. She didn't have any selfish motives, but Zhuang Pan's attitude made her feel as if her face had been plastered to the ground, causing her to feel wronged. How should I address this friend? You look very unfamiliar. When Zhuang Pan faced Yang Kai, his expression finally became a lot more solemn. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't something he could ignore. Yang Kai greets Vice City Lord Zhuang. Yang Kai cupped his fists at him, and without waiting for him to say anything, he continued, "What my friend said before is not a fabrication. It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. As for how the City Lord's mansion should resist, I hope Vice City Lord Zhuang can quickly discuss a countermeasure with the City Lord's master. I'm afraid it will be too late if we delay. That's all I have to say. Farewell." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he didn't give Zhuang Pan any face and pulled Emo Xiaoqi to leave. Seeing this, Zhuang Pan's face suddenly sank, looking very unhappy. At this moment, a First-Order Origin King cultivator rushed in with a panicked expression. When he entered the hall, he shouted, "Reporting to Vice City Lord Master, just now, a ship rushed into the city despite the city's ban on flying. There was a Dao Source Realm Master on the ship, and we were unable to stop it. We asked Vice City Lord Master to make a decision." Ship? Dao Source Realm? Zhuang Pan's eyes couldn't help but shrink when he heard this. In the next moment, he looked up at Yang Kai's back and immediately shouted, "Friend, take care." As soon as he finished speaking, he angrily pushed his source chi and his figure flickered. He appeared behind Yang Kai like a ghost and reached out to pat his shoulder. Sensing the movement behind him, Yang Kai pushed Mo Shaoqi away, turned around, and raised his hand to meet Zhuang Pan's big hand. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang. The world energy shook, and a gust of wind raged in the hall. Yang Kai was as still as a mountain, but Zhuang Pan took a step back slightly, his face becoming even gloomier than before. "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai leaned to the side and looked at Zhuang Pan with an unfriendly face, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Zhuang Pan's heart trembled, but he was still a Dao Source Realm Master, so he took a deep breath to calm the tumbling blood in his chest and said in a deep voice, "Friend, this Zhuang is the Vice City Lord of Maplewood City and has the authority to manage all affairs in the city. You must have heard the guard's report just now, so this Zhuang wants to know." "That ship is indeed mine." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish and finished his sentence. "Friend, you are quite bold." Zhuang Pan was furious when he heard this. No flying is allowed in Maplewood City, and no flying artifacts are allowed. This is a rule that no one can break. Since this friend has ignored the orders of the City Lord's mansion, this Zhuang Pan must ask for an explanation. Before Yang Kai could speak, Mo Shaoqi stomped her foot and said angrily, "You are really interesting. The leaked demonic chi is about to attack Maplewood City, but you are here investigating Big Brother Yang's ship. Do you really not care about the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in Maplewood City?" Zhuang Pan narrowed his eyes and coldly snorted. "Whether this is true or not, how can this Zhuang believe your one-sided words? This friend has broken the rules of Maplewood City, so I'm afraid you can't just leave like this, right? If you want to leave, you have to ask this Zhuang first." "What rules are you talking about when you are about to die?" Yang Kai laughed angrily. "Shaoqi, there's no need to talk to him anymore. We have already delivered the news, so it's up to him to believe it or not. When the day comes that Maplewood City is plunged into misery and suffering, I want to see if those hundreds of thousands of innocent souls will continue to haunt him day and night. Let's go." Mo Shaoqi nodded, glared angrily at Zhuang Pan, and then followed after Yang Kai. This king said, "If your excellency wants to leave, you have to pass through this king first." Zhuang Pan shouted angrily as a small pagoda-like artifact suddenly appeared in his hand. Pouring his source chi into it, the small pagoda began to rotate and fly towards Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi. While flying, the small pagoda expanded in the wind, growing into a behemoth more than a dozen meters high. The bottom of the pagoda was dark and shrouded in principal strength as it pressed down on Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi. From the looks of it, it seemed the pagoda intended to suppress the two of them directly. A Dao Source Grade artifact. Yang Kai noticed the powerful aura emanating from the small pagoda, and his eyes couldn't help narrowing as his anger flared up. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai reached out and took out a light blue bead, pouring his source chi into it. The light blue bead wasn't big, only the size of a longan fruit, but as he poured his source chi into it, a faint arc of lightning appeared inside the bead. Mo Shaoqi stared at the bead in astonishment and immediately let out a soft cry of surprise, as if she was extremely surprised. At that moment, the arc of lightning leapt out of the bead like a fish and, with a light crackling sound, flew towards the pagoda. Seeing this scene, Zhuang Pan couldn't help sneering, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt as he formed a series of hand seals, causing the already large pagoda to become even larger. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk the arc of lightning struck the interior of the pagoda and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The pagoda didn't react at all. Zhuang Pan laughed and ridiculed. "Friends' means are really eye-opening." Yang Kai just stood quietly in place and responded with a sneer. Seeing such a strange reaction, Zhuang Pan's heart skipped a beat for no reason as a bad feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. Before he could figure out what kind of trick Yang Kai had up his sleeve, a series of crackling sounds came from inside the tower that was pressing down from the sky. Immediately afterwards, the tower's exterior flashed with a dense layer of lightning, like a dancing demon, while the light of the tower itself flickered erratically. The moment the lightning flashed, Pan felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His face paled as he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened greatly as he cried out in alarm, "How is this possible?" Chapter 2075. At that moment, Pan realized that the spirituality of his pagoda had been greatly damaged. His pagoda was a Tao Source grade low-rank artifact that he had refined with his secret technique and divine sense for many years, so it was closely related to him. After using that secret technique to refine it, although it could greatly increase the power of the pagoda, correspondingly, once the pagoda was damaged, as its owner, he would also suffer varying degrees of backlash. At this moment, he was suffering a great backlash. The source chi in his body was turbulent and on the verge of going berserk. He was unable to suppress it at all, so he had no choice but to spit out a mouthful of blood. Kacha. The lightning flowing around the pagoda continued for a long time before gradually extinguishing. The surface of the pagoda did not seem to be damaged, but its spirituality had been greatly damaged. Moreover, Pan could feel that the interior of his pagoda was actually quite damaged, with many cracks appearing. If he wanted to repair it completely, he would have to find some special materials, and it would take a lot of time. After receiving this blow, Pan's vitality surged again, and he kept coughing up blood. "Vice City Lord, Master." The guard who came in to report before saw this and shouted in shock. Pan clutched his chest, his face extremely pale, his breathing uneven as he looked at Yang Kai with an ugly expression. His eyes were filled with horror and disbelief. He really could not understand. What grade was that round bead-like artifact? How could it release such great power in a single blow? Even his own Tao Source grade artifact could not resist it. If it had hit him, how could he have survived? If he knew that the round bead was an Emperor artifact, he would be relieved. After all, Pan was a Tao Source realm master, and Yang Kai did not want to waste any more time with him. So he summoned one of the two Emperor artifacts, the Annihilation Thunder Bead. When he obtained the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he was just an origin-returning realm cultivator, and although he could activate the Annihilation Thunder Bead, he could not display its full power because of his insufficient cultivation. He had used it many times, and every time he used it, the power of the Annihilation Thunder Bead would grow stronger as his strength increased. Now that he was a Tao Source realm cultivator, he could mobilize the world principles, but he still could not display the full power of an Emperor artifact. It was still not something a Tao Source grade artifact could contend with. When the two collided, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. "Vice City Lord Zhuang, please conduct yourself with dignity. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame this Yang for being merciless." Yang Kai glared coldly at Pan as he growled. Pan's face was ashen. He opened his mouth but didn't dare to say anything. Naturally, he could sense that Yang Kai was not bluffing. He really intended to do so. In other words, if she continued to obstruct him in the slightest, she might really die here. "Ha ha ha ha, friend. You sure talk big." Suddenly, a loud laugh came from outside. Then, two figures, one thin and one fat, rushed in from outside. At the same time, a strong wine aroma filled the hall. Seeing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He glanced at the newcomer. He recognized both of them. The short and fat man was the eccentric Vice City Lord, Drunkard. As soon as he entered the hall, he glanced around and narrowed his eyes. But soon, he calmed down and took a big gulp from the gourd at his waist, as if to suppress his shock. As for the slightly thinner cultivator, he was shockingly the city lord of Maplewood City, Duan Yuan Shan. He was also the only second-order Tao Source Realm Master in Maplewood City. Yang Kai had seen Duan Yuan Shan many times, so he was naturally no stranger to him. At this moment, Duan Yuan Shan's eyes were looking at Yang Kai with great interest. He laughed and said, "When did my Maplewood City have another Tao Source Realm Master? It's really worth celebrating." He didn't seem to have any intention of blaming Yang Kai for injuring Pan. Instead, he showed a very gratified expression. It wasn't difficult to understand why these two would suddenly appear here. After all, this was the city lord's mansion. Duan Yuan Shan and Drunkard usually lived here. Just now, When Yang Kai and Zhuang Pan's artifacts collided, how could they not notice the strong energy fluctuations emitted? So, they rushed over at the same time. Greetings, City Lord Master, Vice City Lord Master. Yang Kai frowned and cupped his fists at the two. Drunkard grinned and reached out to wipe the wine flowing from the corner of his mouth. He casually returned the salute and didn't say anything. Instead, he found a place next to a pillar in the hall and sat down with a lazy look on his face. He picked up the wine gourd and poured it into his mouth. Duan Yuanshan chuckled. This friend is too polite. How should I address you? This one is Yang Kai. So, it's Brother Yang. A trace of suspicion flashed across Duan Yuanshan's face. This city lord remembers that there is no great family surnamed Yang in Maplewood City. I'm just a scattered cultivator who came to Maplewood City more than a year ago. So that's how it is. Duan Yuanshan showed a look of surprise and immediately said, Then, may I ask why Brother Yang and Brother Zhuang are making such a big fuss? We're all Dao Source Realm cultivators, so why don't we sit down and talk about it? Why are you so agitated? City Lord, this person is really arrogant. He ignored the rules of the city and rushed into the city on a ship. This Zhuang just wanted to ask him some questions, but he didn't cooperate at all. Please investigate thoroughly, City Lord. Zhuang Pan didn't wait for Yang Kai to speak and spoke first. What he said was in line with the truth and didn't embellish anything. Is that so? Duan Yuanshan frowned and turned to look at Yang Kai. Yes, it's true. Yang Kai nodded. Zhuang Pan immediately sneered, City Lord, Master. The rules of Maplewood City were set by you personally, but this person is ignoring them, wantonly destroying. May I ask how should we deal with him? He had just suffered a loss at the hands of Yang Kai and even lost the spirituality of his pagoda, so naturally, he hated Yang Kai to the extreme. At this moment, Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard were here together, so if they could really convict Yang Kai, they would definitely make Yang Kai suffer. This was what he wanted to see. If City Lord, Master still wants to punish this Yang after learning the other news, then this Yang has nothing to say. Yang Kai didn't wait for Duan Yuanshan to speak. He sneered and said, What news? Duan Yuanshan saw his serious expression and was a little puzzled. 2,000 kilometers away, the ancient Great Demon Seal has been broken and its pure demonic chi is leaking out. I'm afraid it won't be long before it attacks Maplewood City, Yang Kai said. What? Duan Yuanshan heard this and exclaimed, The ancient Great Demon Seal? The pure demonic chi is leaking out? On the side, Drunkard, who was leaning against a stone pillar and drinking wine, was also stunned, the drunkenness on his face completely gone. His eyes widened as he looked at Yang Kai, the wine at the corner of his mouth flowing all over his body, but he didn't notice. You're spouting nonsense. Zhuang Pan shouted angrily, City Lord, Master, don't listen to this person's nonsense. Duan Yuanshan raised his hand to stop him from continuing. He looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. He asked, Is this true? Where did Brother Yang get this news? What evidence does he have? I saw it with my own eyes. I also fled all the way back to Maplewood City. Yang Kai glanced at Zhuang Pan and sneered, pointing at Imo Xiaoqi. This friend of mine is worried about the safety of the hundreds of thousands of people in Maplewood City, so she specially came to the City Lord's mansion to inform you so that you can make preparations. However, Vice City Lord Zhuang didn't move and didn't even have the intention to send someone to investigate. Instead, because this one flew into Maplewood City in a hurry and broke the rules, he kept nagging and pestering endlessly. He even started a fight. Heh. As for evidence, won't you know if you go and see for yourself? It's only 2,000 kilometers, not too far. I'll go and see. On the other side, Drunkard heard this and didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly put the wine gourd on his waist, stood up abruptly, and turned into a stream of light, shooting out. I've said all that needs to be said. City Lord, Master, this one will take his leave. Yang Kai finished speaking and signaled to Imo Xiaoqi. Imo Xiaoqi understood and quickly walked out. You can't leave. We haven't figured out what's going on yet. Zhuang Pan stood in place and shouted in a threatening manner. If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you. Yang Kai didn't even look back. After leaving this sentence, He disappeared with Emo Shaoqi, City Lord Master. This person is simply too arrogant and despotic. Zhuang Pan didn't dare to stop Yang Kai, so he could only pin his hopes on Duan Yuanshan, hoping that he would take action to restrain Yang Kai. The latter glanced at him leisurely and said lightly, "If what this person said is true, I'm afraid Maplewood City is in imminent danger." Zhuang Pan heard this and shivered, not daring to say anything else. Although Duan Yuanshan didn't say anything, how could he not see the dissatisfaction and blame in the eyes of the City Lord Master? He knew that he was extremely angry and anxious at this moment. But the ancient Great Demon Seal had been broken and the pure demonic chi had leaked out. No matter how he thought about it, it was impossible. After a short while, Duan Yuanshan suddenly took out a communication artifact from his space ring and poured his divine sense into it. Obviously, Drunkard had sent back a message. Zhuang Pan looked at it expectantly, praying in his heart that Yang Kai and Emo Shaoqi were just making things up. If that was the case, he would have a reason to find trouble with Yang Kai. Duan Yuanshan would definitely not let Yang Kai go for deceiving the City Lord. But under Zhuang Pan's nervous and expectant gaze, Duan Yuanshan's face suddenly turned pale and his body trembled slightly. "City Lord Master," Zhuang Pan shouted nervously. "Pass down the order. Activate all the defensive spirit arrays in the city. Increase the power of the spirit arrays to the maximum at all costs." Duan Yuanshan suddenly shouted, spreading throughout the entire City Lord's mansion. "No way." Zhuang Pan's face turned ashen as he fell to the ground. Duan Yuanshan glanced at him angrily before his figure flickered and disappeared from the hall. After a short while, countless orders were sent out from his communication artifact in an orderly manner, spreading to every corner of Maplewood City. After a short while, buzzing sounds came from the vicinity of Maplewood City's walls. The various defensive spirit arrays that had not been activated for many years were activated today. Chapter 2076. Maplewood City. Accompanied by a violent noise and shaking of the earth, a multicolored light curtain suddenly emerged, forming a semicircle that enveloped the city. These spirit arrays were painstakingly created and arranged by the city lords and family masters of Maplewood City in order to guard against foreign enemies, but these spirit arrays have basically never been used. Because Maplewood City has not been invaded by any powerful enemies so far, even the cultivator who has lived in Maplewood City for a long time almost forgot about the existence of these spirit arrays. But today, these spirit arrays were activated one by one. What's going on? Why are these spirit arrays activated? Something big must have happened. Is there a foreign enemy invasion? Could it be a master from the Emperor realm? For a time, many cultivators in the city were bewildered and began to discuss. Some even raised their eyes in the direction of the City Lord's mansion, wondering what kind of explanation the City Lord's mansion would give. But at this moment, a hurried shout came from outside the city. "Everyone, enter the city quickly, don't delay." This voice was shouted several times in a row, as if it was very urgent, and it was full of energy, spreading almost all over Maplewood City. It's the voice of Vice City Lord Drunkard. After some of the warriors recognized the owner of the voice, their expressions turned cold, and they immediately rushed up to the city wall. Looking around, in a short while, the city wall was full of people. The next moment, exclamations came one after another. "Look, Vice City Lord Master seems to be being chased by something. Heavens, what the hell is that thing? It's so dark." Even Vice City Lord Master is no match for it. Just as everyone was discussing, Drunkard had already rushed to the front of Maplewood City. Seeing this, the cultivator in charge of controlling the spirit array immediately opened a hole in front of him. Drunkard's figure flickered and shot into the city through the hole. After he entered, the crack quickly closed up and returned to its original state. At the same time, the dark aura that followed behind Drunkard also rushed here, and without slowing down, it directly hit the outermost light curtain. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk a loud noise rang out. The bright light screen actually trembled slightly, and its color suddenly dimmed a lot, almost shattering. This scene was imprinted into the eyes of the nearby cultivator. Immediately, they were shocked, and their expressions changed greatly as they retreated one after another. The cultivator controlling the formation also hurriedly activated his own power. He increased the input of his own power. It took a lot of effort to stabilize the trembling light screen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light streaked across the sky from all directions in the city. Obviously, they were the masters of Maplewood City who had noticed the commotion here. City Lord Duan Yuan Shan was the first to appear. He landed on the city wall and stared ahead with a solemn expression, his eyelids twitching slightly. On both sides of him, several masters with Dao Source Realm auras appeared one after another. When they saw the horrifying scene in front of them, their faces changed drastically. City Lord Duan, what are these things? One of the white-haired elders asked. This old man had the cultivation of the First Order Dao Source Realm. He was none other than the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Xiaoyang. He was also the oldest among the nearly 10 Dao Source Realm masters present. He seemed to be nearing the end of his lifespan, and there were even some age spots on his face. This was extremely rare for a Dao Source Realm cultivator. Only those cultivators who were nearing the end of their lifespan would show such physiological changes. That's right, City Lord Duan. Since you gave the order to activate the defensive array in advance, you should have received some news, right? Du family's old ancestor Du Li Shun asked. The other Dao Source Realm masters of the other families also looked at Duan Yuan Shan, expecting him to give an explanation. Demonic Qi. The ancient great demon's pure demonic Qi. Duan Yuan Shan said with a solemn expression. It is said to have leaked from 2,000 kilometers away. The ancient great demon's pure demonic Qi? The expressions of the group of Dao Source Realm masters changed drastically when they heard this. This city lord has just received the news. Don't ask me where the demonic Qi came from. This city lord doesn't know. I only know that if we don't work together, Maplewood City will be in danger today. The expressions of the Dao Source Realm masters turned solemn when they heard this. Duan Yuan Shan turned his head and looked around. You are all leaders of your respective families. Many of your clansmen are still in the city. You don't want to see them get corroded by the demonic Qi and lose their minds, right? Of course. Qin Xiaoyang was the first to express his opinion. However, we still need City Lord Master to tell us how to deal with the enemy. That's right. This is the first time we have encountered the ancient great demon's pure demonic Qi. We don't know how to expel it effectively, Liang family's Liang Penglu said with a solemn expression. Duan Yuan Shan was at a loss for words. Although he was a second-order Dao Source Realm Master, a level higher than everyone present, this was the first time he had encountered the ancient great demon's pure demonic Qi. How would he know how to expel it effectively? Brother Duan, we might as well consolidate the defensive line first. We can study the rest later. Drunkard had already sobered up and was more sober than ever. That's right. Duan Yuan Shan's eyes lit up and he said, Everyone, please look for a section of the city wall and assist others in stabilizing the defensive spirit array. Wait for me to find someone and ask him for some information. While speaking, Duan Yuan Shan gave Drunkard a look. Drunkard understood and immediately called everyone forward to start studying. After a short while, all the Dao Source Realm cultivator had determined their defensive territory and dispersed. Drunkard's expression flickered as he seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly rushed towards the city lord's mansion. The shocking changes outside the city had long been known by many cultivator in the city. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and very soon, all the cultivator in Maplewood City knew something about the situation. Naturally, the hot-blooded cultivator heeded the call and went to the city wall to assist in the defense. For a time, the city wall of Maplewood City was overcrowded. At the same time, in front of Spirit Pill Plaza, Yang Kai and Mo Shaoqi returned and swept with their divine senses. Yang Kai knew that Kong Si ran, and the people of Spirit Pill Plaza were ready and had even boarded the ship. He gestured to Mo Shaoqi, and she immediately flew into the ship. Just as he was about to enter the ship, he suddenly looked to the side thoughtfully. Over there, in the crowd of onlookers, an ordinary-looking middle-aged man was quietly looking at him. When their eyes met, the middle-aged man's lips curled slightly, revealing a strange smile. Yang Kai couldn't help but frown. He felt that this middle-aged man was very unfamiliar. He was sure that he had never seen this person before, but this person was actually a cultivator from the Third Order Dao Source Realm, which was really a bit inconceivable. It was rare for a master of this level to appear in Maplewood City. Aside from the Luanfeng's appearance in Clear Jade Mountain, which had attracted countless powerful masters to investigate, there might not even be a single Third Order Dao Source Realm master passing through Maplewood City every year. But now, there was one in the crowd, and it seemed that this person was somewhat interested in him. This made Yang Kai a little puzzled. However, he didn't think too much about it and quickly boarded the ship and drove it away. After the ship left, the middle-aged man sneered and muttered to himself in a voice that no one else could hear. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. I didn't expect to run into young Palace Master's ship here after half a year without any clues. So, it seems you know something? This middle-aged man. Surprisingly, he was the master sent by Flying Saint Palace's Palace Master to investigate the murderer of Ning Yuancheng more than half a year ago. He followed the vine to the melon and easily found out that Ning Yuancheng's last appearance was at the auction in Maplewood City, so he naturally rushed all the way to Maplewood City. However, after half a year, he didn't find any useful information. How could he have known that today, by coincidence, he would see Ning Yuancheng's ship artifact in the city? He didn't think that Yang Kai had the ability to kill Ning Yuancheng. After all, Ning Yuancheng was protected by Lu Yizhi, a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. With Yang Kai's cultivation, he shouldn't have such ability, but he felt that since Yang Kai could obtain Ning Yuancheng's ship, he must know something. That was why he was a little concerned about Yang Kai. There were too many eyes in the city, so it wasn't convenient for him to act. So he planned to follow Yang Kai out before making a decision. Outside the city wall, Yang Kai flew his ship over, but when he saw the situation outside, his heart sank. Because at this moment, the boundless ancient demonic chi had completely surrounded Maplewood City, leaving no gap at all. If one were to look down from above, Maplewood City at this moment seemed to have an extra layer of solid black walls cast from a dark material. The pitch-black city wall wriggled continuously, spanning several tens of miles. Any living being that dashed into it would most likely be met with misfortune. Although the grade of the ship artifact wasn't low and it also had some defensive barriers, if they rushed in rashly, Yang Kai knew that except for himself, everyone else would definitely suffer. Brother Yang. Kong Si Ran obviously also noticed the situation, and his face suddenly turned pale. What should we do? It's too late. Emo Xiaoqi bit her red lips lightly, a look of annoyance on her face, at the same time cursing Zhuang Pan in her heart. If they hadn't wasted so much time with Zhuang Pan, they might have had a chance to leave this place before the demonic chi surrounded the city. But now, it was too late. Inside the ship, many pairs of eyes were also looking at Yang Kai. At this moment, Yang Kai's cultivation was the highest, and he had become their backbone. Although Yang Kai's face was cold, he didn't show much panic, because even if he had no way out in the end, he could send everyone here into the sealed world bead and break through this demonic chi alone. Using his space force, Yang Kai was 80% sure he could escape safely. But in this way, the great secret of the sealed world bead could no longer be hidden. The people from the Zhang family were fine. After all, Yang Kai was their benefactor. So if Yang Kai asked them not to reveal the secret of the sealed world bead, they would definitely swear to keep their mouths shut. Chapter 2077. However, the same couldn't be said for the shop assistants and alchemists of Spirit Pill Plaza. Yang Kai didn't have much of a friendship with them, so if they were to reveal the secret of the sealed world bead, it would likely attract the covetous eyes of countless masters. The sealed world bead was an emperor artifact that could form its own world and be carried around. It was probably the only one of its kind in the entire star boundary. There were still some treasures that could form their own worlds in the star boundary. For example, the 5-colored treasure pagoda that Yang Kai entered last time was the most precious treasure of Star Soul Palace, and it also had its own world inside. However, the biggest difference between the 5-colored treasure pagoda and the sealed world bead was that it couldn't be carried around and could only be placed inside Star Soul Palace. The sealed world bead was of great importance, so Yang Kai didn't dare to expose it unless it was absolutely necessary. Now it seems that it's impossible to break out of the encirclement head-on. Yang Kai murmured. Suddenly, his expression changed and he asked, "There should be a space array in Maplewood City, right?" In the territory of Hometown Star, there were space arrays that could be used for teleportation in the big cities, let alone in the vast star boundary. Although Maplewood City wasn't big, it should have a space array. There is, but it's in the City Lord's mansion. Kong Si-Ran nodded and replied, "Let's go to the City Lord's mansion." Yang Kai responded and immediately controlled the ship to fly in the direction of the City Lord's mansion. Looking down from the sky, the entire Maplewood City was in chaos at this moment. When the news of the ancient great demon's pure demonic chi besieging the city spread, the cultivator who lived in the city all year round naturally panicked, fearing that the city's defensive spirit array would be broken and they would suffer. And the first way out they could think of was, naturally, they could use the space array to teleport away. So at this time, the cultivator who was rushing towards the City Lord's mansion, who knows how many. After realizing this, Yang Kai's face darkened and he urged the ship to move even faster. After a while, the ship arrived above the City Lord's mansion. But before he could control the ship to descend, he suddenly sensed the energy of a Tao Source Realm Master erupting from one of the palaces. With a loud bang, the palaces were destroyed. Broken stones flew everywhere, and the great hall was suddenly turned into a pile of rubble. Many cultivators flew out of the ruins, cursing and swearing, all of them looking angry. That place? The corner of Kai Yang's mouth twitched as he cast his gaze towards a sloppy figure floating in midair. His clothes were ragged and his hair was a mess. He looked no different from a beggar, but this person was giving off a powerful aura that only a Tao Source Realm Master could possess. There was also a large cyan gourd hanging from his waist. Who else could it be but Drunkard? At this time, he was the only Tao Source Realm Master here. It seemed that the commotion just now was his doing. Below, at this moment, countless cultivators were glaring at Drunkard angrily, as if they couldn't wait to kill him. "Vice City Lord Master, why did you destroy the teleportation array? We have always respected you, but we didn't expect you to be so vicious at this critical moment." "Yeah, Drunkard, why did you cut off our way out? The space array is destroyed. We're done for. We can't escape anymore." "Drunkard, if you don't give us an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this place alive. Drunkard, we're irreconcilable enemies." Angry shouts and questions were like the sharpest thorns, stabbing towards Drunkard who was floating in midair. Some of the more agitated ones had already taken the initiative to take action, summoning their artifacts and displaying their martial skills to attack Drunkard's face. Drunkard simply stood there, motionless. Even in the face of the attacks, he didn't even bat an eye. He simply pushed his source chi to protect himself, showing no intention of fighting back. "Everyone," Drunkard looked around, his eyes cold, his voice low and deep as he shouted, "This old man understands everyone's thoughts, and I know everyone's thoughts. But today, my Maplewood City is besieged by the demonic chi and is in imminent danger. It could be broken at any time. You old fart, since you knew, why did you destroy the space array? You really have sinister intentions." A roar came from the crowd. Drunkard turned his gaze to that side, an apologetic look flashing across his face as he continued. "Because of this old man had no choice but to do this. My Maplewood City has hundreds of thousands of cultivators. If we can work together, then we might be able to overcome this calamity. But if all of you only want to leave this place through the spatial formation, then the city will definitely be destroyed. At that time, all living beings here will be plunged into misery and suffering, and whales will be everywhere. It will definitely become a living hell." This old man has lived in Maplewood City all his life. This old man's family and friends are all here. This old man doesn't want to see them suffer and lose their minds. Are all of you willing to see such a scene? If you only think about running for your lives, then who will protect your family and friends? At this point, Drunkard's dignified eyes swept around. The angry voices in the crowd gradually weakened as many people lowered their heads and pondered. My Maplewood City is just a drop in the ocean of the entire star boundary. Even in the Southern Territory, it is not famous and few people know about it. But the men of my Maplewood City are all proud and unyielding. This old man has lived for most of his life and has witnessed hundreds of years of flowing time great emperor in Maplewood City. This old man likes this place and doesn't want to see the moment the city is broken. Rest assured, everyone, there are already messengers who have gone to other cities through the transmission array and will also pass on the information here to Star Soul Palace and other great sects. I believe that soon, there will be masters coming to help and solve the crisis of my Maplewood City. But before that, this old man earnestly requests that you all guard the city with me and resist the foreign enemies. This old man promises that he will do his best to protect the city and keep everyone safe. Even if his blood is spilled, he will have no complaints. Everyone, please lend me a hand. At this point, Drunkard swept his gaze around, his eyes full of sincere pleading. The entire scene was silent, and it wasn't as clamorous and disorderly as before any longer. Count this city lord in. This city lord swears on his heart demon that if the city survives, we will survive. Duan Yuan Shan's voice suddenly came from afar, and after a short while, his figure flickered and appeared beside Drunkard. Drunkard was taken aback, but immediately grinned at Duan Yuan Shan. Old Drunkard, you've given a lot of thought. Duan Yuan Shan quietly sent a message, his face full of gratitude. Drunkard slowly shook his head. At this moment, in the crowd below, someone suddenly shouted, "Follow the city lord and vice city lord closely. Listen to the orders of the two lords. If the city lives, the people will live. If the city falls, the people will die. If the city survives, we will survive. If the city survives, we will survive." More and more cultivator joined in the shouting, and gradually, the earth-shaking voices converged into a shocking sound wave that spread in all directions and spread to the ninth heaven. Everyone was united. Unity was an impregnable fortress. Drunkard looked down with a gratified face and bowed deeply. Whether the people below sincerely supported him or were forced to do so, as long as they were willing to do their part to protect Maplewood City, it was enough to earn his gratitude. Many thanks, everyone. Now we have no way out. If we want to live, the only way is to resist the demonic chi. Please go to the city wall and support the fellow cultivators in the city. Drunkard shouted in all directions. As soon as his voice came out, the crowd below began to move, each summoning a flight-type artifact and dispersing in all directions. Old Drunkard, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to meet someone. After Duan Yuan Shan finished speaking, he cast his gaze to the ship not far away, and with a sway of his figure, arrived directly in front of the ship, cupped his fists, and said, "Brother Yang, can you show yourself?" "City Lord Duan, please come in and have a chat." Yang Kai's voice came from the ship. Hearing this, Duan Yuan Shan smiled slightly and stepped onto the ship. After entering the cabin, Duan Yuan Shan saw Yang Kai with an indifferent expression. "Brother Yang." Duan Yuan Shan cupped his fists again and said with a cold expression, "This Duan came uninvited this time because I wanted to inquire about the ancient demonic chi from Brother Yang." "I know." Yang Kai nodded and had no intention of hiding anything, so he briefly recounted everything that happened in the mine. After listening, Duan Yuan Shan's brows furrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "According to Brother Yang, this incident was actually caused by the Jiang family?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded. "No wonder I didn't see that old man Jiang Taisheng." Duan Yuan Shan looked angry and immediately asked, "Since Brother Yang has come into contact with the ancient demonic chi, do you know how to resist it?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I'm not too sure about this. I only know that after the ancient demonic chi erodes a person's body, it will cause a great change in their temperament. Moreover, the person who has just died will come back to life after being eroded." "How can this be?" Duan Yuan Shan's face changed. "I don't know about this. Perhaps there is something magical about the ancient demonic chi." While the two were talking, Mo Xiaoqi suddenly interrupted. "In fact, there is no special way to deal with the ancient demonic chi. You can only use a powerful force to defeat it. If it was an ordinary demonic chi, there would be something to restrain it, but it is too difficult to restrain the pure demonic chi from the ancient great demon." But what?" Duan Yuan Shan immediately turned his head to look at Imo Xiaoqi with an inquiring look on his face. But since the pure heart jade was used as a seal in the mine, the pure heart jade should be able to resist the invasion of the demonic qi. If we can let the cultivator in the city wear some pure heart jade, it might have some miraculous effects. Pure heart jade? Duan Yuan Shan raised his brows and said with a headache, "This thing is rare. There are some in the city lord's mansion's warehouse, but they are very few." Imo Xiaoqi smiled and took out a few rings, handing them to Duan Yuan Shan. "City lord, master, take a look at these." Duan Yuan Shan took them suspiciously and scanned them with his divine sense. Immediately, his face lit up with joy. So many pure heart jade? Chapter 2078. The rings that Imo Xiaoqi gave to Duan Yuan Shan were filled with countless pure heart jade. This made Duan Yuan Shan overjoyed. "Young lady, did you take all these from the mine?" Duan Yuan Shan asked thoughtfully. Imo Xiaoqi nodded. "I knocked out a few Jiang family cultivator in the mine and snatched their space rings. They are all here." "Young lady, please accept this Duan's respect," Duan Yuan Shan said, as he immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Imo Xiaoqi. Imo Xiaoqi quickly waved her hand and said with some embarrassment, "City Lord Duan is too serious. These are actually nothing." Duan Yuan Shan shook his head slowly and said in a deep voice, "In any case, my Maplewood City will remember young lady's kindness. If we can safely survive this calamity, young lady will be my Maplewood City's honored guest." Pure heart jade was more or less useful to any cultivator, so its value wasn't small. With so many pure heart jade, it was a shocking amount of wealth. If it was an ordinary cultivator, even if they knew that Maplewood City was in danger, they wouldn't offer these pure heart jade. However, Imo Xiaoqi took them out without a frown. This made Duan Yuan Shan very grateful. "These pure heart jade were purchased by my Maplewood City Lord's mansion. In the future, my City Lord's mansion will convert them into source crystals and repay young lady," Duan Yuan Shan said. "It's really no problem." Imo Xiaoqi really didn't know what to say. Yang Kai's expression flickered as he said, "City Lord Duan, I also have some pure heart jade here. If it's not enough, just let me know." Duan Yuan Shan heard this. His eyes lit up. He laughed heartily. "With the help of Brother Yang and young lady, why should I worry about my Maplewood City? Since Brother Yang is so generous, this Duan will thank you in advance. If it's really not enough, I will look for Brother Yang. This Duan now needs to distribute these pure heart jade. I wonder if Brother Yang is willing to follow this Duan to the city walls, to defend against the enemies?" Yang Kai didn't answer immediately. Instead, he swept his gaze towards the others and said, "I can go, but I have to settle them down first." "Of course. I'll take my leave first." Duan Yuan Shan was overjoyed when he heard this. Obtaining the assistance of a Dao Source Realm Master at this time would be of great benefit to the entire Maplewood City. Naturally, he was grateful to Yang Kai for being able to see the big picture and understand righteousness. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and he immediately boarded the ship. It flew straight towards the city wall. After Duan Yuan Shan left, Yang Kai looked at Imo Xiaoqi and said, "Xiaoqi, my cave mansion has been taken back by the city lord's mansion. Let's settle them in your cave mansion." "No problem," Imo Xiaoqi readily agreed. Yang Kai nodded and followed Imo Xiaoqi's instructions, controlling the ship to fly towards her secluded home. A short while later, the group arrived at Imo Xiaoqi's secluded home. Under the arrangement of Yang Kai, a group of people from the Zhang family, some shop assistants from Spirit Pill Plaza, and 2 alchemists all entered the secluded home. "Old madam, you rest here. If there are any changes in Maplewood City, I will come to you in advance and take you away from here." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Ruashi and said, "Ruashi, take care of your Zhang family." "Yes, sir. You must be careful." Zhang Ruashi looked at Yang Kai with a worried face. "Xiaoqi, do you have a secret room here?" Yang Kai asked again. "Yes. Come with me." Although Imo Xiaoqi didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, she still hurriedly led the way. "Brother Kong, come with me." Yang Kai called out to Kong Si Ran. Although Kong Si Ran was puzzled, he didn't ask and followed closely. The secluded home rented by Imo Xiaoqi in Maplewood City was of the highest grade. Whether it was the density of the world energy or the size of the secluded home, it couldn't be compared to Yang Kai's secluded home. There were 5 or 6 secret rooms in the secluded home that could be used for secluded cultivation. After arriving at one of the secret rooms, Yang Kai signaled to Imo Shaoqi with his eyes. Imo Shaoqi understood and retreated. "Brother Yang, why did you bring me here?" Kong Si Ran was confused. He didn't know why Yang Kai brought him to this secret room in this time of crisis. Shouldn't they be working together with the cultivator outside to resist the demonic qi? "Brother Kong, take a look at this," Yang Kai said as he threw a jade bottle to Kong Si Ran. Kong Si Ran caught it suspiciously, opened the bottle cap, and poured out a spirit pill from the jade bottle. In the next moment, Kong Si Ran's body shook violently as he stared at the spirit pill in his hand with a look of disbelief on his face. His eyes widened as he stared at it carefully. After a while, he exclaimed as if he had just confirmed something, "Dao Source Pill." As the shopkeeper of Spirit Pill Plaza, countless pills had passed through his hands, so Kong Si Ran was quite knowledgeable about them. Although he had never seen a Dao Source Pill before, with his experience and knowledge, how could he not know what a Dao Source Pill looked like and what kind of fragrance it gave off? The spirit pill in his hand was exactly the same as the rumored Dao Source Pill. The only difference was that this Dao Source Pill had veins that resembled the meridians of a human body, as if they were exquisite patterns drawn by the hands of heaven and earth, adorning the surface of this spirit pill. A Dao Source Pill with pill veins? Kong Si Ran's voice became sharp, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. "I got this from the Yuan Furnace Mountain." As Brother Kong expected, it was indeed Gong Sun Mu's cave mansion, and the Dao Source Pill he refined was also left there. Unfortunately, the Flowing Time Great Emperor has been here for too long. Only this one has been preserved. The others have all become waste. Yang Kai explained with some regret. Of course, this was nonsense. This Dao Source Pill with pill veins was personally refined by Yang Kai before he broke through to the Dao Source realm. At that time, after he successfully refined it, he didn't have time to check his results at all as he immediately immersed himself in breaking through. After he succeeded in his breakthrough, he had the time to check it while waiting for Lu Yin near the Yuan Furnace Mountain. At that time, he refined 6 pills at once, 5 of which were ordinary Dao Source pills, and only this one had pill veins. Fortunately, this was the case, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain the origin of this Dao Source Pill in his hand. After all, only a spirit pill with pill veins could last for a long time without losing its medicinal properties. Now, he told Kong Si Ran that this Dao Source Pill came from the Yuan Furnace Mountain and was refined by Gong Sun Mu himself, so it was reasonable. "Brother Yang, this?" Although Kong Si Ran was extremely excited, he didn't have the slightest greed. Instead, he looked up at Yang Kai, gritted his teeth, and said, "This thing is too precious. This foolish brother can't accept it." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Brother Kong, you are treating me like an outsider. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gone to the Yuan Furnace Mountain. What's more, didn't you and I agree before that if there was a Dao Source Pill inside, it would belong to you, and everything else related to alchemy would belong to me? Let's put it this way. I got more than one Dao Source Pill in the Yuan Furnace Mountain. I also got some things that were useful to me. Even I was able to break through to the Dao Source realm thanks to the opportunities inside." Yang Kai wasn't speaking nonsense. If he hadn't taken the 10,000 medicinal treasures soup under the Yuan Furnace Mountain, the source qi in his body wouldn't have been transformed so quickly. If his source qi hadn't been completely transformed, he naturally wouldn't have been able to break through to the Dao Source realm. That may be the case, but I didn't help at all. If this Dao Source Pill were to be auctioned, it would be worth at least tens of millions of source crystals, or even more. This Kong is ashamed to accept such a precious item. Kong Si Ran kept shaking his head, and even flipped his hand, putting the Dao Source Pill back into the jade bottle and stuffing it to Yang Kai. Even though his eyes were full of reluctance, his actions weren't sloppy at all, and his voice was sonorous and forceful. Obviously, he wasn't putting on an act, and he really meant it. At the last auction, the finale Dao Source Fruit was sold for 10 million source crystals. Although a Dao Source Fruit could be used to refine a furnace of Dao Source Pills, and if one was lucky, several pills could be refined. Correspondingly, there was also a huge risk. If one failed, they would lose everything. But what Yang Kai took out was a finished Dao Source pill. Moreover, it was a Dao Source pill with pill veins, which had extraordinary effects. In terms of value, it was definitely several times more valuable than the Dao Source fruit. In other words, any cultivator at the peak of the Third Order Origin King realm who could obtain this Dao Source pill would have at least a 70% chance of breaking through to the Dao Source realm. Brother Kong, are you sure you don't want it? Yang Kai looked at Kong Si Ran with a smile. Kong Si Ran shook his head firmly, but his eyes kept glancing towards Yang Kai's hand. In the end, he steeled his heart and simply turned his head away. What the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. In that case, Yang Kai said slowly, then opened the jade bottle and tossed the Dao Source pill in his hand. What are you going to do? Kong Si Ran immediately looked at Yang Kai vigilantly. I'll just eat it like fried beans. This spirit pill is quite fragrant, so it should taste good. Yang Kai said as he really threw the Dao Source pill in his hand. The Dao Source pill immediately flew out and flew towards his open mouth in a parabola. Stop! Kong Si Ran was shocked. He stretched out his hand and pulled the Dao Source pill back before it entered Yang Kai's bloody mouth. He said angrily, damn it, Brother Yang. You are wasting heaven's treasures recklessly. Heaven and earth cannot tolerate this. You don't want it anyway. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders with an indifferent look on his face. Then you can't, Kong Si Ran said before sighing. Fine, Brother Yang has treated me so well. So if this Kong still hesitates, it would appear too petty. This Kong will accept this Dao Source pill. Brother Yang's kindness will be engraved in this Kang's heart and will definitely repay it in the future. Brother Yang, please accept this Kang's bow. Saying so, he straightened his robe and bowed deeply to Yang Kai with a solemn expression. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and nodded. That's right. He suddenly put on a serious look and said, Brother Kong, you should enter retreat here and refine the spirit pill's efficacies. If I'm not wrong, there shouldn't be any major problems in Maplewood City for at least 7 or 8 days. These days should be enough for you to break through. I will wait for Brother Kang's good news outside. If I don't succeed, I will die trying. This Kong will live up to Brother Yang's expectations. Kong Si Ran quickly said. Chapter 2079. Kong Si Ran had been stuck in the Third Order Origin King realm for several hundred years, and without the help of the Dao Source pill, it would have been impossible for him to break through in this lifetime. Yang Kai's Dao Source pill with pill veins could be said to have been a timely help. Because of Kong Si Ran, Yang Kai had obtained huge benefits under Yuan Furnace Mountain. In addition, Kong Si Ran was willing to lend him a few million source crystals at the auction that day. Yang Kai also remembered this friendship, so he did not hesitate to give the Dao Source pill to Kong Si Ran. If people respect me, I will respect them tenfold. Yang Kai had never been a stingy person. Although Amo Shaoqi was also a peak Third Order Origin King, and with the help of the Dao Source pill, she may be able to break through to the next level in a short time. Her situation was different from Kong Si Ran's. Amo Shaoqi had such a high cultivation at such a young age, and her background was mysterious and extraordinary. Not to mention whether she needed the Dao Source pill. Even if she did, she probably had the ability to obtain it. Breaking through to the next level with the help of the Dao Source pill may not have much impact on the cultivator, but it may affect the cultivator's future prospects. Therefore, no cultivator would use pills to break through unless they had no other choice. Yang Kai himself did not take the Dao Source pill when he broke through to the Dao Source realm because of this reason. When Yang Kai came out of the cave mansion, not only was Amo Shaoqi with him, but also the old woman and the beautiful woman from the Zhang family. The two of them were not willing to hide in the cave mansion and wait for death. After all, there were other descendants of the Zhang family here, and if the city was really breached, the Zhang family would definitely perish. So, no matter how Yang Kai tried to persuade them, the old woman and the beautiful woman from the Zhang family still had to go out to meet the enemy and contribute their strength to protect the city. Yang Kai had no choice but to let them do as they wished. Fortunately, although the two of them were not very strong, they were still First Order Origin Kings, so they were not too bad. If it was just to help the city guards maintain the defensive spirit array on the city wall, it would not be a problem. A streak of light wrapped around the four of them. He quickly moved through Maplewood City, and after a short while, he arrived at a certain position near the city wall. As far as the eye could see, it was pitch black outside the city. Boundless demonic chi was rolling and squirming as if it was alive, causing one to shudder. From time to time, one could even hear waves of ghostly wails and howls, which seemed to be able to stir up some painful memories in the depths of one's heart. Every cultivator had no choice but to circulate their energy to resist. On the city wall, Duan Yuan Shan was in charge of distributing the pure heart jade. Any cultivator that came to the city wall to help defend the city would be able to obtain a piece of pure heart jade to guard against any unforeseen circumstances. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, Duan Yuan Shan was overjoyed. He hurriedly called out, "Brother Yang, this way please." Yang Kai's figure flickered. He brought Mo Xiaoqi and the two girls from the Zhang family to Duan Yuan Shan. Glancing at the situation outside, he discovered that although the demonic chi was ferocious enough, Maplewood City still didn't have any problems at the moment. There were a large number of cultivators standing on each section of the city wall. Some were maintaining the defensive spirit arrays, while others were displaying their martial skills, fiercely attacking the demonic chi. "City Lord Master, if there's anything you need help with, just let me know," Yang Kai cupped his fists and said. "Since Brother Yang has said so, this Duan won't be courteous. There aren't many Dao Source Realm Masters in the city right now. Including Brother Yang, there are less than 10 of them. The others have already occupied a section of the city wall and are responsible for guarding it. As of now, they can still hold on for a while. However, we can't let our guard down. Brother Yang, I don't have any special tasks, so you can act as you please. See where you need support and go there. How about it?" Duan Yuan Shan said with a solemn expression. "All right." Yang Kai nodded his head. Duan Yuan Shan hurriedly took out a communication artifact and handed it to Yang Kai. "Brother Yang, take this. If anyone needs support, they will definitely send a message through it. When the time comes, I ask Brother Yang to come to our aid immediately." Yang Kai took it and didn't put it in his space ring. Instead, he put it directly into his sleeve. He then turned his head to look at Mo Xiaoqi and the two girls from the Zhang family and said, "You guys stay here and listen to City Lord Duan's orders. I'll take a look around." As he said this, he turned into a stream of light and roamed along the city wall. On the city wall, countless cultivators of Maplewood City were fighting with all their might. Most of these cultivators were at the Origin King realm. They were either fighting in groups of 3 or 5 or fighting alone. Whenever they were exhausted, they would retreat from the city wall and be replaced by others. Yang Kai investigated for a while and found that the situation wasn't bad. After experiencing the initial panic and bewilderment, the cultivator of Maplewood City had already calmed down and no longer thought about escaping. Instead, they were truly united in resisting the demonic chi. The radiance of many martial skills struck the demonic chi. Although they were quickly annihilated, with Yang Kai's keen divine sense, he was naturally able to detect that the demonic chi was being worn down a little. A single person wearing it down was just a drop in the bucket, but 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 100,000 people, if they all did the same thing, the effect would be completely different. Whenever the demonic chi on the periphery was about to attack, a powerful secret technique or martial skill would meet it and disperse the seemingly invincible demonic chi. Yang Kai also gave it a try and found that it was indeed a stupid way to lift the siege of the demonic chi. However, the demonic chi contained an extremely strong corrosive power, so the general cultivator didn't dare to summon an artifact at all. They could only use their own secret techniques and martial skills to attack. For a time, Maplewood City seemed to be impregnable. This made the cultivator on the city wall very happy, and their morale was greatly boosted. At the same time, they couldn't help but underestimate the demonic chi, thinking that it was only as time passed slowly. After being besieged by the demonic chi for a day, there were no casualties in Maplewood City. This abnormal phenomenon made Yang Kai very vigilant. After all, he had personally experienced the horror of the ancient demonic chi in the mine. Although he didn't confront it head-on, the violent will emanating from the demonic chi couldn't be underestimated. The communication artifact transmitted the messages of the various Tao Source Realm Masters, so even if they were scattered all over the place, they could clearly understand the situation of others. At dawn the next day, the demonic chi that had been enveloping the entire Maplewood City seemed to have been moved by something and retreated a few dozen meters, leaving a circular territory outside the city wall. When the cultivator on the city wall saw this scene, they immediately let out earth-shattering cheers. They thought that they had successfully repelled the demonic chi and couldn't help but celebrate. Even a small number of Tao Source Realm Masters thought so. Don't be careless. Duan Yuan Shan's solemn voice came from the communication artifact. Somewhere on the city wall, Yang Kai stood in the sky, narrowing his eyes as he looked forward. Although he was already a Tao Source Realm Master and had extremely good eyesight, it was currently the darkest moment before dawn, and the demonic chi was rolling, so he couldn't see too far. Suddenly, the earth shook slightly, and the sound of thunder rolling seemed to come from a very distant location, approaching the city wall at an extremely fast speed. This movement was very subtle at first, almost imperceptible, but as time passed, it became more and more obvious. The cheering cultivator on the city wall came to an abrupt stop. After looking at each other, a trace of uneasiness welled up in their hearts. Yang Kai took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his left eye had turned into a golden light, and his pupil had become an extremely terrifying vertical pupil. Demon Eye of Annihilation, see through all illusions. In his left eye, there seemed to be infinite vision that could pierce through the void. Looking into the depths of the demonic chi, in the next moment, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted at the nearby cultivator, "Quickly strengthen the power of the spirit array." At the same time, his divine sense surged as he poured his divine sense into the communication artifact, sending a message to the other Tao Source Realm cultivators. A large number of demonized monster beasts and human cultivators are approaching. Be careful. In his field of vision, in the boundless rolling demonic chi, strong and vigorous figures were rapidly approaching here. Not only were there traces of monster beast, but there were also traces of humans. Those monster beasts were all grotesquely shaped, and no one knew where they came from. Their entire body was emitting a monstrous evil aura. Those humans, after being eroded by the demonic chi, also had a strange aura, and their vitality was extremely vigorous. However, regardless of whether it was the monster beast or the humans, their cultivation levels were somewhat different, but their numbers were extremely terrifying. They were coming from all directions, almost surrounding the entire Maplewood City. When the nearby cultivator heard Yang Kai's shout, almost without the slightest hesitation, they hurriedly poured their energy into the defensive spirit array of the city wall. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the light curtain of the spirit array suddenly brightened a little. The reason why these cultivators were so obedient was entirely because Yang Kai had displayed the strength of a Tao Source Realm Master today. They had no doubts about the words of a Tao Source cultivator. In the next moment, Duan Yuan Shan's command was transmitted from the communication artifact. In an instant, the defensive spirit array of the entire Maplewood City was pushed to the maximum level. Light flickered, almost illuminating the vicinity of the city wall as if it were daytime. Hong Long Long. The demonic chi, which had retreated several dozen meters away, started rolling again at this moment, like a tsunami, rolling up monstrous waves and smashing towards the city wall. Loud sizzling sounds rang out. The demonic chi was blocked by the defensive light curtain, constantly eroding the power of the defensive light curtain, causing teeth-numbing sounds to ring out. This was a scene that the cultivator on the city wall had already experienced countless times, so naturally, they were desperately urging their energy to pour it into the spirit array. However, in the next moment, figures suddenly took advantage of the cover of the pitch-black demonic chi and rushed out from the boundless black demonic chi. Ferocious-looking, demonized monster beasts and humans with black eyes and surging black mist all over their bodies appeared in the vision of the Maplewood City cultivator like ghosts. Pong pong pong. Sounds of collisions rang out. After getting close, the demonized monster beast each displayed its innate divine technique, blossoming out a variety of beast skills. As for the demons, they retained the strength they had when they were alive, and were even able to summon their artifacts to attack the defensive light curtain. The defensive light curtain was like a balloon, continuously sinking inwards before bouncing back. However, the radiance that represented the strength of the defensive light curtain was rapidly fading. Everyone turned pale with fright. Chapter 2080. On the city wall where Yang Kai was located, the cultivator was also stunned for a moment. Fortunately, Yang Kai had warned them in time, so they were mentally prepared. After a short pause, more violent secret techniques and martial skills blasted outwards, engulfing the demonic chi and disappearing without a trace. Yang Kai himself flicked his 10 fingers, controlling the golden blood threads with his divine sense. Like dragons and snakes dancing in the dark demonic chi, they brought out golden rays of light. Most of Maplewood City's defensive spirit arrays were one way. In other words, when these spirit arrays were activated, attacks from outside the city would be blocked by the spirit arrays, but attacks from inside the city could ignore the protection of the spirit arrays and blast outwards. Most of the city's defensive spirit arrays were of this type, and there were also two-way spirit arrays, but this type of spirit array would never be used easily unless it was absolutely necessary. Once it was used, it meant that the city had reached its final defensive juncture. When these spirit arrays were activated, the cultivator inside the city would no longer be able to attack outside, and could only sit and wait for death. Amid the flashes of golden light, the monster beast and demon cultivator that pounced fiercely in front of the city wall were dismembered, turning into countless pieces of flesh and blood that scattered from the sky. In an instant, an empty space appeared in front of Yang Kai. These monster beasts and demon cultivators that had been corrupted by the demonic chi of the ancient great demon were actually not weak. Each of their bodies had been greatly strengthened. Not only were they ruthless, but they could also use all kinds of abilities they had when they were alive. If they fought against a cultivator of the same level, they would definitely win. But Yang Kai was a Dao Source Realm cultivator after all. These monster beasts and demon cultivators were not very strong before they were demonized. They were at most Origin King realm. So, under the wild dance of the golden blood threads, they were as weak as tofu. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivator was greatly encouraged. One after another, they displayed their best skills and attacked fiercely. For a moment, the city wall that Yang Kai was in charge of protecting seemed to be impregnable, and the surrounding cultivator's confidence was greatly boosted. But Yang Kai's expression was dignified. Because there were too many monster beasts and demon cultivators, he couldn't see the end of them at a glance. They hid themselves in the dark demonic chi and took advantage of the demonic chi's tumbling to launch an attack. If they were careless, the defensive spirit arrays on the city wall would lose a lot of its power, and its color would turn dark. As his 10 fingers flew, Kai Yang suddenly understood. He suddenly understood why the city was surrounded by demonic chi. But on the second day, countless demon cultivators and demon cultivators. Clearly, the ancient demonic chi that had spread out earlier was demonizing all kinds of living beings around Maplewood City. That was why there were no traces of demonic beasts or demons on the first day. Yang. Just as he was focused on blocking the demons, the communication compass on his chest suddenly vibrated, and his expression changed slightly. He hastily took out the communication compass. The situation in the southwest corner has changed. Brother Yang, go and help. City Lord Duan Yuan Shan's order came from the communication artifact. Yang Kai put away the communication artifact and turned his head to look in the southwest direction, but it was too far away. He couldn't see anything. He could only see that the demonic chi was extremely dense, and he could vaguely hear a roar. While he was observing, a figure suddenly flashed beside him. As soon as that person appeared, he hurriedly said, "Brother Yang, go. This old man will be in charge of this section of the city wall." The person who spoke was Maplewood City's Vice City Lord, Drunkard. At this point, Drunkard suddenly took out the big cyan gourd from his waist and poured a mouthful of strong wine into his mouth. Then, he flipped his hands and his face suddenly turned red. In the next moment, he puffed up his cheeks and spat forward. Boundless raging flames spewed out from his mouth. The raging flames contained an unimaginable amount of heat. Any demon or demonic beast that came into contact with the raging flames would shriek and retreat. However, No matter how hard they tried, they could not extinguish the flames on their bodies. As they struggled, they were reduced to charcoal in just 3 breaths. A nauseating burnt smell filled the air. Drunkard wasn't done yet. He shook his head slightly, and the flames spewing from his mouth swayed, forming a wall of fire more than 300 meters long in front of the city wall. The flames soared to the sky, illuminating the sky, as if it wanted to burn the sky red. The demonic beasts retreated, not daring to approach. Drunkard retracted the demonic chi in his mouth, and his body shook slightly. It seemed that the attack just now was a fierce move for him, and he couldn't use it again. Seeing this, Yang Kai nodded to Drunkard before his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. He was originally in the east of the city, and the southwest corner was far away, but for Yang Kai, who could use space secret techniques, he could arrive there in the shortest time possible. After a few flashes, Yang Kai rushed to the southwest corner without caring about the consumption of source chi. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes shrank. At this time, a hole of several meters in diameter had been opened in the defensive array of the city wall. The rolling demonic chi was like a cat that smelled fish, and many demonic beasts were hiding in the demonic chi. As soon as they entered the city wall, they attacked the cultivator next to them. There were already dozens of corpses lying on the ground. Strands of demonic chi were like snakes, drilling into the corpses through their mouths and noses. In front of the hole, a white-haired old man was holding a jade scepter in his hand, and he was constantly waving it. As he waved it, beams of light shot out from the jade scepter, and the demonic creatures that tried to sneak in were chopped into pieces. This old man exuded the aura of a Tao Source Realm Master. His source chi fluctuated, and his robes fluttered in the wind. On the city wall, countless cultivators were resisting the demonic chi and demonic beasts invading together. The scene was a mess. As soon as Yang Kai arrived here, he summoned his Tao Source grade low-rank long sword artifact and pushed his 5 elements indestructible sword chi, stabbing it downwards in a series of sword flowers. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk colorful sword lights fell from the sky, covering a large area. Within this area, all the demonic beasts that invaded the city were cut in half by the sword chi. Some were cut in half, some were seriously injured and roared in anger. Even more sword chi swept towards the intact corpses lying on the ground. Asterisk pu pu pu. Asterisk as the sword chi dissipated, the intact corpses let out explosive sounds as they all exploded into fine powder. Countless cultivators who saw this scene were dumbfounded. Immediately, they glared at Yang Kai. After all, among the corpses lying on the ground, there were their loved ones, their friends, and their companions who had fought hard with them before. It was fine if they were killed by the demonic beasts, but they didn't even have a complete corpse after death. The most hateful thing was that their own people had destroyed their corpses. How could they tolerate this? If you don't want more demonic beasts to be born, destroy all the corpses. This demonic chi doesn't only corrode the living, it won't even let the dead go. Seeing that they had misunderstood, Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. Only after hearing this did some people reveal relieved expressions. However, even more people held a skeptical attitude. After all, the dead couldn't be resurrected. Even if the ancient demonic chi was mysterious, how could it make the dead stand up again? However, this suspicion didn't last long, because a corpse on the ground that was supposed to be dead suddenly stood up slowly. Its body was wrapped in demonic chi. When it opened its eyes, there wasn't a trace of white, but a deep dark red. This master was right. Quickly destroy the rest of the corpses. Someone shouted. The others didn't dare to hesitate. They all attacked and destroyed the corpses near them. The demonic beasts that stood up again didn't even have time to examine the world after resurrection before their heads were chopped off by Yang Kai's sword. The demonic beasts fell on their backs. Yang Kai turned around and swung his sword again. Light bloomed, and the sword chi was everywhere. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk the sword light swept across, and more than half of the demonic beasts were cut into pieces. I'll leave the rest to you. After Yang Kai said this, he flew up to the sky and greeted the white-haired old man. The crisis at the southwest city wall was ultimately because of the broken defensive formation. As long as the hole was not repaired, there would be an endless stream of demonic chi and demonic beasts invading. Not far away, there were already array masters working hard to repair the formation, but it seemed that they still needed some time. At the hole, the old man couldn't defend it at all. From time to time, there would be some demonic beasts that escaped the net and escaped into the city through the gaps between his attacks. This made the cultivator below panic for a while. And looking at the old man's appearance, it seemed that he didn't have enough strength. He kept urging the power of the Jade Rui's secret treasure in his hand, which made him feel like he was under a mountain. His whole face was slightly pale. "Old mister, I'll help you." Yang Kai's figure flashed and came to the old man's side. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook the long sword in his hand. The long sword suddenly shot out countless sword lights from the tip of the sword and flew into the hole in front of him. In an instant, the demonic chi and demonic beasts gathered at the entrance of the hole suffered heavy casualties and had to retreat. Seeing this, the old man was overjoyed and quickly said, "This Qin thanks little brother." He was indeed an arrow at the end of its flight. Resisting here alone consumed a lot of demonic chi. If Yang Kai had come a little later, he was afraid that he would have died of exhaustion. While speaking, he took half a step back and let Yang Kai stand in front of him. Seeing this, Yang Kai also did not decline. Seeing the defeated demonic chi and demonic beasts coming back, his face couldn't help but turn cold. He stretched out his hand and reached forward. The space force surged, and a dark black hole suddenly appeared in the hole, blocking it completely. Space secret technique, exile. All the demonic chi and demonic beasts that invaded the hole poured into the black hole and were swallowed up in the blink of an eye. Although this black hole only lasted less than 10 breaths of time before it was destroyed, this strange secret technique made the remaining demonic beasts feel a little frightened. For a time, no demonic beasts dared to come forward. Chapter 2081. At the sight of this, the old man couldn't help but be taken aback. Shock filled his eyes as he looked at Yang Kai's back. Although he knew that Yang Kai was a newly advanced Dao Source Realm Master in Maplewood City from the 2 days of shared demonic chi, he didn't expect him to be so powerful. The secret technique he had displayed earlier contained clear fluctuations of space force. Did this mean that he could control space force? A Dao Source Realm cultivator like him couldn't be underestimated. Originally, the old man didn't take Yang Kai too seriously, believing him to be just a newly advanced young master. However, after Yang Kai displayed that secret technique, the old man had no choice but to reevaluate Yang Kai. Right at this moment, a shout suddenly rang out from below. "Master, we've encountered a small problem in the repair of the spirit array." Hearing this shout, the old man furrowed his brow. Hurriedly turning his head, he shouted, "What's the problem?" "It's like this, Senior Qin." An awkward look appeared on the array master's face as he said in a deep voice, "If we want to repair this hole, there must be no interference from powerful forces." "What do you mean?" The old man with the surname Qin frowned. Although his cultivation had reached the Dao Source Realm, he didn't have a deep understanding of spirit arrays. Naturally, he didn't know the whole story. In other words, if the two masters continue to fight with these demonic creatures at the damaged area of the spirit array, we will never be able to repair it. The array master explained with an uneasy look on his face. Useless. The old man with the surname Qin flew into a rage upon hearing this. Doesn't that mean that this spirit array can't be repaired? Seeing the old man with the surname Qin getting angry, the array master couldn't help but cower. He said in a weak voice, "That's not the case. As long as the two masters can move the battlefield, it will be fine as long as it doesn't interfere with the repair." "How do we move it?" the old man with the surname Qin asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, the array master's face turned embarrassed. "We might need the two masters to go outside the spirit array." Before he could finish his words, the old man with the surname Qin roared, "Bullshit! If that's the case, how can we still be alive?" The reason why Maplewood City was still safe and sound was because of 2 reasons. Firstly, it was because the attack from the demon chi that surrounded the city the day before was not too strong. Secondly, it was because of the power of the layers of formations. "Senior Qin, please calm down. It's our fault for not being skilled enough." The array master also knew that this proposal was somewhat difficult, but just as the overall level of Maplewood City's martial artists was not high, the ability of array masters was also not very outstanding. Seriously, there was no way they could continue with the repair work. Senior Qin, let me go. At this moment, Kai Yang suddenly opened his mouth. You? The old man with the surname Qin turned his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. Since we have to move the battlefield in order to repair the spirit array, there's no other way. The old man with the surname Qin couldn't help but reveal a trace of worry. Little brother, are you confident? You have to know. If we really go out of the spirit array's protective range, we will be in deep trouble. That would be tantamount to penetrating deep into enemy territory alone. That demonic chi is not something that can be easily resisted. We have to try to know if I'm confident or not. Yang Kai smiled calmly. If we don't do anything, the city will fall when we are exhausted. Hearing Yang Kai's words, the old man with the surname Qin also knew that there was no other way. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, since that's the case, this Qin will go with little brother. Humph, as the saying goes, how can one catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? This old man wants to see how that demonic chi is going to erode my mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. If old Mr. Qin goes with us, how will the people below deal with any fish that escapes the net? The old man with the surname Qin was startled. Yang Kai's face turned solemn. Let me go. Old Mr. Qin will hold the rear. The old man with the surname Qin knew that Yang Kai was right. He sighed and said, then little brother must be very careful. If you really can't handle it, then quickly retreat into the city. Yang Kai nodded. If this matter succeeds, this Qin will definitely report to the city lord master and have him record this merit. The old man with the surname Qin said in a deep voice. Yang Kai didn't comment. His figure flashed, and he had already fled through the hole. The old man with the surname Qin immediately filled in. At the same time, he shouted, repair the formation as fast as you can. If you can't completely repair the formation in 15 minutes, this old man will throw all of you array masters outside. The array masters below immediately frowned when they heard this. However, they didn't dare to refute. They hurriedly began to repair the formation with all their might. Outside the city, Yang Kai leisurely fled. He felt as if he had fallen into another world. There was no light in this world. There was only boundless darkness. The pitch-black chi that flowed around his body contained an extremely terrifying corrosive power. At the same time, there seemed to be something else as well. The moment Yang Kai fled, the demonic chi and demonic creatures were like ferocious dogs that had seen a bone. They all gathered around him. For a moment, the space in front of the old man with the surname Qin was empty. There were no more demonic chi or demonic creatures that wanted to invade the city through the hole. Seeing this situation, the old man with the surname Qin was happy but also a little worried. What he was happy about was that this way, the formation masters would be able to safely repair the formation array and complete it in the shortest time possible. However, he was worried about whether Yang Kai would be able to last until then. If something happened to Yang Kai, not only would this mission be a complete failure, the demonic creatures would also have a Dao Source Realm Master appear out of nowhere. When that time comes, Maplewood City would be in danger. Just as the old man with the surname Qin was anxiously waiting, several streaks of light suddenly shot over from nearby. Not long after, the streaks of light landed in front of the old man with the surname Qin, revealing a few figures. What are you doing here? The old man with the surname Qin's face couldn't help but change when he saw a delicate woman among them. He shouted in a deep voice, this place is dangerous. Quickly return. Impressively, the delicate woman was Qinyu, whom Yang Kai had met once before. Within Maplewood City, the only Dao Source Realm Master with the surname Qin was the old ancestor of the Qin family, Qin Chaoyang. Hearing this, Qinyu remained unmoved and said, we heard that the old ancestor was in a critical situation here, so we hurried over to provide assistance. As Qinyu said that, she turned her head to look at her surroundings. To her surprise, she discovered that this place was completely peaceful. Other than the hole in the array in front of the city walls, there wasn't a single trace of demonic creatures. At this moment, The demonic chi and demonic creatures outside seemed to have turned a blind eye to the hole in the array. They didn't seem to have any intention of taking this opportunity to invade the city. Instead, they continued to roll around in the periphery, converging towards a certain location. This place. Qin had a blank look on her face. How did this happen? Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyang sighed and said, "A little brother rushed out to attract the attention of the demonic chi and demonic creatures. If not for that, how could this place be so peaceful?" Someone rushed out? The Qin family members turned pale with fright when they heard this. After all, although none of them had personally experienced the terror of the demonic chi, just looking at it was enough to make their hair stand on end. At this time, who would dare to rush out of the city to seek their own deaths? Those who had the guts to rush out were probably disregarding their own life and death. Thinking of this, the few of them felt deep respect for that unknown person, secretly admiring him. Since you've come, then forget it. Help this old master take a look at the situation over there." Qin Xiaoyang suddenly thought of something and said to Qin Yu, "Okay." Qin Yu gently nodded her head before gently closing her eyes. When she reopened them, her eyes had astonishingly turned into a silvery color. Silver streams seemed to flash within her pupils, while a mysterious energy shot out from her eyes, piercing through the void. Qin Yu suffered from a chronic illness and her body was in poor health all year round. Using this secret technique seemed to be a great burden on her, so after a while, her delicate body began to tremble slightly, and some sweat seeped out from her forehead. Her already pale face gradually became even paler. "How is it?" Qin Xiaoyang stretched out his hand and placed it on Qin Yu's shoulder, slowly pouring his source qi into her body as he asked softly, "Huh?" Qin Yu looked into the void and couldn't help but cry out softly, as if she had discovered something. Soon, a trace of joy burst out from her face, and she said in surprise, "It's him?" After saying this, Qin Yu's tender body shook and she suddenly closed her eyes, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Seeing this, Qin Xiaoyang's expression became solemn and his fingers moved quickly, pressing a few points on Qin Yu's body. At the same time, he took out a spirit pill from his space ring and flicked it into Qin Yu's mouth. He didn't rush to ask anything, and instead waited for Qin Yu to sit down cross-legged and adjust her breathing. After a while, Qin Yu opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Qin Xiaoyang excitedly. "Old ancestor, is that person surnamed Yang? Do you know this person?" Qin Xiaoyang's expression changed as he recalled what Qin Yu had said before and asked thoughtfully. "Sure enough, it's him." Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled, whispering, "Old ancestor, do you remember that after you returned from outside, I asked the people in the clan to inquire about someone?" "I've heard a little about this matter." Qin Xiaoyang nodded and asked curiously, "Could it be that the person you're looking for is him?" "Yes." Qin Yu nodded. "Old ancestor, this person is extraordinary. If possible, you should try your best to rope him in and use him for our Qin family." "He's extraordinary. This old master has already seen it." Qin Xiaoyang's mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly. If he wasn't an ordinary person, who would dare to rush out of the city alone? "But how did you know?" Qin Yu said, "Because when this person was breaking through to the Tao source realm, you was watching from afar. Old ancestor, you should know that when this person was breaking through, the heavenly manifestation was extremely terrifying. It was definitely not a scene that an ordinary cultivator should have when breaking through to the Tao source realm. Moreover, at the moment of breaking through, he even had the strength to heavily injure Ghost Hand Shen Tu." "What?" Qin Xiaoyang exclaimed. "Is this true?" Chapter 2082. How could Qin Xiaoyang not know about Ghost Hand Shen Tu? They were all Tao source realm masters who had been in Maplewood City all year round. He had also dealt with Shen Tu several times, and because of their different standpoints, they had fought twice. Although Shen Tu's actions were despicable, Qin Xiaoyang could not deny his strength. He felt that Shen Tu was a great enemy. In those two fights, he only had a slight upper hand and could not do anything to Shen Tu's day. In the end, he could only let Shen Tu escape arrogantly. But listening to Qin Yu's words, Yang Kai was able to severely injure Shen Tu at the moment of breaking through to the Tao source realm. In other words, Yang Kai was not yet a Tao source realm master at that time. He was just a peak third-order origin king. Qin Xiaoyang did not dare to imagine how powerful a person could be to be able to injure Shin Tu in that situation. Didn't this mean that Yang Kai was not someone he could contend with at that time? Now that he had broken through to the Dao source realm, his cultivation had crossed a big realm. His strength had probably more than doubled compared to before. Thinking of this, Qin Xiaoyang suddenly felt his breathing become a little heavy. He also realized that although he had tried to overestimate Yang Kai's strength, he still underestimated him. What about Shin Tu? Qin Xiaoyang asked anxiously. Shin Tu had some enmity with the Qin family. If they could find him while he was recuperating, they might be able to get rid of him and prevent future troubles. Qin Yu smiled bitterly. I was about to tell old ancestor about this. Shin Tu is dead. Dead? Qin Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes. Didn't you just say that he was only severely injured? How did he die? At that time, that Yang master was breaking through. There was another Dao source realm master guarding in the dark. When Shen Tu retreated with heavy injuries, he was killed by that person in one move. Unfortunately, I didn't see what that person guarding looked like and what level he was at. Oh, Qin Xiaoyang asked with a look of interest. You mean, there is a hidden master behind little brother Yang? Qin Yu nodded and said excitedly, Ancestor, this person is a scattered cultivator. If we can win him over to our Qin family, then our Qin family's power will definitely increase greatly. Moreover, there's another expert behind him. If we can form a good relationship with him, then our Qin family will definitely benefit. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes flashed as he said, I understand what you mean, but this matter has to wait until the current crisis is resolved. Yuer understands. However, Ancestor, please be careful. Don't ever offend him. Qin Yu solemnly exhorted as a strange light flickered in her beautiful eyes. She said in a deep voice, Perhaps the revival of our Qin family will fall on this person. Hearing Qin Yu's words, Qin Xiaoyang's expression brightened greatly. He said with rapt attention, did you see something else? Qin Yu shook her head. My fated fortune, heavenly pupil can only see that this person has a great fortune and opportunity. His future is definitely not in Maplewood City. Qin Xiaoyang's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, With your words, this old man has confidence. After speaking, the two of them looked outside. However, it was pitch black outside, and they couldn't see anything at all. They could only vaguely see that the rolling demonic chi was constantly rolling and seemed to be converging in a certain direction. Inside the pitch-black demonic chi, the roars of various demonic creatures could be heard constantly. It was hair-raising. Where did so many damn things come from? Outside the city, Yang Kai frowned. He didn't notice it when he was in the city, but as soon as he left the city and entered this boundless world of darkness, he discovered that there were countless demonic creatures hidden in the demonic chi. Yang Kai was like a ray of light in this pitch-black darkness, attracting countless demonic creatures to besiege him. Under the suppression of the space principles, the space around him became extremely dense. Any demonic creature that came within 20 meters of him, regardless of their cultivation level, would immediately become sluggish and unable to move. Under the flashing golden light, all the demonic creatures were cut to pieces by the golden blood threads. Even though Yang Kai was displaying invincible bravery, the demonic creatures still continued to charge at him without fear of death. In just a short while, a mountain of corpses had formed at his feet. Although he was able to resist the corrosion of the demonic chi with his source chi, from the sound of the demonic chi sizzling, Yang Kai could tell that the corrosive power of the demonic chi was extremely strong. Being in this environment for a long time was also extremely taxing on him. Come out. After killing for a while, Yang Kai frowned and shouted in a low voice. The queen monster insect and blue flame thunder wolf both appeared, one on his left and one on his right. As soon as the two blood beasts appeared, they received Yang Kai's orders. The purple and green dual swords on the queen monster insect's two pincers shone with a brilliant light as an ice concept spread out. In an instant, everything within a radius of 1,000 meters was frozen solid as snowflakes drifted down from the sky. The snowflakes swept past the bodies of the demonic creatures, cutting them in half amidst miserable howls. The blue flame thunder wolf opened its mouth wide and spat out fireballs and purple lightning. Although it was not as strong as the queen monster insect, it was still able to hold its own. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk the blood-red chi on the two blood beasts' bodies was almost solid as they emitted a faint golden-red glow, repelling the invincible demonic chi. For a while, the situation stabilized. There were no outsiders here, so Yang Kai simply went all out. Space force lingered around his body as he alternately released all kinds of space secret techniques. With the cooperation of the two blood beasts, the countless demonic creatures were unable to get within 10 meters of him. This was also thanks to the fact that the overall strength of the cultivator near Maplewood City was not high. So even though the demonic creatures demonized by the demonic chi had improved to a certain extent, they were still not that strong. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai be able to perform so well in this place? After fighting fiercely for a long time, Yang Kai became so excited that he no longer cared about his own consumption. Moon blades flew in all directions, each one clearing a neat path. At this moment, the queen monster insect seemed to have sensed something and crossed its two pincers, sending a burst of ice principal strength in a certain direction. In that direction, a sneaky figure that was quietly approaching was suddenly exposed. This person seemed to be a little different from the other demonic creatures. The evil aura exuding from his body was extremely powerful and was shrouded by a deep demonic chi. It was unknown what kind of secret technique he used to hide from Yang Kai's perception. If the queen monster insect had not sensed it, Yang Kai would not have sensed it until he was close to him. A Jiang family member? Yang Kai's reaction was also very fast. The moment the queen monster insect made its move, he had already turned his gaze in that direction. Taking a closer look, he found that this person was actually an elder of the Jiang family. He had previously dealt with him above the mine. However, Yang Kai did not know his name. This elder of the Jiang family was a third-order origin king before, but now, he seemed to have become even stronger. The energy fluctuations coming from his body had already reached the level of a Dao Source Realm cultivator, but what was strange was that he was still only a third-order origin king. Yang Kai's heart moved. He immediately understood that this should be the work of the demonic chi. After being eroded by the demonic chi, although it would cause one to lose their consciousness, it could also increase their strength. After this elder of the Jiang family was transformed into a demon, his strength naturally increased greatly. However, the demonic chi was not omnipotent and could not really transform him into a Dao Source Realm cultivator. It could only increase the amount of source chi in his body, but not the quality. Courting death. Yang Kai hated the Jiang family, the culprits who caused the crisis in Maplewood City. If they had not recklessly mined the mine, he would not have been implicated in this trouble. Right now, he might be peacefully cultivating in his secluded home. Sensing Yang Kai's murderous intent, the queen monster insect did not hesitate to draw its two swords. Two different colored lights suddenly crossed and cut through the Jiang family elder's body. The sound of his flesh being minced could be heard. Although the Jiang family elder's strength had been enhanced by the demonic chi, how could he be an opponent of the queen monster insect? After the light flashed, the Jiang family elder's body directly split into 4 halves and collapsed. Before he died, he did not show the slightest fear. Instead, he kept roaring, as if he had gone mad. Xiao. At this moment, another figure suddenly appeared beside Yang Kai, holding a long sword. The long sword was completely black and filled with a dark aura. With a shake of the sword, it pierced towards the back of Yang Kai's head. Seeing this, the blue flame thunder wolf on the other side opened its mouth and spat out a fireball the size of a brazier towards this person. This person did not dodge and was hit by the fireball. The dark demonic chi on his body dissipated for a moment, and at the same time, a burnt smell spread. But after forcefully withstanding this attack, his long sword continued to stab into Kai Yang's head. Ha 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 ha. After succeeding in his attack, this person could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was filled with madness and unimaginable evilness. Brother Chu-hee, you're laughing really happily. An indifferent voice inexplicably rang out from behind him. This demon instantly turned pale with fright as he hurriedly turned his head to look, only to discover that Yang Kai, who should have been killed by him in a single blow, had unknowingly appeared behind him and was currently staring at him with a look of ridicule. As for the body with its head pierced through, it slowly dissipated. Impressively, it was just an illusion. Seeing him looking over, Yang Kai could not help but sneer. "Brother Chu-hee, why are you laughing so happily? Why don't you tell me and make me happy as well?" Previously, when he was concealed by the Jiang family elder, he was almost ambushed. How could Yang Kai not be vigilant? Naturally, he had discovered traces of Jiang Chu-hee's actions in an instant. With his ability, avoiding such a sneak attack was simply a piece of cake. At this moment, Jiang Chu-hee was radiating an aura that was even stronger than that of the Jiang family elder. It seemed that he had yet to break through the shackles of the Tao source realm and was unable to utilize the world principles. Everything else about him was something that only a Tao source realm master could possess. It was unknown whether or not Jiang Chu-hee had understood Yang Kai's mockery, but all of a sudden, he let out a low roar from his mouth, while his expression abruptly turned ruthless. Surging demon chi surged out from his body, causing his originally scarlet-black eyes to turn even darker, as though they were capable of sucking a person's soul into them. Chapter 2083. As the demonic chi churned, the demonized Jiang Chu-hee was extremely enraged. Opening his mouth wide, he took a deep breath. Like a whale sucking in water, the churning and squirming demonic chi madly converged towards his mouth before being sucked into his body. In an instant, Jiang Chu-hee's stomach seemed to have turned into a bottomless abyss. As the demonic chi was sucked in, the aura radiating from Jiang Chu-hee's body grew more and more dangerous. At the same time, the demonic patterns on his skin started to radiate with a black radiance, seemingly containing some kind of majestic power, causing Yang Kai to feel somewhat uneasy. "Kill him!" Yang Kai roared out, knowing that he could not allow Jiang Chu-hee to continue like this. Otherwise, an unforeseen event might really occur. Giving the order, the demonic insect queen and great blood beast transformed into two streaks of light, rushing towards Jiang Chu-hee from both sides. With a shake of the long sword in his hand, his body was wrapped in sword light as he merged with his sword and stabbed towards Jiang Chu-hee. Faced against such a berserk attack, Jiang Chu-hee did not show the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he opened his mouth wide, before a furious roar that shook the heavens and earth erupted from his mouth. Unrestrained and unrestrained, it spread out in all directions. Accompanying the roar, a jet-black pillar of light shot out from his mouth, condensing into a churning jet-black flood dragon. Baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, it rushed towards Yang Kai. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes could not help but narrow. Radiance radiated from his long sword, transforming into a strangling power that engulfed the jet-black flood dragon within his sword and tint. On the other side, Jiang Chu-hee sent a fist rumbling out, landing squarely on the head of the blue flame thunderjackal that had just closed in on him. This blood beast, possessing the strength of the first-order Tao source realm, let out a mournful cry. Its gigantic body was sent flying, before it even landed on the ground. Entangled by countless demonic chi, it was unable to break free. The demonic chi corroded the blood chi around its body, causing ear-piercing sounds to ring out. In just a short while, a large hole was corroded out, allowing demonic chi to drill into its mouth and nose. At the same time, purple and green lights flashed. Enveloped by the concept of ice, the queen of demonic insects appeared. The two swords on its pincers merged into one and suddenly emitted a dazzling light. It actually dispersed the demonic chi around it in a short moment and condensed into a huge sword light that slashed downwards. Jiang Chu-hee seemed to have realized that this attack was not something that he could take head-on. With a quick twist of his body, he disappeared from his original location. Boom! As soon as he disappeared, the sword light slashed the ground. A deep ravine was carved out on the ground, and soil was sent flying everywhere. On the other side, Yang Kai finally managed to cut the black flood dragon into pieces. Turning his head to look at the blue flame thunder wolf, he cursed in his heart and quickly flashed away. Then, he came to the side of his blood fiend. With a grab, he tossed it into the sealed world bead. If he left the blue flame thunder wolf alone, It might not be long before it was demonized and turned into a member of the demonic beasts. Even though he had cooperated with the two blood beasts to take action, Jiang Chu he had still managed to cripple one of his arms in an instant. This caused Yang Kai to fly into a rage out of humiliation. At the same time, it also allowed him to fully understand just how terrifying a demonized person's strength was. If it was before, he could casually pinch a guy like Jiang Chu he to death. The gap between the Dao Source Realm and the Origin King Realm was no joke. Within the demonic Qi, silence reigned. After avoiding the Queen of Demonic Insects' attack, Jiang Chu he seemed to have completely fused with the demonic Qi around him. There was no longer any trace of him. Thinking about it, he must have used this advantage to get close to Yang Kai just now. Without any trace of the enemy, the Queen of Demonic Insects stood quietly in place, its entire body covered in a lustrous white radiance. This lustrous white radiance radiated with an extremely strong chill. It was the manifestation of clear sky snowfall sword intent. Humph, you think that hiding is enough? With a cold snort, Yang Kai opened his eyes and activated his demon eye of annihilation. Looking around, he quickly discovered a faint figure hidden within the demonic Qi, not moving in the slightest. If not for the demon eye of annihilation's ability to see through illusions, even with his incomparably powerful divine sense, it would be absolutely impossible for him to discover this. Not only that, there were even more figures not far away. Using the concealment of the demonic Qi, they were quietly approaching. The auras radiating from those figures were not much weaker than Jiang Chu he. In fact, there were even a few that were slightly stronger than him. Yang Kai's heart shook. He knew that he had stayed outside for too long and had attracted the hostility of even more demonized people. Furthermore, these demonized people with decent strength should be transformed from the Jiang family. That's because one of the figures was extremely similar to the Jiang family's patriarch, Jiang Lin. It could be said that they were practically identical. Little brother Yang, quickly return to the city. The grand array is about to be repaired. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyang's shout suddenly rang out from behind him. Yang Kai's face lit up with joy. He knew that his mission was complete. However, he was somewhat unwilling to leave just like that. Seeing more demonized people approaching, he clenched his teeth and gave a command to the Queen Monster Insect. In the next moment, the Queen Monster Insect displayed its Sword Dao secret technique, Clear Sky Snowfall. The concept of ice followed the brandishing of the purple and green dual swords and suddenly descended on a certain area of the territory in front of them. In an instant, that area of territory became bitingly cold. Within the space, the ice principles lingered, corroding the surroundings like a poison. The demonized people hidden within the demonic Qi were caught off guard and fell one after another. Roars rang out continuously as figures appeared one after another. These demonized people displayed their own secret technique, the divine technique, to dissolve the ice principles around them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai flashed and arrived in front of Jiang Chu he. Condense! Yang Kai roared out. With a single thought, the power of space principles burst forth, locking down that part of the world. Jiang Chu he's figure was instantly revealed. However, at this moment, a sliver of panic appeared on his malevolent face as he struggled with all his might. Demon crests flickered on his exposed skin, while blue veins popped out, giving him an extremely terrifying appearance. However, he was still unable to completely break free from the influence of the space principles. In the end, he was just a demonized person transformed from a third-order origin king cultivator. He was simply unable to resist the restraint of the world principles. Chop! Yang Kai raised his sword and swung it down fiercely. A will to live suddenly erupted from Jiang Chu, his jet-black eyes. Who knows where he got the strength from, but he actually managed to forcefully shift his head to the side. With a flash of sword light, an arm was neatly chopped off, with jet-black blood spurting out from the wound. Jiang Chu he roared out in pain. Seeing this, Yang Kai was somewhat surprised. He never expected that his attack would not have the desired effect. However, rolling his eyes, he came up with an even better idea. In the next instant, he roared out once more, "Bind!" As though it had obeyed his command, the surrounding space abruptly compressed towards Jiang Chu-hee. As though he was enduring a massive impact, the bones in his entire body started to emit cracking sounds as blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. Nevertheless, he continued to struggle without the slightest intention of begging for mercy. In fact, he didn't even have the intention to escape. On the contrary, he continued to roar at Yang Kai, appearing just like a wild beast that had gone berserk. Yang Kai formed hand seals, continuously changing them as he struck towards Jiang Chu-hee. Streams of source chi poured into Jiang Chu-hee's body, completely suppressing the power within his body. After a short while, Jiang Chu-hee no longer had the slightest bit of strength left to resist, as his cultivation was completely sealed within his body. Yang Kai extended his hand to grab him, lifting him up. At the same time, he called out to the queen monster insect in his heart. The queen monster insect understood and turned into a streak of light, shooting towards Yang Kai before being sucked into the sealed world bead. Immediately after, Yang Kai's figure twisted as he rushed towards the city walls. Seeing him appear, Qin Xiaoyang's face lit up with joy as he shouted, "Little brother Yang, come back quickly." Yang Kai nodded towards him. Just as he was about to enter the city through the spirit array that had yet to fully close, his expression suddenly changed as he turned his head back. "Little brother, what are you doing?" Qin Xiaoyang looked confused, not knowing why Yang Kai had stopped at such a critical moment. "Old Sir Qin, did you not hear anything?" Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Qin Xiaoyang was stunned for a moment before he carefully listened. In the next moment, his expression changed as he asked, "Someone is calling for help?" He did hear someone shouting for help not far outside the city. Judging from the voice, it seemed to be a man, and not a young one at that. A trace of struggle flashed across Qin Xiaoyang's face as he quickly said, "Little brother, don't worry about it. No matter who that person is, I'm afraid he is already dead. You should come back first." Yang Kai gently nodded, thinking that what he said was right. The danger of this demonic chi was far beyond his expectations. If someone really rushed into it, it wouldn't take long for their mind to be devoured and transformed into a demon. Even with his current strength, he didn't dare to stay in the demonic chi for too long. Otherwise, he would be in danger. "Master, wait, Master, help!" Suddenly, the inexplicable cry for help came from behind, and it seemed to be closer than before. Yang Kai suddenly became very curious. He didn't know what kind of person was able to protect themselves in the rolling demonic chi and the endless demonic creatures. Furthermore, they were able to accurately run towards him. Someone who could do this was obviously not an ordinary cultivator. "Old Mr. Qin, take this. I'll take a look first," Yang Kai said as he threw Jiang Chu-hee into the city. In a moment of carelessness, Qin Xiaoyang caught sight of the malevolent expression on Jiang Chu-hee's face, baring his fangs as he flew towards him. Instantly, Qin Xiaoyang was given a huge fright. Without even thinking about it, he sent out a palm strike. Asterisk boom. Asterisk with a loud bang, accompanied by the sound of countless bones breaking. Jiang Chu-hee spat out a mouthful of black blood as his aura suddenly withered. However, after taking the full force of Qin Xiaoyang's palm, he didn't die immediately. Instead, he fell to the ground and groaned, "Demon! Demon!" Seeing this, the surrounding cultivator turned pale with fright and shouted. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked curiously at Jiang Chu-hee. This was the first time she had seen a living demon at such a close distance. Chapter 2084. Jiang Chu-hee? Qin Yu's beautiful eyes widened as she stared in disbelief at the demonic dweller that was being suppressed by the demonic dweller. She discovered that this demon was actually an outstanding member of the Jiang family's younger generation, Jiang Chu-hee. Being a descendant of one of the great families in Maplewood City, Qin Yu had quite a bit of interaction with Jiang Chu-hee, so she naturally recognized him. However, never in her wildest dreams did she expect that the demon running amok outside of Maplewood City would actually be someone she knew. The Jiang family's careless mining of the mine had resulted in the seal being broken, causing the ancient great demon's pure demonic chi to leak out. Within the entire Maplewood City, only a handful of Dao Source Realm Masters knew about this matter. It was still a secret to the other cultivator. It wasn't that Duan Yuan Shan was afraid of causing chaos if he revealed this secret, but that he simply didn't have the time to do so. How can it be him? Qin Yu was completely puzzled. Oh my god, isn't that young Master Jiang? It's really young Master Jiang? I just drank with him in the Drunken Moon brothel half a month ago. How can he? After recognizing Jiang Chuhi's face, the surrounding cultivators all revealed expressions of disbelief. One of the cultivators even revealed a pained expression, as he had indeed been together with Jiang Chuhi in the largest brothel in Maplewood City half a month ago, hugging beauties as they drank the finest wine, enjoying themselves without restraint. After not seeing him for half a month, the dignified and elegant great young Master Jiang had actually turned into such a state, causing him to be filled with emotions. Look after him. What are you afraid of? His cultivation has already been suppressed by little brother Yang, and he's already a cripple. Qin Xiaoyang roared out from the side. His expression was filled with pressure. Hearing that, all the cultivators present, the corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch. They had all witnessed the scene of Qin Xiaoyang breaking all of Jiang Chuhi's bones with a single palm strike in the midst of his shock. However, no one dared to expose him at this moment. All of them surrounded him, using their cultivation techniques to imprison him, before curiously sizing him up. Jiang Chuhi seemed to have lost his mind, as he didn't show the slightest bit of nostalgia towards these familiar faces. Instead, it opened its mouth and roared continuously, emitting a terrifying low growl from its throat. Outside the city, Yang Kai stood in front of the final hole, using his 5 elements indestructible sword qi to block the attacks of countless demonic beasts. Looking forward with the demon eye of annihilation, Yang Kai could see a disheveled figure darting about in the boundless demonic qi, his body exuding a faint fluorescent light. He didn't know what kind of secret technique he had used, but he was able to resist the corrosion of the demonic qi and was frantically running for his life. Ah, sir, you really are my savior. Thank you very much. Master's kindness. I will engrave it in my heart. In the future, I will kowtow 3 times in the morning and at night, and burn a stick of incense in the morning and evening to pray for Master to live to 100 years old. As the man rapidly approached Yang Kai, he continued to blabber on and on. Yang Kai was extremely surprised by this, as this person's movement technique was extremely nimble. Although he was charging through the army by himself, he still seemed to be able to do so with ease. Not only did he not suffer any damage from the demonic beasts, he even had the leisure to thank Yang Kai. Yang Kai's face was filled with black lines. He angrily said, 100 years is not a long life for me. You're cursing me to die early and reincarnate. It was a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue? The man seemed to have realized that his previous words were a little inappropriate. As he spoke, he had already arrived a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and come in. Yang Kai said impatiently. Seeing that the hole behind him was about to close, he couldn't be bothered to pay attention to the man. Turning around, he entered the city through the hole. Master, wait for me. The man shouted strangely. His speed suddenly increased a lot, and he quickly followed Yang Kai into the city. Without a target to attack, the countless demonic beasts and demonic qi continued to rush into the city. But how could the array masters, who had been quietly waiting for an opportunity, allow them to do as they wished? The array disc in each of their hands emitted a dazzling light, which turned into a stream of energy that shot into the array formation. The hole that had been broken quickly closed and was soon completely repaired. Boom, boom, boom. The demonic beast continued to bombard the array formation's light screen, and the demonic qi kept tumbling. But everyone breathed a sigh of relief, because as long as the array formation was intact, they didn't have to worry too much. You guys, quickly strengthen the weak points here. You must not let the demonic beasts break through the array formation. Qin Xiaoyang shouted at the array masters. Receiving the order, the array masters quickly controlled the array disc in their hands. Little brother Yang, this time it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, I'm afraid Maplewood City would have. Qin Xiaoyang cupped his hands and thanked Yang Kai with a face full of fear. The demonic qi and the demonic beasts outside the city were so ferocious. He didn't dare to underestimate the whole. If the array formation couldn't be repaired, the overwhelming demonic chi would definitely invade the city. When that time came, how many of the hundreds of thousands of cultivators in Maplewood City would be able to resist? He could almost imagine the scene of Maplewood City being plunged into misery and suffering. If that really happened, then he would be the sinner of Maplewood City. After all, he was responsible for guarding this section of the city wall. Old Mr. Chin, you don't have to be so polite. It's my duty. Yang Kai waved his hand. He didn't take his words to heart. Instead, he curiously looked at the person who had rushed in from outside the city. In the next moment, he showed a look of surprise and whispered, "It's you, you old swindler." Before, outside the city, Yang Kai didn't see the person's face. Now that he was in the city, he realized that the person who had rushed in from outside the city was actually that wretched old swindler. This old man had cheated Mo Xiaoqi of a few thousand source crystals in the black market. Later, before the 5-colored treasure pagoda opened, he was peddling his inexplicable 9 revolutions life-restoring pill, which was passed down from his ancestors and was said to be able to revive the dead. It seemed that his business was very good. Yang Kai never expected that this old swindler would have such an extraordinary side. Not any random origin king would be able to come and go freely within the demon chi. Although the old swindler appeared to be gasping for breath at this moment, as though he had just survived a calamity, at the very least, he had survived. Yang Kai was surprised and doubtful. He didn't know what mysteries this old man had that allowed him to stay in the demonic chi for a long time and resist the erosion and demonization of the demonic chi. Based on this alone, the old swindler was extraordinary. "Master, please don't speak so harshly." The old swindler looked extremely embarrassed when he heard this. He smiled mischievously and said, "This old master is just trying to make a living. I haven't swindled anyone." "Is that so?" Yang Kai smiled mischievously and stared at him meaningfully. The old swindler said seriously, "This old master has always been honest when doing business. The price is fair, and I will never force anyone to buy or sell. It's just that someone has misunderstood this old master and said that this old master is a swindler. This is definitely slander. This old master is a businessman. Honesty is the most important thing." "It's you, you old thing. What was the situation with the golden spear pill you sold me last time?" Suddenly, a cultivator stood out from the crowd and looked at the old swindler angrily, as if he had suffered a great loss in the old swindler's hands. "Is that thing useless?" The old swindler looked at that person in surprise and said strangely, "It can't be. That thing is refined using this old master's secret ancestral recipe. The effect is absolutely amazing. Brother, don't tell me that you didn't use the correct method?" That person asked curiously, "What other uses does that thing have besides eating it?" The old swindler slapped his thigh and said bitterly, "Idiot! How can that golden spear pill be eaten? You have to grind it into powder with water, and then apply it." The person who asked the question opened his eyes wide in an instant, and his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. "Apply what? Where's to?" Beside him, Qin Yu was curious and asked innocently. Qin Xiaoyang couldn't help but cough lightly. He didn't know how to answer, and his face was very embarrassed. The old swindler glanced at Qin Yu and waved his hand, saying, "Little girl, don't ask so many questions." Qin Yu pouted and was very angry. Only then did the old swindler look at that cultivator again. A wretched expression appeared on his face, and he asked in a low voice, "Brother, you didn't really eat it, did you?" That cultivator's face turned red, and he didn't say anything. The old swindler clapped his hands and said with a big laugh, "You really ate it. Haha, brother, you're in luck. Although that golden spear pill can also be eaten, if it is directly eaten, the golden spear won't fall down for 49 days. Oh, let me see. The last time I saw you was, bastard." That cultivator immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He directly rushed up to the old swindler and beat him while shouting, "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a tooth for a tooth, a tooth for a tooth. Brothers who have a grudge with this old man, let's attack together." As soon as he said this, dozens of people rushed up with a whoosh. A series of crackling sounds rang out, mixed with the old swindler's miserable howls and pleas for mercy. Qin, who was watching from the side, was so frightened that she couldn't help but reveal a look of pity. After a short while, the crowd dispersed, leaving the old swindler alone on the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. He looked like a young girl who had been raped by dozens of burly men. 2 drops of clear tears streamed down from the corners of his eyes, looking very miserable. Everyone's eyes converged on that cultivator at the front, and they all revealed a look of understanding. They thought to themselves that no wonder this brother had been wearing extremely loose robes these days, and often stooping his back. They originally thought that he had suffered some kind of injury, but it turned out that he had some unspeakable troubles. That cultivator's face turned red under the stares of the crowd. He let out a strange cry and quickly fled from where he was. Cough. Qin Xiaoyang coughed lightly at this time, and looked at Yang Kai with concern, saying, "Little brother Yang, you didn't suffer any injuries, right?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai shook his head. "That's good." Qin Xiaoyang seemed to be relieved and said, "The city lord's mansion has already known about this matter. This time, it was thanks to your efforts that we were able to repair the array again. City Lord Duan said that when the demon thought is over, he wants you to be the 3rd Deputy City Lord of Maplewood City. What do you think, little brother Yang?" "Deputy City Lord?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "City Lord Duan thinks too highly of me, but I'm not interested in being a Deputy City Lord." "Haha, I'm afraid that little brother Yang is used to being a carefree person and can't be restrained. This Deputy City Lord position seems to be glorious, but in fact, there are many things to worry about. Little brother Yang's choice is a wise one." Qin Xiaoyang laughed, and his expression relaxed a lot, and said, "Instead of being a Deputy City Lord, this old man thinks that little brother Yang might as well choose a family and be a supreme consecrator and live a carefree life." Chapter 2085. With a chuckle, Yang Kai did not continue the conversation. Instead, he turned his head to look at the old swindler. In a flash, he appeared by his side. Extending his leg, he gave him a kick and said, "Stop pretending to be dead. Hurry up and get up." "Master, I've been beaten so badly. I beg you, Master, to uphold justice and punish the culprits." Lying on the ground, the old swindler looked at Yang Kai with a pitiful expression. With snot and tears, he complained, "If Master can't teach them a lesson, this old master won't get up. Then just lie down and talk." The old swindler was instantly rendered speechless. Squatting down, Yang Kai stared deeply at him and asked in a deep voice, "Let me ask you, why did you come in from the outside?" Qin Xiaoyang also came to the side. Looking at the old swindler with a smile, he said with a chuckle, "This Qin is also very curious about this point." Being stared at by 2 Dao Source Realm Masters, the old swindler could not help but shiver. He hurriedly said, "Master, there must be some misunderstanding. I've come to Maplewood City to ask for help." "Ask for help?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. On the other hand, Qin Xiaoyang revealed a thoughtful look. "I've come from Forest City," the old swindler said. Yang Kai could not help but frown. Forest City is located 30,000 kilometers away from Maplewood City. It's even smaller than Maplewood City. Furthermore, its cultivator's level is even lower. Qin Xiaoyang said from the side. Suddenly, his expression changed and he shouted out, "Could it be that Forest City has already? Forest City is in danger, Master." The old swindler had an anxious look on his face. However, looking left and right, he sighed and said, "It seems that Maplewood City is also powerless to protect itself. What should we do?" "What's the current situation of Forest City?" Qin Xiaoyang shouted out with an ugly look on his face. "It's very bad, although it's also surrounded by demonic qi and demons like Maplewood City. However, Master, you also know what kind of situation Forest City is in. It probably won't be able to hold on for much longer. Furthermore, there's a demon in Forest City that seems to have reached the Dao Source Realm." Jiang Taisheng. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. "The ancestor of the Jiang family?" Qin Xiaoyang's expression changed drastically. Yang Kai nodded and said, "No wonder I didn't see any trace of Jiang Taisheng. When I was outside, I was constantly on guard against this person, fearing that he would suddenly appear and launch a sneak attack on me, but I didn't see him. It turns out that he wasn't in Maplewood City. Instead, he went to Forest City. If that's the case, does he want to use the Devil Chi to transform more Devil Dwellers? It's possible, and it's highly likely. Qin Xiaoyang's face turned ashen. Although Forest City isn't big, it still has over 100,000 people. If all of them were to be turned into demonic humans. At this point, an imaginary scene appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. Other than coming to Maplewood City to ask for help, did you go anywhere else? Yang Kai asked. The old liar nodded. He said, of course, but Maplewood City is the closest, and this old man is also very familiar with Maplewood City, so I volunteered to come here. Who would have thought that I wouldn't be able to break through? You do have some ability. Yang Kai looked at him meaningfully. The old liar smiled embarrassedly. Good luck, good luck. Moreover, if not for Master attracting a large number of demons, I wouldn't have been able to enter the city safely. Yang Kai smiled and nodded slightly, then shouted in a low voice. Take this old liar away and watch over him. Don't let him escape. While speaking, he suddenly reached out and touched the old liar's body. The power of the law circulated and poured into the old liar's body, sealing his cultivation. The old liar was dumbstruck. Qin Xiaoyang didn't seem to have expected Yang Kai to suddenly change his expression and was also dumbfounded for a moment. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes glowed as she stared at Yang Kai in astonishment. She didn't know what he was doing. Master, you? The old liar stared at Yang Kai with his eyes wide open, his face full of grief and indignation. Take him away. Yang Kai saw that the cultivator was standing still, so he quickly shouted again. At this time, two guards of the city lord's mansion came forward, one on the left and one on the right, and flew in the direction of the city lord's mansion. It looked like they were going to imprison him in the city lord's mansion's dungeon. Master, it's a misunderstanding. I just came here to ask for help. I'm one of your own, Master. You can't do this to me. The old liar cried and wailed loudly, and gradually disappeared into the distance. Little brother Yang, you shouldn't imprison this person because he often swindles people, right? What's the deep meaning of this? Qin Xiaoyang looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully and asked. Qin Yu also looked over curiously. Of course not. Yang Kai shook his head, however. This person is actually able to pass through the demonic chi unscathed with his third-order origin king cultivation. It looks like he's hiding some kind of secret. I'm very curious about this. Little brother Yang wants to get this secret out of him? Qin Xiaoyang's eyes lit up. Maplewood City didn't lack origin king realm cultivator. If everyone could move freely in the demonic chi like the old liar, there would really be no need to fear the dangers before them. Everyone could just kill their way out and kill all those demons. This old thing looks like a wily old fox, so it won't be easy to get his secret out of him. Furthermore, even if he reveals this secret, it might not be suitable for everyone. In any case, let's just do our best, Yang Kai said calmly. You're right, little brother. Qin Xiaoyang nodded his head, agreeing with Yang Kai's words. Pointing his finger at Jiang Chuhe, who was still roaring despite having his cultivation suppressed, he asked, Then, how do you think we should deal with this person, little brother? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Jiang Chuhe. I originally wanted to capture this person alive to inquire about the situation outside from him. However, looking at his current state, at this point, he couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Now that Jiang Chuhe had lost his mind, how could he possibly find any useful clues? Unless someone took the risk of suffering a backlash and used a secret technique like the soul-searching technique on him. However, to use such a secret technique, one would need to have a cultivation realm that surpassed Jiang Chuhe's by a large margin. Otherwise, there was a high chance of suffering a backlash from Jiang Chuhe's tyrannical consciousness. Looking at the entire Maplewood City, the highest cultivation realm was only at the second-order Dao Source realm. There was simply no such condition. Yang Kai's divine sense was comparable to a master from the third-order Dao Source realm. However, he had never learned the soul-searching technique, so he might not be able to obtain any useful information if he forcefully used it. If that's the case, this little girl might be able to help. Qin Yu suddenly spoke up. You? Yang Kai shot a stunned look at Qin Yu, a puzzled look on his face. He almost thought that he had misheard, because Qin Yu's second-order origin returning realm cultivation was clearly visible. Qin Xiaoyang, on the other hand, reacted as if he was facing a great enemy. His face changed drastically as he roared out, "Don't make trouble." Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled. "Old ancestor, you isn't making trouble. With Er's cultivation, I'm naturally unable to use a secret technique on Jiang, this demon. However, with the help of the spirit array and old ancestor Lord Yang, I can give it a try." Hearing this, Yang Kai's heart shook. Staring deeply at Qin Yu, he said, "When this Yang first saw Sister Qin in the 5-colored treasure pagoda, this Yang felt that Sister Qin wasn't an ordinary person. Now, it seems that this is indeed the case. Lord Yang is too kind." Qin Yu smiled gently. "This little girl is too weak to stand up to the wind, so how could I receive such praise from Master? On the other hand, Master has already broken through to the Dao source realm at such a young age. Your future is limitless. This little girl truly admires you." "Old Sir Qin," Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qin Xiaoyang and asked, "Are all the girls in your family so good at talking?" Qin Xiaoyang laughed. "If little brother is interested, you can come to my Qin family and pick a few girls to take back. My Qin family has many unmarried girls. I'm sure little brother will take a fancy to some of them." Yang Kai's face darkened. Old Sir Qin is really good at joking. Qin Xiaoyang smiled. This old master isn't joking. Yang Kai coughed lightly and changed the topic. Looking at Qin Yu, he said, "Sister Qin, you should know that your cultivation is far inferior to Brother Chu He's. If you aren't confident, don't take risks. Otherwise, it won't be good if something happens." "Many thanks for Lord Yang's concern. This little girl naturally knows her limits." Qin Yu gently nodded, her face calm. "This little girl still has some confidence." "That's good." Yang Kai nodded and stopped trying to persuade her. No one dared to play around with their own lives. Since Qin Yu said so, she definitely had something to rely on. "Old Sir Qin, what do you think?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qin Xiaoyang. Qin Xiaoyang's expression was solemn. After pondering for a long time, he raised his head to look at Qin Yu and said, You really don't need to do this. This calamity concerns the entire Maplewood City. If worst comes to worst, we can just let the City Lord Master take the risk and use the soul-searching technique." Qin Yu said, "The City Lord Master is now responsible for the safety of the entire city. If something really happens, the entire Maplewood City will be finished. Is different. Even if something really happens, it won't affect the overall situation. Old ancestor, my Qin family members are all in the city. If the city is breached, my Qin family will definitely perish. I want to do something for the family." Yu sigh. Qin Xiaoyang had a speechless expression on his face. He didn't know how to persuade her. Yang Kai's expression changed. He looked at Qin Yu with some surprise. He didn't expect a little girl like her to be so considerate of the overall situation. But before that, this little girl has something to ask Lord Yang. Qin Yu suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai with a smile. "What is it?" Qin Yu's lips squirmed, but she didn't make any sound. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. After a moment of silence, he gently nodded his head. Qin Yu's face lit up with joy. She clapped her hands and said, "If that's the case, then has an 80% chance of success. Moreover, we only need Lord Yang to assist us. Old ancestor can stay here and continue to defend." "You don't need this old man?" Qin Xiaoyang was stunned when he heard this. Qin Yu said with a smile, "Lord Yang is extraordinary." Qin Xiaoyang gave a sigh and said, "Since that's the case, this old man won't say anything else. However, since this matter concerns the entire Maplewood City, this old man still needs to send a message to the City Lord Master. Furthermore, I also need to inform the City Lord of the situation in Maplewood City. Please wait for a moment." Saying so, he took out his communication artifact and poured his divine sense into it. He informed the Dao Source Realm Masters in the city about the situation in Maplewood City and Jiangchu He, with the focus on informing Duan Yuan Shan. Chapter 2086. After a short while, Yang Kai and Qin Chaoyang's communication artifacts buzzed at the same time. Pouring his divine sense into it, Yang Kai immediately received a message from Duan Yuan Shan. Go ahead and do it. Raising his head, Yang Kai saw the helpless look on Qin Chaoyang's face. Since the City Lord Master has spoken, you can go ahead and do as you please. Although Qin Chaoyang was still worried, he was in no position to object at this moment. All he could do was to plan in his heart on how to obtain more benefits from the City Lord after this matter. After all, Qin Yu was a descendant that he valued greatly. Even with the fated fortune Heavenly Pupil, which allowed him to use his secret technique against Jiang Chu He with his second-order origin returning realm cultivation, he would still have to bear a considerable risk. Brother Yang, I'll leave you in your care, Qin Chaoyang said sincerely, as though he was trying to marry Qin Yu to Yang Kai. Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, Rest assured, old Sir Qin. I'll definitely do my best to cooperate with Sister Qin. Lord Yang, please follow me. Qin Yu waved her hand and took the lead to fly in a certain direction. Yang Kai reached out and lifted Jiang Chu He before following closely behind Qin Yu. The other Origin King Realm cultivator in charge of protecting Qin Yu also followed along. Jiang Chu He had one of his arms chopped off by Yang Kai outside the city. However, at this moment, a jet-black aura was churning out from the cut-off part of his arm, without the slightest bit of blood flowing out. It was an extremely strange sight. Not long after, the group arrived at the Qin family's main residence. With the current crisis in Maplewood City, basically all of the Qin family's origin returning realm cultivator and above had gone to the city walls to assist in the defense. Therefore, those who stayed behind in the Qin family, most of them weren't very strong, nor were they old. As soon as they saw Qin Yu return, they eagerly gathered around him, chattering non-stop, wanting to know the situation outside. How could Qin Yu have the time to pay attention to them? She assumed the posture of a big sister and reprimanded them. His younger brothers and sisters didn't dare to make a sound. However, when they saw Jiang Chu He in Yang Kai's hand, they quickly gathered around, sizing him up with curiosity. Roar! Jiang Chu He suddenly let out a roar, opening his mouth wide as though he had gone mad, scaring the members of the Qin family so much that they screamed and fled one after another. Some of the more cowardly ones even started to tear up. They shouted and hid in the room. I've made a fool of myself in front of Senior Yang, Qin Yu said without turning her head as she led the way. Kai Yang didn't say anything and simply followed behind her. After a short while, the two of them arrived at a secret room in the Qin family. There were layers of restrictions outside the secret room. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth here was much denser than in other places. Clearly, this was the place used by important members of the Qin family for their seclusion. After arriving, Qin Yu made a hand seal and opened the secret room's restrictions. Turning around, she instructed the few Origin King Realm guards, stand guard outside. Before I come out, don't let anyone enter. Yes. The few guards replied in unison, before spreading out to guard the surroundings. Inside the secret room, Qin Yu opened all the restrictions once again, before taking out a few things from her space ring. She started to set up something in the secret room. Holding Jiang Chu He, Yang Kai stood to the side. After observing for a while, he said in surprise, So, Miss Qin is proficient in the Tao of Spirit Arrays? He discovered that Qin Yu was currently setting up an extremely profound spirit array. Although he did not know exactly what use this spirit array had, he guessed that it was related to the secret technique she was about to use. From the way she was skillfully setting up the spirit array, it was clear that Qin Yu was extremely proficient in spirit arrays. Without stopping, Qin Yu smiled and said, Due to my chronic illness, this little girl can't go out as often as the others. I can only stay at home and research some unpresentable things. I can't say that I'm proficient in spirit arrays, just a little bit of research. You're too modest, Miss Qin. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. From what I can see, Miss Qin's understanding of spirit arrays has already reached a considerable level. With a smile, Qin Yu said, Not only will this spirit array increase the power of the secret technique we're about to use, it will also allow Lord Yang's divine sense to be temporarily grafted onto my body. This way, I can use the soul-searching technique as I wish. Grafting divine sense? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Is there such a miraculous spirit array in this world? It had to be known that a cultivator's divine sense was extremely difficult to cultivate. It was much more difficult than cultivating one's own cultivation realm. If Yang Kai had not obtained the precious soul-warming lotus in his early years and did not need to worry about his divine sense, he would not have been able to cultivate to this realm in just a few short decades. He would have definitely spent a great deal of time tempering his divine sense. The effects of the soul-warming lotus had saved him a great deal of effort. However, the spirit array set up by Qin Yu could actually allow different cultivators' divine sense to be grafted onto each other. This was somewhat inconceivable. If this spirit array was used against an enemy, it would be completely possible to fight above one's realm. If one's divine sense were to suppress the enemy, even if one's cultivation was inferior, one could still easily defeat the enemy. Although this spirit array is mysterious, it is not as miraculous as Lord Yang imagined. I learned about this incomplete spirit array from an ancient book and repaired it myself. When the spirit array is activated, it can't receive too much interference, or else it will fail. Therefore, it can only be used in certain special situations, such as the current situation. It can't be used in battle at all. Qin Yu seemed to know what Yang Kai was thinking and explained in an indifferent tone, "Repaired it yourself?" Yang Kai was immediately amazed by Qin Yu. In the depths of his heart, his evaluation of this woman increased by 1 point. In the Tao of spirit arrays, he was afraid that she had not yet reached a certain level of proficiency, but had already become a master. By the way, will this grafting of divine sense expose my privacy? Yang Kai asked worriedly. He had many secrets on him. Although he intuitively felt that Qin Yu was a good person, Yang Kai was actually not familiar with her. Naturally, he did not want her to know his secrets. It is possible. Qin Yu heard this and her hands paused for a moment before she replied. Huh. Yang Kai's expression darkened, and he immediately wanted to retreat. Qin Yu hurriedly said, "However, Lord Yang, you can rest assured. Although there is a risk of your privacy being exposed, that is only for those with weaker divine sense. Master's divine sense is much more powerful than mine. If I graft my divine sense, I won't be able to spy on you. However, Master, you," as she spoke, she could not continue and her face became slightly red. After all, she was a woman and there was a difference between her and Yang Kai. If Yang Kai accidentally discovered some of her privacy, he would be very embarrassed. Yang Kai hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Miss Qin. I will definitely guard my heart and will not spy on anything." His expression was solemn and his voice was firm. Qin Yu did not say anything and continued to focus on setting up the spirit array. Not long after, the spirit array in the secret room was completely set up. Yang Kai looked around and found that the spirit array patterns were extremely mysterious, as if he had never come into contact with such spirit arrays before. He could not help but feel curious and carefully memorize the patterns so that he could use them in the future. At this moment, Qin Yu leapt up and stood at the center of the spirit array. Forming a hand seal with her hands, she slowly sat down and said, "Milady, please place yourself and this devil at the 2 poles." Yang Kai nodded and reached out to pat Jiang Chuhi's back, pouring his source qi into him. At the same time, he activated the space principles, transforming them into invisible shackles that bound Jiang Chuhi to a position in the spirit array. At the same time, Yang Kai's figure flashed and appeared on the opposite side. Although Jiang Chuhi's strength and mobility were restricted, he was still extremely disobedient. He continued to roar as the demonic patterns on the surface of his body squirmed and his demonic qi churned. However, no matter how hard he struggled, he was still unable to move. Seeing this, Qin Yu calmed down. Forming a series of seals with her hands, her slender hands fluttered like butterflies. Following her movements, a mysterious force spread out from her body in all directions. It was invisible and formless, making it hard for people to grasp. A faint fluorescent light spread out from the spirit array. All of the spirit array patterns seemed to have been given a new life, coming to life and starting to flow. "Open the spirit array," Qin Yu suddenly cried out. As her voice fell, the spirit array hummed and started to operate rapidly. In an instant, the entire secret room was filled with light. so bright that it was almost impossible to open one's eyes. An invisible force, like a rope, passed through Yang Kai's body. In the next moment, Yang Kai could not help but have a strange feeling. At this moment, he felt as if he had become one with Qin Yu. He could clearly feel her breathing, feel the flow of blood in her body, feel her heartbeat, and the contraction of her pores. He could even vaguely grasp the changes in her mind. Qin Yu revealed an extremely uncomfortable expression, her face turning slightly red. She opened her mouth and cried out, "Master, please use your eye technique to suppress this person's soul." The reason why she knew that Yang Kai had such a secret technique was because she had specifically asked him just now. After all, when Yang Kai was breaking through, she had used her fated fortune heavenly pupil from afar to see what was going on. In the end, she was countered by Yang Kai's demon eye of annihilation. At that time, she had already guessed it. After asking today, it was indeed the case. With Yang Kai's eye technique suppressing her, she did not need Qin Xiaoyang's help at all. Yang Kai alone was enough. Hearing Qin Yu's shout, Yang Kai immediately used his demon eye of annihilation. In the next moment, golden light blossomed from his left eye, and a dignified vertical line that caused people to tremble appeared, pressing towards Jiang Chu He. The imprisoned Jiang Chu He seemed to have suffered a heavy blow at this moment. He suddenly let out a loud cry, and in the next moment, his body began to tremble, as if he had encountered a nightmare. His originally malevolent face became even more malevolent and terrifying. After a while, Jiang Chuhi's eyes became confused, as if he had lost his will. He stared blankly in front of him, a string of saliva flowing out from the corner of his mouth. The divine sense suppression comparable to that of an expert from the third-order Dao source realm was somewhat difficult for Jiang Chuhi, even though he had already turned into a demon. In just a few breaths' time, his soul was completely suppressed by the demon eye of annihilation. Seeing this, Qin Yu's face lit up with joy. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and suddenly opened them. Silver light flickered in her eyes, dyeing the entire secret chamber with a layer of silver. The spirit array hummed as Yang Kai's divine sense followed the power of the spirit array and grafted onto Qin Yu's body, before flowing into Jiang Chuhi's knowledge sea. In the next moment, Qin Yu and Yang Kai's vision turned black, as they entered a mysterious world at the same time. Chapter 2087. The surroundings were pitch black, and within the darkness, there seemed to be something quietly lurking. This should be Jiang Chuhi's knowledge sea. Yang Kai's heart thumped as he immediately made a guess. However, his current situation was extremely strange. Although his divine sense had been grafted onto Qin Yu's body, allowing her to use her secret technique to infiltrate Jiang Chuhi's knowledge sea and take a look at what was going on, Yang Kai was not in charge of the situation. Yang Kai could only passively follow Qin Yu's footsteps as she explored, following her will as she went deeper and deeper. This feeling was quite strange, causing Yang Kai to feel slightly uncomfortable. However, he was more curious about it than anything else. Rays of profound light shot out from Qin Yu's soul avatar, dispelling the surrounding darkness and revealing the churning seawater below. Shockingly, the seawater was also pitch black, like a bottomless black hole, causing people to feel intimidated just by looking at it. All of a sudden, unfamiliar scenes flashed across Yang Kai's mind. Taking a closer look, Yang Kai discovered that those images were shockingly all of Jiang Chuhi's life experiences. The images were intermittent and not coherent at all. Nevertheless, he was able to get a general idea of Jiang Chuhi's growth from them. From what he could sense, Qin Yu had already used a soul-searching technique on Jiang Chuhi. The information revealed by these scenes was not of much use, so Yang Kai and Qin Yu did not pay much attention to them. After a long time, another strange scene suddenly appeared before Yang Kai's eyes. It was an extremely profound array diagram. Within the array, pitch-black lines wriggled endlessly like demonic runes, crisscrossing and crisscrossing one another. It was extremely complicated. This array diagram was imprinted on a stone wall. As the lines wriggled, Yang Kai could faintly hear a frantic roar coming from behind the stone wall. When the roar entered his ears, Yang Kai's heart shook, causing him to suddenly feel uneasy. At the same time, the scene imprinted in his mind started to dissipate. It seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. Yang Kai was startled. He knew that Qin Yu was suffering from this shock and was unable to bear it. Hurriedly, he urged his will and used the grafted divine sense as a bridge to awaken Qin Yu's consciousness. The dissipated scene stabilized once again. However, the scene he saw earlier had already disappeared, replaced by another scene. It was the scene of an earth-shattering battle. A colossal figure over 300 feet tall, with a terrifying figure wrapped in pitch-black demonic chi, towering over the world. It gave a heaven-shaking roar. The roar shook the surroundings, and the clouds in the sky collapsed upon contact, disappearing into nothingness. As the demonic chi, the true appearance of the colossal figure was faintly discernible. It was ugly and ferocious. A large eyeball occupied half of his face. That colossal eyeball was similarly pitch-black in color. It was so deep that one could not see the bottom, as if it was a bottomless pit. From that colossal eyeball, streaks of pitch-black light shot out. They seemed to have the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, shooting towards the void and tearing the space apart. Just as Yang Kai's consciousness came into contact with that pitch-black eye, he felt an incomparable pain in his mind. His sea of consciousness was tumbling. He was on the verge of collapsing. He was so frightened that he quickly averted his gaze. Black-eyed great demon. In his mind, such a thought appeared inexplicably. It was also mixed with an intense feeling of panic and fear. This feeling was not something that Yang Kai possessed. It was Qin Yu's emotions. Being able to recognize the species of this great demon was completely due to Qin Yu's efforts. However, the two of them were now connected by divine sense. Therefore, her thoughts could be clearly transmitted to Yang Kai, allowing him to understand some of the truth. At this moment, numerous figures were standing around the gigantic black-eyed great demon. Every single one of them was radiating extremely powerful fluctuations of vitality and frightening auras. Impressively, all of these cultivators were masters from the Emperor realm. With a rough count, there were at least 100 of them. The auras radiating from more than a dozen of them were even more terrifying than the Silver Star envoy from Star Soul Palace, Xiao Yuyang, that Yang Kai had seen that day. It was rumored that Xiao Yuyang was already a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Therefore, these dozen or so cultivators that looked much stronger than him were naturally third-order Emperor Realm Masters. Every single one of them had the aura of a sect master, causing people to not dare to underestimate them. However, at this moment, these 100 cultivators from the Emperor realm were like mosquitoes surrounding the gigantic black-eyed great demon. Dazzling brilliance blossomed from their secret techniques and Emperor artifacts as they shot towards the black-eyed great demon. A wild roar rang out from the black-eyed great demon's mouth, shaking the heavens and earth. Other than the 100 cultivators from the Emperor realm, there were also more than 20 gigantic battleships hovering around the black-eyed great demon. Every single one of these battleships was at least a dozen meters long. Pure white beams of light shot out from these battleships, bombarding the black-eyed great demon. The heavens and earth changed color, while the sun and moon dimmed. The black-eyed great demon seemed to be unable to move. Although it would occasionally move its body, it was still unable to dodge the countless attacks. After being struck by those attacks, the demonic chi around its body would churn incessantly, causing it to roar continuously in pain. Black rays of light continuously shot out from its gigantic black eyes, while it held a gigantic mace in its hand. When it swung it, it seemed as if it could smash down the stars in the sky. Figures continued to fall from the sky, while sparks flew from the battleships, breaking into two. Yang Kai and Qin Yu were dumbfounded by the sight before them. They simply could not believe their own eyes, and were unable to calm the pounding in their hearts for a long time. The scene before them suddenly changed. When Yang Kai could clearly see the scene before him, his eyes couldn't help but shrink, because in front of him was a scene of devastation. The land within a radius of 10,000 kilometers had been turned into a wasteland, with all sorts of scars left behind from the battle. The black-eyed great demon's gigantic body had fallen to the ground, and the mace in its hand had been thrown to the side. Its body was covered in wounds, from which black blood flowed out. Some of the wounds had even been ripped open, revealing the white bones within, causing one to shudder involuntarily. The black-eyed great demon had been killed. Although he had not seen the details of the battle, Yang Kai could imagine how difficult it had been. Looking around, the corpses of the cultivators from the Emperor realm were strewn all over the ground. Of the 100 cultivators from the Emperor realm, less than 20% were still alive. All of them were injured, and their expressions were sorrowful. As for the 20 or so high-grade battleships, they had been completely annihilated at this moment. All of them had been reduced to rubble, and they lay on the ancient battlefield, emitting green smoke as if narrating the sorrow of the ancient times. The scene changed once more. The gigantic corpse of the black-eyed great demon was thrown into the mouth of a 10,000-year-old volcano, where it was burned by the terrifying temperature of the Earth's core flame. No one knew how long it had been burned, but it had not been damaged in the slightest. The corpse was brought out of the mouth of the volcano by a group of cultivators, gathered together to inscribe a spirit array, and refined with the power of the cultivators. Within the mysterious spirit array, dozens of Emperor Realm cultivators sat cross-legged around it. The black-eyed great demon's corpse was placed in the center, and as the dozens of cultivators from the Emperor Realm moved, bolts of lightning fell from the sky and struck the corpse. Within the spirit array, white flames appeared and continued to burn. The black-eyed great demon's corpse finally began to melt, leaving only a tiny bit behind. One of the cultivators placed it into a special container, buried it deep in the abyss, and laid down a sealing spirit array. Time passed, and the world changed. The item contained in the container was quietly sleeping underground, unknown to anyone. Until the sealing power slowly weakened, the demonic chi seeped into the container and leaked out. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yu's body suddenly shook. Her face suddenly turned pale, and she spurted out a mouthful of blood before slowly opening her beautiful eyes. At the same time, Yang Kai also opened his eyes. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the roiling blood in his chest. Seeing that Qin Yu's condition wasn't right, he hurried over to her side. Extending his hand, he tapped a few of her major acupoints, stabilizing Qin Yu's condition. "Many thanks, Master." Qin Yu opened her mouth to express her thanks. However, she was still unable to suppress the trembling of her body. Looking at each other, the two could see the palpitations in each other's eyes. That's because the scenes they had seen while using their secret techniques were clearly the experiences of the source of the ancient demonic chi. The ancient demonic chi carried the will of the black-eyed great demon, corroding Jiang Chuhi's body, allowing Qin Yu and Yang Kai to see through it. Although it wasn't a complete picture, it was enough to uncover some of the truth. "This matter is very thorny," Yang Kai muttered. "I'll have to report this to City Lord Duan first." Just as he was about to take out his communication artifact, an enraged roar suddenly rang out from the side. Startled, Yang Kai turned his head to look at Jiang Chuhi, only to see that fellow's demonic chi was currently surging out from his entire body, as though he was desperately trying to break free from the seal that Yang Kai had placed on him. Unfortunately, even after being demonized, he was still somewhat lacking in strength, causing the energy in his body to become chaotic and uncontrollable. A dangerous aura immediately pervaded the air. "Let's go." Seeing this, how could Yang Kai not know what was about to happen? With a low roar, he wrapped Qin Yu in his own source chi. With a flash, he unleashed a secret spatial technique, disappearing from the secret chamber. When he reappeared, he and Qin Yu were already in the courtyard outside. Just as they stood firmly, a loud bang rang out from below, causing the ground to shake violently. In the next instant, a towering force erupted from the ground, mixed with bits of flesh and broken bones. The jet-black demonic chi transformed into a snake and slithered about. None of the Qin family's origin king realm cultivator guarding outside the secret chamber had expected such a thing to happen. By the time they reacted, it was already too late. Just as the snake-like demonic chi was about to invade their bodies, a low roar suddenly rang out from the side. "Condense." The space suddenly turned extremely heavy, causing the few Qin family's cultivator to find it extremely difficult to even raise their hands. The demonic chi that was rushing towards them was instantly frozen in midair, unable to advance even an inch. Golden blood threads flashed out, transforming into streaks of golden light in the air, completely destroying the demonic chi and resolving their crisis. Chapter 2088. The Qin clan's guards, who had just survived a calamity, were so scared that their faces turned pale. Yang Kai walked over from the side, his divine sense sweeping through each of them. After confirming that they did not show any signs of being corroded by the demonic chi, only then did he relax. However, at the place where the secret room had originally been, there was now a large crater more than 100 feet deep. Obviously, this was the result of Jiang Chuhi's self-destruction. "Thank you, Master, for saving our lives." After the guards came to their senses, they cupped their hands towards Yang Kai and thanked him. Yang Kai waved his hand, but did not say anything. Instead, he turned to Qin Yu and said, "Miss Qin, come with me to see City Lord Duan. Tell him what you've found out." Qin Yu nodded without saying a word. Yang Kai reached out his hand and pulled her to his side before flying out with her. When they were using the secret technique just now, although their divine senses had been grafted together, allowing Yang Kai to obtain a lot of useful information from Qin Yu's point of view, it was not as detailed as what she had seen. Therefore, it was more appropriate for Qin Yu to report to Duan Yuan Shan. On the way, Yang Kai poured his divine sense into his communication artifact and confirmed Duan Yuan Shan's exact location. Not long after, the two of them saw the city lord of Maplewood City on a certain section of the city wall. "Brother Yang, I'll have to trouble you." Duan Yuan Shan's expression was not very relaxed at this moment. Seeing Yang Kai and Qin Yu arrive together, he cupped his hands towards Yang Kai before turning his gaze towards Qin Yu and saying, "I heard from Brother Yang that you found something?" Qin Yu nodded and said, "Yes, City Lord. Thanks to Lord Yang for capturing a demon alive, you was able to perform a soul search on him. I did find something." Duan Yuan Shan's eyes lit up. He hurriedly said, "Speak." Qin Yu immediately explained everything that he had seen in Jiang Chuhi's Sea of Consciousness. After listening to his explanation, Duan Yuan Shan's face couldn't help turning pale as he exclaimed, "If that's the case, then there's actually a remnant of an ancient great demon's body in the mine?" Shaking her head, Qin Yu replied, "I'm not too sure about that. That's because the images in Jiang Chuhi's Sea of Consciousness aren't coherent at all. Therefore, we don't know exactly what that thing that was sealed 10,000 meters underground is. However, judging from the current situation, it is very likely that there are remnants of the demon's body. If it weren't for the remnants of the demon body, it wouldn't have produced so much ancient demonic chi. However, that demonic body was something that even those ancient almighty cultivators were unable to completely refine and destroy. With the level of Maplewood City's cultivator, what could he do? Now that the seal had been broken, if the demonic body was not removed, Maplewood City would sooner or later become a living hell. But who could move a demonic body of that level? Who would dare to touch it? Only the 10 great emperors could do that. Thinking about that, Duan Yuan Shan felt a wave of fear in his heart. Looking at Yang Kai, he asked, "Brother Yang, what do you think?" Yang Kai shook his head. "I didn't see anything else." In other words, what Qin Yu had just said was everything that he had seen. "City Lord, Master," Qin Yu suddenly shouted again. "Perhaps I have a way to slightly delay the current crisis." "Oh!" Duan Yuan Shan was delighted upon hearing this. Looking eagerly at Qin Yu, he asked, "What method?" Qin Yu was only a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, as the city lord of Maplewood City and the strongest person in Maplewood City, Duan Yuan Shan had some understanding of Qin Yu's background. He knew that this little girl couldn't be taken lightly. If not for her congenital deficiency, she would definitely be an extraordinary person. At this moment, she said that she had a method, so she might really have a method. "Reinforce the seal," Qin Yu said. "I have specially observed it before. Although the seal has existed for countless years, it isn't completely useless. It's just that a corner of the seal has been damaged due to the Jiang family's reckless mining. As long as we can repair that corner, we can stop the demonic chi from leaking out. In this way, the demonic creatures and demonic chi outside will become rootless trees and water without a source. Sooner or later, they will be destroyed. Can you repair it?" Duan Yuan Shan asked in surprise. Qin Yu didn't answer immediately but said, I can give it a try. How confident are you? 60%. Duan Yuan Shan fell into silence, as if he was hesitating. City Lord, Master, although I don't have full confidence that I can repair the seal, if we leave it alone, the seal will only become more and more damaged. I'm afraid that in a few days, even more demonic chi will surge out. When that time comes, Maplewood City will definitely be unable to resist it. Therefore, we must repair the seal no matter what. Qin Yu looked at Duan Yuan Shan with her beautiful eyes, completely different from her gentle and weak image. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little surprised. According to what you said, this matter is imperative? Duan Yuan Shan asked in a deep voice. Qin Yu nodded. Duan Yuan Shan let out a long sigh. Even so, how can we safely enter the sealed area? How can we resist the corrosion of the countless demonic creatures and demonic chi? Although this city lord is a second-order Dao source realm cultivator, I don't have the confidence to be exposed to the demonic chi for a long period of time. What if? Yang Kai nodded in agreement. The demonic chi has an extremely strong corrosive power. An ordinary Dao source realm cultivator won't be able to resist it for more than half an hour. With City Lord Master's ability, 2 hours is the limit. He had previously fought his way into the city alone, so he had the most profound experience with the demonic chi. Therefore, he had the right to speak on this matter. What's more, to repair the spirit array, you need to enter the demonic chi with your cultivation. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Qin Yu, not finishing his words. However, his meaning was already clear. With her second-order origin returning realm cultivation, once she entered the demonic chi to become the demon race, she would be demonized and turned into a demon. There was no way for her to escape. Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled. Since I have made such a proposal, I naturally have a way to deal with it. What way? Yang Kai and Duan Yuan Shan looked at her in surprise. Using the spirit array. Qin Yu replied with a faint smile. It's definitely impossible to move around by yourself. However, if you can borrow the power of the spirit array and link the power of several Dao Source Realm Masters together, you might be able to move freely within the demon chi. Connecting the spirit array? Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Duan Yuan Shan looked at Qin Yu thoughtfully and chuckled. Eldest niece, don't keep us in suspense. If you have a good spirit array, tell Uncle Duan. If it really works, Uncle Duan will definitely give you the first credit. Uncle Duan. Yang Kai looked at Duan Yuan Shan with a black face. He suddenly realized that this city lord Duan was also an extremely shameless person. According to his seniority, he was on the same level as Qin Xiaoyang. Qin Xiaoyang was Qin Yu's grandfather, so Duan Yuan Shan was naturally on the same level as Qin Yu's grandfather. By calling her eldest niece and Uncle Duan, he had pulled down his seniority for no reason. In the future, when he saw Qin Xiaoyang, he would probably have to change the way he addressed him. I wonder if Uncle Duan has heard of the 7 points black tortoise spirit array? Qin Yu asked with a smile, her beautiful eyes sparkling. 7 points black tortoise spirit array? Duan Yuan Shan heard this and frowned, sinking into contemplation. All of a sudden, his face changed drastically and he shouted in a low voice, 20,000 years ago, the secret spirit array of the Black Tortoise sect in the Eastern Territory? An incredulous expression appeared on his face, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. It was as if this 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array was some kind of extraordinary thing. Yang Kai listened curiously from the side and could not help but look at Qin Yu, wanting to know the secret behind it. Qin Yu clapped her hands and said with a smile, Uncle Duan is indeed a knowledgeable person. This 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array is indeed the secret spirit array of the Black Tortoise sect in the Eastern Territory from 20,000 years ago. Duan Yuan Shan said in a deep voice, it is said that the Black Tortoise sect offended the divine spirit Black Tortoise because of the name of the sect. The Black Tortoise was enraged and set off boundless waves from the Eastern Sea to attack the headquarters of the Black Tortoise sect. After that battle, the Black Tortoise sect suffered countless casualties. However, after that battle, a peerless genius of the sect borrowed the might of the Black Tortoise to comprehend a secret spirit array, which was named the 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array. 100 years later, the Black Tortoise attacked again. The Black Tortoise sect used this spirit array to fight evenly with the divine spirit Black Tortoise. After paying a certain price, they repelled the Black Tortoise, causing it to suffer heavy injuries. Speaking up to here, Duan Yuan Shan took a deep breath and said with a face full of fear, "Although this matter happened 20,000 years ago, there are not many sects in the world that are still safe and sound after being targeted by a divine spirit. The name of the Black Tortoise sect is also widely known, so it is not surprising that this city lord knows about it." Uncle Duan knows a lot. Qin Yu pursed her lips and smiled charmingly, her smile like a flower. Duan Yuan Shan smiled bitterly and said, "No matter how much I know, I can't compare to you." As the two of them spoke one sentence after another, Yang Kai, who was listening from the side, was dumbfounded. The divine spirit Black Tortoise was in existence on the same level as the ancient true dragon and heavenly phoenix. It was one of the most powerful beings in the world. Unless an existence like the ancient true dragon or heavenly phoenix made a move, who could be its opponent? However, the Black Tortoise sect was actually able to repel the Black Tortoise with just a spirit array, which showed how powerful the 7 points Black Tortoise spirit array was. However, the Black Tortoise sect was really unlucky. Just because of the name of the sect, it was targeted by the Holy Spirit. It could only be said that the founder of the Black Tortoise sect was not very thoughtful. He dared to name the sect after the Black Tortoise. What happened to the Black Tortoise sect now? Yang Kai asked curiously. Duan Yuan Shan looked at him strangely and said, "What kind of good ending could it have after being targeted by a divine spirit?" It is said that when the divine spirit Black Tortoise attacked for the third time, it brought along a group of disciples. Although the Black Tortoise sect had an extraordinary spirit array, how could it withstand the siege of a group of divine spirits? Naturally, it was destroyed. So tragic, Yang Kai exclaimed. Humph, it can only be said that it brought it upon itself. Duan Yuan Shan was unconcerned. Since then, no sect in this world dared to use the name of a divine spirit. He turned his head to look at Qin Yu and said with a chuckle, "However, although the sect was destroyed, it is said that some disciples of the Black Tortoise sect were lucky enough to escape with their lives. They brought out many secret techniques that originally belonged to the Black Tortoise Spirit Array, including the 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array." Hearing this, Qin Yu said angrily, "Uncle Duan, why are you trying to fish for information? My Qin family's ancestor was indeed a disciple of the Black Tortoise Spirit Array. The 7 points Black Tortoise Spirit Array was passed down from my ancestor. However, what my ancestor learned at that time was not the complete set of spirit arrays. When the Black Tortoise Spirit Array was passed down to the disciples, each of them taught a part of it. It was formed by 7 people working together, and each person was only responsible for their own part. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.